Chapter 1400. Xueqi and Haowen's situation was almost exactly the same as Ningxiang Chen's, but the two of them had long known about the exquisiteness and terror of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, so they had each chosen a position to wait. From time to time, some enemies would inexplicably appear in front of them and be killed by them. Young Inflammation had returned to Dragon Cave Mountain to preside over the spirit array, using the power of the spirit array to split up the enemies and lead them one by one to Xueqi and Haowen, who were waiting for them. As such, Xueqi and Haowen's expressions were much more relaxed than Ningxiang Chen's. Needless to say, the Saint King's cultivations weren't high enough, and after falling into the spirit array, the circulation of their Saint Qi was suppressed, so they couldn't last more than 3 breaths of time against Xueqi and Haowen. Even first-order origin returning realm cultivators in the same realm couldn't do anything but struggle. As time passed, one enemy after another fell at the feet of these two. The number of cultivators from the Xie family, Sea Heart sect, and Flowing Cloud Valley was rapidly dwindling, causing everyone to feel uneasy. From time to time, screams would ring out in their ears, making this place seem like an Azura's domain, causing them to tremble with fear. They all wished they had never come here in the first place, secretly making up their minds that if they could escape this time, they would never return to Dragon Cave Mountain again. Xueqi didn't encounter any danger, but he had led several Saint Kings into an illusion array and couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried, causing him to become as anxious as ants on a hot walk but unable to do anything. The spirit array arranged by Young Inflammation was not within the territory of any cultivator on Shadowed Star, so it was naturally a piece of cake to trap them. On the left side of Dragon Cave Mountain, the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain was leading his many disciples. After a long struggle, they finally broke out of the encirclement of countless fire spirit beasts and reached the belly of Dragon Cave Mountain. Looking at the exquisite buildings and large open spaces not far away, the survivors of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were so excited that their bodies trembled. Mustering all their strength, they rushed over. After a short while, everyone finally arrived at a safe place, and they looked back with lingering fear in their hearts. They noticed that the inexhaustible fire spirit beasts didn't pursue them after leaving a certain range, and they all dissipated, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The old man rode on the blue-eyed blood toad. His long and narrow eyes swept the surroundings, and when he discovered that only 7 or 8 people had escaped the calamity and were following closely by his side, his heart couldn't help but turn cold. Previously, there were as many as 30 to 40 people by his side, but now, there were only so few left. Even these 7 or 8 people were all injured. Only 2 of them were first-order origin returning realm cultivators, while the rest were all Saint Kings. What kind of existence was this Dragon Cave Mountain? He had only passed 1 trial. He had already lost so many people. What kind of danger was waiting for him next? With this thought in mind, the old man's heart thumped and he couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. However, it was impossible for them to go back the way they came. At that time, they would inevitably fall into the fire spirit beast's encirclement. The only thing they could do now was to capture the ringleader. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked towards the cave where he had sensed the aura of many cultivator. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. But after a quick glance, a look of shock and anger appeared on the old man's face, because not far in front of him, a stalwart young man was standing there with a sarcastic smile on his face as he stared at them coldly. Whether the other party had been there all along or had suddenly appeared, the old man had no idea, but he naturally recognized this person. It was none other than the master of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was the young Kai who had bought the profound gold at the auction. This young man was no different from the description in the intelligence report, just a trivial third-order Saint King. What made the old man even more overjoyed was that the other party was only 1 person, yet he was blatantly blocking their path, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. One had to know that even though they had suffered heavy losses, they still had 3 origin-returning realm masters and 4 or 5 Saint Kings left. Not to mention, he was a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, so capturing him shouldn't be a problem. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the other party was plotting something. Considering all this, the old man shouted angrily, "Little brat, you dare make an enemy of my Myriad Beast Mountain? Today, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai laughed gloomily. "Now that you've entered my Dragon Cave Mountain, whether you live or die is no longer up to you." Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything more to the other party, simply shouting softly, "Young Inflammation." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original exquisite pavilions disappeared in a series of distortions and changes, and were replaced by a boundless green grassland. An illusion array? The old man's complexion changed slightly, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array would actually be arranged in such a place. Logically speaking, the headquarters of a great force would be surrounded by spirit arrays on the periphery, and the innermost layer of the spirit array would be even more powerful. But places like the central open space generally had no such spirit arrays. After all, the cultivator who lived here needed space to move around, so what if one of their disciples accidentally triggered one of these spirit arrays? It was for this reason that the old man and the others had rushed over happily when they saw this open space just now. How could they have known that this supposedly safe haven would actually have a spirit array? Dragon Cave Mountain was just a small mountain, so it didn't make sense for it to have so many spirit arrays and spirit arrays. It was as if a great enemy would attack at any moment. Did they already know this day would come? How could the old man understand Yang Inflammation's thoughts? The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had so many spirit arrays and spirit arrays was because Yang Kai wanted to awaken the knowledge of spirit arrays and artifact refining hidden in his mind. Only by constantly arranging spirit arrays would Yang Yen be able to learn more about these spirit arrays. In short, Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays couldn't be understood by common sense. After falling into the illusion array, the old man didn't panic because his strength wasn't weak. Instead, he just grinned wildly. Trying to kill this old master with a trivial illusion array? You're looking down on me too much. I never said I would use an illusion array to kill you. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Then what do you want to do? If you have any means, don't hold back. The old man smiled proudly. Today, this old master will show you the gap between you and me. Good, don't worry, I'll be right back. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and after saying so, his figure quickly faded and disappeared from the old man's field of vision. Want to run? The old man flew into a rage, and with a wave of his divine sense, he sent out a scarlet beam of light towards Yang Kai. However, his actions were too slow and Yang Kai's figure dissipated, followed by the scarlet beam of light. The old man's face became gloomy to the extreme. Yang Kai really managed to escape. This illusion array is not simple. How the other party managed to escape from his field of vision and divine sense was something the old man had no clue about. But what was the other party trying to do? Suddenly, a thought flashed across the old man's mind and he turned his head to look around, his face instantly going pale. The 2 Origin returning realm masters and 4 or 5 Saint Kings who were originally with him had all disappeared at this moment, as if he was the only one trapped by this illusion array. Thinking about what Yang Kai had just said, the old man immediately understood what he was trying to do. Feeling both shocked and angry, the old man let out a hysterical roar as he took out a one-handed axe, poured his Saint Chi into it, and chopped towards the void in an attempt to break free from this illusion. He had never dabbled in spirit arrays before, so naturally, he did not know how to break this illusion array, so he could only use the most crude method possible. The grade of this one-handed axe artifact was definitely not low, most likely an Origin grade mid-rank artifact. Although Shadowed Star's artifact refiners were unable to refine such artifacts, they could still be obtained from ancient ruins, so even if they were rare, they were not impossible to find. After pouring his Saint Chi into the axe, a giant pitch-black beam of light several dozen meters in length shot out from it and slammed into the void, creating a loud humming sound. However, such an attack was obviously not enough to break this illusion array, not to mention that this spirit array was being operated by Yang Yen. After 3 or 5 slashes, the old man consumed a lot of his Saint Chi but failed to accomplish anything. The old man's face became gloomy as he stopped what he was doing and waited vigilantly. He believed that this enemy would appear again. Sure enough, after about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a faint phantom suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately, this phantom gradually solidified and Yang Kai's figure was revealed. The old man's gaze instantly landed on the young man's face and clothes. There were many fresh bloodstains on the young man's face, which seemed to have been splattered on. There was also a faint demonic chi in the blood. As a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain, the old man was naturally familiar with this aura. This was the smell of the monster beast's blood. Only a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain would have a monster beast by his side. What did you do to my disciples? The old man stared at Yang Kai with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice. Why ask when you already know the answer? Since I've returned, what do you think happened to them? Yang Kai sneered. It was just 2 first-order origin returning realm cultivators and 4 or 5 Saint Kings. In Dragon Cave Mountains territory, Yang Kai could easily deal with them. After all, when he was just a second-order Saint King, Yang Kai was able to kill a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and now that he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array, he was in a perfect position. If something unexpected happened, all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. Although he had some faint speculations in his heart, after Yang Kai admitted it personally, the old man grit his teeth and nodded. Good, good, since you dared to slaughter my disciples, my myriad beast mountain will not rest until you are dead. Having said so, the old man's face calmed down. Seeing this, Yang Kai was surprised. He had not expected that this old man would be able to calm his anger at this point. It seemed that his temperament was quite good, and he was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Raising his vigilance, Yang Kai maintained an extremely arrogant expression on his face. What happens to Myriad Beast Mountain in the future is none of your business, but old man, there will be no future for you because you will die here today. Chapter 1401. Hearing Yang Kai's arrogant words, the old man laughed loudly. Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When this old master ruled the world, you were probably still sucking on your mother's milk, yet you dare boast so shamelessly. Fine. Let this old master teach you how to speak to your elders. As soon as these words fell, a scarlet light shot out from the front. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instinctively sensed danger approaching, but he clearly didn't see any signs of the old man taking action, so he didn't know where this attack had come from. Feeling suspicious, Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate, hurriedly taking out the purple shield and placing it in front of his chest. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, a loud sound rang out as a powerful force hit him head-on. Kai Yang couldn't help but stagger back a few steps as the blood in his chest churned. Although he wasn't injured, he was still very wary of this strange attack. This was because the force behind this attack was too great. If it was someone with a slightly weaker physique, even if they had the protection of the purple shield, they would still have suffered quite a bit of damage. When the old man saw the purple shield, his eyes couldn't help flashing a fiery light as he exclaimed, "An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact?" Yang Kai's eyesight was quite good and he immediately saw through the extraordinariness of this purple shield. Originally, when this purple shield was first refined, it was only origin-grade low-rank, but after being refined by Yang Yan several times and supplemented with various materials, it had become origin-grade high-rank. This grade of artifact was a rare commodity on Shadowed Star. The old man's status in Myriad Beast Mountain wasn't low, and his cultivation was at least a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, but the highest grade of artifact he currently possessed was only origin-grade mid-rank, and that was something he had obtained by chance in an ancient ruin. Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, had actually taken out an origin-grade high-rank artifact, and one that was a defensive type at that, causing the old man to feel both jealous and greedy. If he could kill this little brat this time, this artifact would belong to him. Elder Jean sure only wanted the profound gold, not this little brat's belongings. Moreover, the other party had taken out such a high-grade artifact, so who knew if he had something even better? Considering all this, the old man's blood boiled and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a thought, he sent another scarlet light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dodge this time either. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he really wanted to know where the other party's attack was coming from. His divine sense was pushed to the limit as he stared at the attack without blinking. A moment later, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This was because he discovered that the scarlet red light attack wasn't the technique of the old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain, but the tongue of the blue-eyed blood toad he was riding. No wonder this attack had such great strength. This blue-eyed blood toad was a 9th-order monster beast, and its tongue was one of the most resilient parts of its body, so it was understandable that it was able to repel him. Just as Yang Kai saw through this, the scarlet tongue smashed into the purple shield again, but this time Yang Kai was prepared and simply swayed slightly to offset this great force. Just as he was about to counterattack though, he saw a smug smile appear on the old man's face as he stretched out his hand and patted the blue-eyed blood toad beneath him, pouring his Saint Chi into its body as he shouted, "Come here!" At the same time, Yang Kai felt a huge suction force coming from the purple shield in his hand and dragging him forward. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai's brow twitched as he discovered that the blue-eyed blood toad's long scarlet tongue actually had countless tiny suction cups. It was using these suction cups that its tongue was able to hold onto the purple shield and drag it back towards itself. This old dog wants to snatch my artifact. Yang Kai instantly understood the other party's intentions and sneered, condensing a ball of black demonic flame in his hand. This demonic flame gave off a violent heat as it reached out to grab the scarlet tongue. "Little brat, you court death." Seeing this scene, the old man not only didn't become angry, but instead was overjoyed. The blue-eyed blood toad he had raised not only had thick skin and was extremely resistant to beatings, but its entire body also contained a potent poison. Not to mention its tongue, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator actually wanted to grab the blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue with his bare hands. This brat was simply courting death. Selah. A strange sound rang out as a burnt smell filled the air. The blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue was caught by Yang Kai and his demonic flame wrapped around half of it. The blue-eyed blood toad's eyes flashed a pained look as its cheeks bulged and it made a gurgling sound. How is this possible? The old man's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that his monster beast would suffer such a big loss in this confrontation while the other party was completely fine. Seeing the black flame follow the tongue and burn towards him like a prairie fire, the old man finally realized that something was wrong. The other party's black flame seemed to be quite extraordinary. Not only was it impervious to poison, but it was also extremely difficult to deal with. Immediately, the old man issued a command to his monster beast and the blue-eyed blood toad immediately released the purple shield it was holding while retracting its scarlet tongue. In the blink of an eye, the long poisonous tongue disappeared and the blue-eyed blood toad's cheeks bulged a few times before it opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "You dare hurt my monster beast?" The old man's eyes went bloodshot. He had thought this would be a good show of killing and robbing, but it turned out to be a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. After swallowing the black flame into its stomach, his monster beast had obviously been injured. In a fit of anger, the old man pointed his finger and the lumps on the blue-eyed blood toad's body suddenly burst open, releasing a burst of colorful and unpleasant poisonous liquid. This poisonous liquid twisted slightly mid-air before transforming into small arrows that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Even though he had not personally experienced this poisonous liquid, he knew that it was not easy to come into contact with it. His expression becoming cold, he casually summoned a small furnace. An Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. As soon as the artifact refining furnace appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat and rotated rapidly, expanding into a 10-meter-tall furnace in an instant. Accompanied by the cry of a bird, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out of it in an elegant manner and opened its mouth to spit out a fiery red light to meet the countless poisonous arrows. When the fiery red light and the poisonous liquid came into contact with each other, a sizzling sound rang out incessantly, seemingly evenly matched. The old man's complexion changed again as he stared at the Firebird artifact spirit with greed and fear, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained calm and composed, a faint smile appearing on his face. The artifact spirit strength was much stronger than before, so it should have no problem dealing with a ninth-order monster beast. Suddenly, an astonishing attack filled with murderous intent flew towards Yang Kai from the front. Seeing that his monster beast was entangled and unable to escape, the old man had taken the initiative to attack Yang Kai, the one-handed axe in his hand pulsing with murderous intent as he casually swung it, sending out a black streak of light. Facing the power of his opponent's artifact, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to act carelessly. Although the flow of his Saint Chi would be suppressed in this place, his opponent was still a second-order origin returning realm master. This was the first time Yang Kai had faced such an enemy head-on. Flicking his 10 fingers, demonic flames flew out one after another, and under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, these demonic flames flickered slightly before transforming into the shape of birds that flew towards the incoming wave of murderous intent. Yuan control technique? The old man's eyelids twitched fiercely. He had actually seen such an ingenious Yuan control technique from a third-order Saint King cultivator. Even he himself was unable to control his Saint Chi to such an extent, let alone a Saint King. But the reality was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. The birds transformed from his demonic flames collided with the murderous intent in an instant, and after a series of rumbling sounds, both sides dissipated. So what if you're proficient in Yuan control technique? In front of this old master, you can only wait to be slaughtered, boy. The old man's face turned gloomy as he roared, sending out an invisible force with him as the center, directly enveloping Yang Kai. A stagnant feeling spread out, making it difficult for this old man to even move his fingers. Moreover, This was the Sure of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, which was much stronger than that of a first-order cultivator. Even so, the old man was not satisfied. After suppressing Yang Kai with his Sure, he threw the one-handed axe in his hand forward and poured his Saint Qi into it while shouting, "Go!" After the one-handed axe absorbed the old man's Saint Qi, it suddenly released even more demonic Qi and transformed into a giant black python several dozen meters long. The giant python shook its head and swung its tail fiercely, opening its mouth wide as it flew towards Yang Kai, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The old man grinned ferociously. As a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, he actually had to use his full strength to deal with a mere third-order Saint King, a fact that annoyed him greatly, but compared to the wealth this little brat possessed, this time's effort was worth it. With a look of confidence on his face, the old man was ready to watch Yang Kai's body shatter. Several golden lights suddenly flickered, filling the entire sky. Under the cutting of these golden lights, the old man felt as if countless pebbles had been thrown into the calm surface of a lake. Very soon, his aura became chaotic, and he was no longer able to suppress his opponent in the slightest. This little brat can even break the Sure of an origin-returning realm master. On top of that, these golden lights looked vaguely familiar, but the old man couldn't remember where he had seen them before. This old man couldn't be blamed for his ignorance though, as Yang Kai's golden blood thread was very different from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread. Although they both originated from the same source, Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads didn't have Yang Kai's unique advantages. When Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads, they either used shortcuts to enhance their vitality or directly absorbed the vitality essence of their enemies. As a result, although this method could also enhance the power of demon blood threads, it was somewhat impure and gave off a gloomy feeling. However, Yang Kai's golden blood thread was condensed from the golden blood in his body and was incomparably pure, far more orthodox than demon blood threads. If the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple was here, he may be able to see some clues, but the old man didn't have such good eyesight. Chapter 1402. With his Sure broken, Yang Kai instantly broke free from the invisible quagmire and poured his Saint Qi into the purple shield in his hand before throwing it forward. The purple shield immediately burst open and transformed into a yellow sandstorm, covering the sky, and the pitch-black python formed from the old man's one-handed axe artifact. Indistinctly, the hissing sound of a giant python could be heard from the inside. The giant python's huge body was moving left and right, but it was not easy for it to escape. After all, the grade of the purple shield was higher than that of the one-handed axe. The power of the sandstorm inside was mainly used for defense, so it was not difficult for it to trap the pitch-black giant python. Artifacts did not fight on their own, so the entanglement between the purple shield and the one-handed axe was completely a divine sense confrontation between Yang Kai and the old man, a contest between the strength of their divine senses and the exquisiteness of their artifacts. The old man's complexion changed drastically, because after this exchange, he suddenly discovered that not only was Yang Kai's heritage not inferior to his own, but even the strength of his spiritual energy was incredibly powerful, far surpassing that of any other cultivator in the same realm. "Who the hell are you?" the old man exclaimed. He couldn't believe that a little brat who didn't belong to any sect could possess such great strength. Forget about the elite Saint Kings of Myriad Beast Mountain. Even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect couldn't cultivate such a powerful cultivator. On Shadowed Star, there was only one place that could cultivate such a heaven-defying cultivator, and that was Star Emperor Mountain. Could this little brat have come down from Star Emperor Mountain for life experience? Recalling all the information he had gathered about Yang Kai, the old man's heart thumped heavily. If not for this, how could he have so many methods to restrain the old man at every turn? "You talk too much nonsense." Yang Kai had no intention of answering him. Just now, he had been forced into a passive defensive situation, not because he lacked strength, but because this was the first time he had fought against a cultivator of this level. Even if he had the advantage of time and place, he didn't dare act rashly, so he wanted to test his opponent's strength. Now that the result had been decided, he naturally had to take the offensive. As soon as these words left his mouth, a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in Yang Kai's hand. This long sword was completely condensed from Saint Qi and was pitch black in color, as if it could swallow all the light in its surroundings. Raising this sword high, Yang Kai slashed out fiercely. A several dozen meter-long sword Qi pierced through the air like a rainbow as it flew towards the old man. Feeling the lethality contained in this sword wave, the old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged to the side, but before he could regain his footing, another sword wave swept towards him, as if the other party didn't care about wasting his Saint Chi at all. The old man's soul almost flew out of his body. This time, there was no way he could dodge, so he grit his teeth and took out a small square shield from his space ring. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto it, causing the small square shield to spin rapidly. As it spun, a very sturdy golden rune-like phantom emerged from it and blocked the old man's path. Every cultivator had at least one defensive artifact, and the old man was no exception. After all, there were some attacks he couldn't easily resist. This small square shield was the old man's defensive artifact, and although it was only Origin Grade low rank, it was still the masterpiece of the Origin Grade artifact refiner who worshipped Myriad Beast Mountain. The old man was usually reluctant to use it, treating it as a precious treasure. But now, he had no choice but to take it out. Hong. A loud bang rang out as the several dozen meter-long sword wave slammed into the shield. The rune-like phantom flickered slightly, but it still managed to protect the old man's path. The old man's body shook and he was forced back a few steps, but a look of joy appeared on his face because the sword wave had been completely blocked by his artifact, making him very satisfied with the strength of his defensive artifact. But in the next moment, the joy on his face stiffened and his eyes bulged. He saw streaks of sword light flying towards him one after another. Each streak was over 100 feet long, and each streak was as black as ink. Each streak was rolling with scorching black flames, and they almost occupied half of the sky. The old man's heart turned cold. Is this little brat sick? What kind of cultivator would squander his Saint Chi like this in the middle of a battle? Isn't he afraid he won't be able to continue fighting? No matter what realm a cultivator was, they would always carefully calculate every bit of their strength during a battle. After all, no one could guarantee that this battle would not be a protracted one. If the battle dragged on for too long and their Saint Chi was exhausted, wouldn't they be at the mercy of their foes? Although the old man had not seen Yang Kai launch a desperate attack like this before, he had only seen a few of them. The few times he had seen such a situation, it was always when the enemy knew they had no hope of surviving and tried to drag him down with them. Unfortunately, in the end, no one had succeeded and all of them had been killed by him. This little brat seems to want to fight me to the death. Is he crazy? All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed across the old man's mind. Having just suffered a blow, the old man's body had been greatly shaken, but at this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. All he could do was desperately pour his Saint Chi into the small shield in his hand, and pray that it would be able to protect him. The golden figure shone brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. The next moment, rumbling sounds of collisions rang out as the old man's body was constantly pushed back by the powerful force. The sword chi bombarded the shield, shattering it one after another, but they continued to surge forward in an endless stream. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out, causing the old man's face to go pale instantly. Looking over, he discovered that the golden phantom in front of him had actually cracked open a small crack. This small crack quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a spider's web had appeared. No matter how strong one's defense was, it could not withstand endless attacks. Even Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array could not escape this iron law, so how could a trivial Origin Grade low-rank small shield be able to withstand it? Not good! The old man exclaimed in his heart as he hurriedly threw the shield in his hand forward while quickly dodging to the side. At this critical moment, he could only abandon this small shield that he regarded as a precious treasure. This small shield did not have the special power contained in Yang Kai's purple shield. With a bang, without the old man's Saint Chi pouring into it, the small shield, no matter how high grade it was nothing more than a dead object. After being swept by Yang Kai's sword waves, the small shield was instantly burned to ashes by his demonic flames. However, this brief moment of resistance allowed the old man to escape and retreat 300 meters away. Staring coldly at the place where the old man was standing, Yang Kai clenched his left hand and condensed a black spear into his hand. Go! Yang Kai shouted and the black spear trembled slightly before suddenly disappearing from its original position. When it reappeared, it was already above the old man's head and piercing towards him. The heaven-punishing spear of the 9 Heavens Divine Skills was one of the 9 Heavens Divine Skills that Yang Kai was now proficient in using, so its power was quite extraordinary. The old man had not yet recovered from the thrill just now, so now that he was in danger again, his heart filled with both shock and anger. Letting out a roar, he raised his hands and pushed them up fiercely, condensing a large amount of Saint Chi into a light curtain above his head that blocked the fatal blow of the heaven-punishing spear. But this was not the end of it. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared and slapped towards the old man's head, causing his eyelids to twitch fiercely. This palm print seemed to cover the heavens and earth, sealing off all escape routes, causing the old man to feel a sense of despair. Heaven-covering hand. A single hand that could cover the heavens. With a bang, the palm print slammed down, causing the earth to tremble violently as a several dozen meter mark appeared on the ground. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they would be able to see that this was actually a giant palm print. However, Xueqi frowned as he turned his head and stared into the distance. Over there, the old man had been standing there for some time, his face pale as he coughed softly, his Xueqi extremely unstable. Xueqi showed a look of surprise. He did not know what kind of secret technique this old man had used, but he had actually been able to escape from all of his attacks. It seemed that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator really could not be underestimated. Boy, do you really want to fight this old master to the bitter end? The old man stared at Xueqi with resentment and fear as he asked coldly. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Xueqi. Even without the suppression of the spirit array here, the old man knew that he would not be able to kill Xueqi. Perhaps the latter could even fight evenly with him. But now, under the suppression of this strange spirit array, the old man was unable to display even 70% of his strength, so he was not Xueqi's opponent at all. Besides the few times he had attacked at the beginning, the rest of his time had been spent dodging and defending. In particular, the scene just now caused the old man to break out in a cold sweat. If he had not decisively used a secret technique that greatly reduced his strength to escape, it was likely he would have been seriously injured by now. Suffering such a heavy blow in this place, it was easy to guess what kind of fate awaited him. However, that secret technique could not be used casually. After this battle, regardless of whether he won or lost, several years of recuperation would be unavoidable. The old man had already decided to retreat. Treasures could move one's heart, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. As for how to appease Elder Feng's anger, that was not something he needed to consider right now. If he continued to remain, he was likely to die here. Bitter end. After listening to the old man's words, a playful look appeared on Xueqi's face as he said disdainfully, "You think you can do that?" The sarcasm and ridicule in his words were obvious. If it were any other time, the old man would not have let this matter go. He had never been mocked by a Saint King realm cultivator before, but now. Do you think this old master is already a fish on the chopping block? Boy, this old master admits that you are strong, but this old master is not so easy to kill. How about this matter end here? Let this old master leave and this old master will never return to Dragon Cave Mountain again. How does that sound? Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Xueqi grinned and said coldly, "So what if I treat you like a fish on the chopping block?" Chapter 1403. Little brat, where it's possible to make mistakes, if you really want to go all out against this old master, be careful your teeth don't break. The old man shouted fiercely. "Oh, then I'd like to see just how many of my teeth you can break with your body." Xueqi's eyes flashed fiercely as he showed no intention of backing down. The enemy had already invaded his home, so how could Xueqi compromise and let him leave safely? Xueqi had already made up his mind to kill all those who had intruded into Dragon Cave Mountain. Kind people were bullied, kind horses were ridden, and it was time for Dragon Cave Mountain to show its fangs. Hearing Xueqi's answer, the old man's eyes flashed a fierce light as he grit his teeth and asked, "Do you really want to act so ruthlessly?" Xueqi didn't say anything and instead raised the sword in his hand and sent out another sword wave, telling the old man his answer with his actions. "You forced me to do this." The old man's face suddenly became fierce as he stood in place, not even bothering to evade, seemingly not afraid of this sword wave at all. Xueqi raised his brow and his expression became dignified. He didn't think that this old man was seeking death. From the old man's words just now and his current expression, it was obvious he still had some kind of trump card he hadn't used yet. Since he dared to act so arrogantly, he must be confident he could block this blow. Thinking so, Xueqi no longer hesitated and with a flick of his finger, he sent out a space blade towards the old man. Xueqi didn't intend to let the old man use his trump card and was only prepared to use his space blade to end the battle. With the black sword wave in front and the space blade behind, the old man didn't notice at all, but he still stood in place without moving and instead took out a jade box from his space blade. Opening the jade box, Xueqi saw a blood-red pill the size of a longan. The old man picked up this pill, threw it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it with a gudong sound. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the old man swallowed this pill, Yang Kai clearly saw a look of nostalgia and struggle appear in his eyes. At the same time, the pitch-black sword ray had already arrived 10 meters in front of him, and was about to hit him. But right at this moment, a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky. Accompanied by a loud bang and the earth trembling, this behemoth blocked the old man's path. Whoosh! The sword light bombarded the gigantic creature's body, emitting an ear-piercing sound, as well as a painful gurgling sound. Blue-eyed blood toad. At this critical moment, the old man actually summoned his blue-eyed blood toad back. Although this monster beast was at the 9th order, in terms of strength, it was not as strong as the Firebird artifact spirit. Its only advantage was its thick skin and thick flesh. In the short time it had been fighting with the Firebird artifact spirit, the blue-eyed blood toad's entire body was covered in wounds from head to toe. Large blisters had replaced the original lumps on its body, and a large amount of colorful venom was flowing out from its wounds, giving off a nauseating smell. Even so, the blue-eyed blood toad still hadn't died. If it had been any other 9th order monster beast, it would likely have died by now. The blue-eyed blood toad was already riddled with scars, but after being struck by Yang Kai's sword light, a long gash appeared on its body, one that was so deep that one could almost see its white bones. However, the old man didn't seem to care about this at all, as if this monster beast wasn't the one he had kept in captivity for many years. Stretching out his hand, he patted the blue-eyed blood toad's back and desperately poured his Saint Chi into it. Silently, the space blade that followed closely behind the sword light arrived, instantly creating a crescent-shaped gash on the blue-eyed blood toad's abdomen. Any target struck by this space blade would be banished to the void, so the wounds inflicted by this space blade could not be healed. Although the power of Yang Kai's space blade was not small, the strength of the blue-eyed blood toad's body was also not to be underestimated. This attack barely managed to penetrate its body before the power of the space blade dissipated. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt slightly regretful. If his space blade had been able to advance another 2 meters, it may have been able to kill this old man in one fell swoop. But it was obviously pointless to consider such matters now. No matter how thick the blue-eyed blood toad's skin was, it would undoubtedly die after suffering such a serious injury. As its owner, the old man seemed to have suffered a backlash and was desperately pushing his Saint Chi when he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood, immediately turning to stare at the blue-eyed blood toad in shock. His eyes filled with horror. Perceiving that the vitality of the monster beast he was connected to was rapidly dissipating, the old man pushed his Saint Chi even more violently, causing the blue-eyed blood toad's body to swell rapidly and soon become round and rolling, as if it would burst at any moment. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit in his mind. Accompanied by a crisp bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew towards the old man. Before the artifact spirit could reach him though, a loud explosion rang out and the blue-eyed blood toad exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but a colorful poisonous mist and venom. The artifact spirit was frightened by this and hurriedly flew up into the sky. However, the old man simply stood there with a ferocious look on his face, enjoying the baptism of the poisonous mist and venom. It was unknown what kind of secret art or secret technique he had used to absorb all the poisonous mist and venom into his body. At the same time, the old man waved his hand and grabbed the blue-eyed blood toad's monster core, tossed it directly into his mouth, and began chewing on it. A series of unforeseen events had happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Kai Yang dumbstruck. After absorbing the blood mist and swallowing the monster core of the blue-eyes blood toad, the old man's appearance also underwent a terrifying change. Lumps of flesh began to appear on his exposed skin, and from these lumps of flesh, a foul stench constantly flowed out, making him look exactly the same as the blue-eyes blood toad from before. This old man's appearance was already quite ugly to begin with, but now his appearance was even worse. Not only that, but his 2 eyes also seemed to have turned blue, as if they contained some kind of mysterious power. The most ridiculous thing was that his cheeks had also swelled up like the blue-eyed blood toad's, making him look quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to laugh at all because the aura of the old man at this moment had soared, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Good, good, good. The old man suddenly laughed wildly as his pair of blue eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai. Being able to force this old master into monster transformation, you can consider your death a worthy one. Monster transformation. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, it should be one of myriad Beast Mountain's secret techniques. After all, Myriad Beast Mountain's cultivator had dealt with monster beast all year round, so it wasn't impossible for him to enslave a monster beast to do such a thing. With Yang Kai's eyesight, it wasn't difficult for him to see that this old man wasn't completely human at this moment, but rather half human and half monster. Moreover, not only was there Saint Chi fluctuations coming from his body, but there was also monster Chi, a terrifying combination. This secret technique is bound to cause great trouble. Perhaps it can't be reversed, Yang Kai immediately judged. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have waited until now to use it. After all, Saint Chi and Monster Chi were two different things that couldn't coexist in a human body. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Myriad Beast Mountain's monster transformation secret technique was indeed extremely dangerous, and there was no way to reverse it. Even if the old man could successfully suppress his Monster Chi afterwards, most of his cultivation would be crippled and he would no longer be able to fight. Otherwise, the backlash from his Monster Chi would result in his death. This old man had been forced into a corner. Otherwise, how could he have chosen to cut off all means of retreat like this? The old man's momentum was monstrous, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Simply waving his hand and summoning the Firebird artifact spirit over. One man and one artifact spirit glaring fiercely at the old man. The old man didn't intend to waste any time. As soon as his monster transformation ended, his cheeks bulged and he let out a seemingly careless breath before shooting out a green poison arrow towards Yang Kai. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man was able to use the abilities of the Blue Eyes Blood Toad. Yang Kai raised his brow and naturally wouldn't stand still, his figure flickering as he dodged to the side. But before he could react, the poison arrow suddenly exploded mid-air, turning into countless tiny drops of venom that splashed out in all directions. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only condense his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body. The venom and Saint Chi collided and actually corroded a small hole in the demonic flame barrier. After undergoing monster transformation, this venom seemed to have become much stronger. However, before Yang Kai could investigate carefully, a dangerous aura pressed down from the sky. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly pushed his palm upwards, pushing his Saint Chi violently. A great force came from above and Yang Kai was pushed down, but when he looked up, there was no trace of his enemy in the sky. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the old man was leaping around him at an incredible speed, looking for a flaw and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This kind of speed was not something a human could possess. It seemed that after the old man had undergone monster transformation, he had also inherited the jumping ability of the Blue Eyes Blood Toad. This is going to be a bit tricky. The old man's speed was so fast that it would not be easy to hit him. However, Yang Kai was currently fighting 2 against 1, and the artifact spirit was a good helper. On top of that, Yang Kai had the advantage of being suppressed by the spirit array, so he did not panic and simply sent a command to the artifact spirit with his divine sense. The Firebird immediately burst into countless tiny birds. These birds looked exactly the same as the artifact spirit, but were countless times smaller in size. These birds were densely packed and covered a large area. Suddenly, a few of the birds cried out and burst into flames. On the other side, the old man's figure flickered as he helplessly reappeared, a look of resentment flashing across his face. He had not expected that Yang Kai would actually use the artifact spirit to investigate his whereabouts and had exposed his whereabouts. Several golden threads suddenly shot out from the front, transforming into a golden light that enveloped the old man. These golden threads gave off an extremely sharp aura, and once one was cut by them, their fate would definitely not be good. The old man's complexion changed as his eyes flashed a brilliant blue light as he glared towards Yang Kai. An invisible force burst out from his knowledge sea and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Soul poison. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man's knowledge sea had also undergone a mutation, allowing him to use powerful methods such as soul poison. Once one was infected by this soul poison, they would become like maggots in one's bones and become extremely difficult to expel. Using this soul poison in battle was even more difficult to defend against. Chapter 1404. Seeing the old man staring at him recklessly, Yang Kai didn't panic and instead rejoiced, his left eye suddenly becoming as deep as the sea as a golden pupil appeared. Demon Eye of Annihilation. This pure golden pupil was thin and long, giving off an intimidating aura that made it impossible to resist, as if this eye had become the ruler of heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was also some inexplicable multicolored light lingering around this golden pupil. Colored Glass Divine Light. After refining the colored glass bead given to him by Dai Yuan, Yongkai had fused some of its power with it. Although the colored glass divine light had not yet fully integrated with the demon eye of annihilation, Yongkai was now able to use its power. The demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's innate divine technique, and it was not something he had obtained through hard work but was instead something he was born with. As such, although great demon god was only a saint king at the time of his death, in Yongkai's hands, the demon eye of annihilation was able to display even more tyrannical power. An invisible vortex vaguely appeared in the golden eye and a tyrannical suction force emerged from it. The old man was shocked. At this moment, he felt his soul become turbulent and he could not help but have the illusion that it was about to be sucked away. This discovery shocked the old man greatly, and he quickly stopped circulating his secret art to suppress the palpitations and panic in his heart. But this was not the end. The inexplicable glow lingering around the golden pupil gave off a strange force at this moment, and under the influence of this force, the old man suddenly found that his soul, which had just stabilized, became turbulent again. Not only that, but this time, even his body seemed to be somewhat out of control. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of swallowing the essence of a cultivator's soul, and Yongkai had relied on it to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao that surpassed his own realm in advance. As such, no matter how fast one's cultivation speed was, there would be no flaws in their state of mind. On top of that, the colored glass divine light had the power to restrain one's soul and suppress all 5 elements, so when these 2 effects were superimposed, it was not to be underestimated. However, Yongkai's current strength wasn't very high, so fighting a master like this old man across realms would be less effective. Not to mention, this old man had already undergone monster transformation, and was far more difficult to deal with than an ordinary second-order origin returning realm master. As such, in just a breath's time, the old man managed to break free from the dual suppression of the demon eye of annihilation and colored glass divine light. However, it was enough. During this brief moment, Yongkai had already sent out more than a dozen space blades towards the old man. By the time the old man's eyes regained their clarity and he regained his freedom, the pitch-black blade-like attack had already reached him. The old man's soul almost left his body as he let out a roar and summoned 2 thick light curtains around his body. One of these light curtains was condensed from his own Saint Qi while the other was condensed from the Blue Eyes Blood Toad's monster Qi. However, even 2 layers of protection couldn't stop the spatial blade. Silently, more than a dozen space blades flew past where the old man was standing, cutting through his body before flying several dozen meters away before gradually dissipating. The old man, on the other hand, stood in place with a look of shock on his face as he stared at Yongkai in horror. Immediately, he lowered his head and looked down at his body, only to see many knife-shaped holes. Through these holes, the old man could clearly see his broken organs and wriggling 6 bowels. Crimson blood was gushing out from these wounds like fountains. Space Force! The old man muttered to himself as his body exploded with a crash, turning into a pile of minced meat. On his old face, his 2 eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually died in such a place. Looking at the old man's corpse, Yongkai breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had not been easy. Although Yang Yen had been controlling the spirit array to suppress the old man's strength, after using his monster transformation secret technique, the old man had been able to display far greater strength than usual. If it weren't for Yongkai's many methods, he might not have been able to kill this old man. The demon eye of annihilation released a powerful suction force and swallowed the old man's soul. This was the soul of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so it would be of great help to Yongkai in his comprehension of Shi. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. After this battle, Yongkai had a vague understanding of his own combat effectiveness. At his current level, he had no problem confronting a second-order origin returning realm cultivator head-on, but whether or not he could kill one would depend on the other party's ability. As for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yongkai seemed to be struggling, but without actually fighting, he couldn't make any judgments. On the other side, without the control of the old man's divine sense, the black python transformed from his one-handed axe artifact reverted back to its original form and fell to the ground. Yongkai waved his hand and took back his purple shield before picking up the one-handed axe and playing with it for a moment before tossing it into his space ring. Standing in place and silently investigating for a moment, Yongkai quickly understood the current situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. The intruders were basically all dead, but somewhere more than a dozen kilometers away, there was another second-order origin returning realm cultivator locked in a bitter struggle against 3 first-order origin returning realm cultivators. Through the auras of these people, Yang Kai quickly determined that the enemy should be a master from Demon Blood Temple. As for the 3 first-order origin returning realm cultivators, needless to say, they were obviously Xueqi, Haoen, and Ningxiang Chen. Although the cultivation of these 3 was lower, they had no problem besieging the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai also perceived that the situation was one-sided, so it was only a matter of time before the enemy was defeated and died. Ningxiang Chen wading into these muddy waters and standing on Dragon Cave Mountain's side was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. After all, Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with this senior and had only spoken with him a few times during his trip to the Emperor Garden. Although Yang Kai knew that Ningxiang Chen's purpose in making friends with him was to borrow his Firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai didn't find it objectionable. After all, the other party didn't have the slightest malicious intent and simply wanted to ask for help. What's more, Ningxiang Chen had readily agreed to his request in the end. What had been an unintentional act at that time had actually brought reinforcements to Dragon Cave Mountain at this time, a truly unintentional act. Otherwise, with just Xueqi and Haoen, it would have been impossible for them to kill this enemy from Demon Blood Temple. Of course, it didn't matter if Dragon Cave Mountain had Ningxiang Chen or not, but this discovery made Yang Kai feel much better. No longer paying attention to Ningxiang Chen, Yang Kai turned his gaze to a different place, a cold grin appearing on his face as he walked over. Inside this strange desolate illusion, where there was no sun, moon or stars, Xueqi sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He had been trying for a long time but still couldn't break the spirit array in front of him. At this moment, he decisively understood that he couldn't break this spirit array with his own strength, so he decided not to waste any more time and instead began conserving his strength. He knew that this illusion array didn't have any lethality, so if the enemy wanted to kill him, they would eventually show themselves. As the strongest member of the Xie family, Xueqi's mental fortitude was quite good, but the Saint Kings around him weren't so calm. At this moment, all of them were staring at Xueqi eagerly, hoping he could point out a way. However, Xueqi didn't say anything, so they were helpless and didn't dare to rashly ask. All of them were like ants on a hot pan, anxious beyond belief. Suddenly Xueqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up, his eyes flashing a terrifying light as he stared towards a certain direction. When he stood up, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and then a figure strangely passed through it, as if passing through a transparent water curtain, easily arriving in front of the Xie family members. Looking at this person's face, Xueqi's eyes narrowed as his murderous intent surged. Of course, he recognized Yang Kai. After all, his son Xie Hongwen had died tragically at Yang Kai's hands. Xueqi had always wanted to avenge his son's death, but he was a man who had experienced many storms and had not rashly come to Dragon Cave Mountain to seek revenge on Yang Kai. After all, there was still Chen Tong standing behind Yang Kai at that time. If he were to act rashly, even if he succeeded, Xueqi would be buried along with Yang Kai. If that really happened, the gains would not make up for the losses. As such, Xueqi had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. He had been lucky he had failed, and now he had finally reached this moment. Now that he had met his enemy, it was only natural that he would become enraged. However, Xueqi was still able to maintain his composure and simply stare at Yang Kai, not daring to act rashly. After breaking into this illusion, Yang Kai glanced around and summoned his artifact spirit indifferently. The Firebird spread its wings and sent out a series of wash-basin-sized fireballs towards the Saint King Realm Cultivator. These poor Saint King Realm Cultivator had been trapped here for so long and had long since become distraught. Now that they were attacked by the Firebird, whose strength was comparable to an origin-returning Realm Master, how could they resist? The defensive artifacts they hurriedly summoned were unable to resist the onslaught of these fireballs and were shattered by the heat waves and impact. The Saint Chi barriers protecting their bodies also flashed wildly and broke in the blink of an eye, causing them to scream miserably as they fell to the ground and were burned to ashes. In an instant, the several Saint King Realm Cultivator were all killed without being able to play a single role. However, Xueqi's expression remained unchanged, as if the ones who died were not his family's disciples, simply staring coldly at Yang Kai. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and quickly said, "Is this the first time you and this old master have met?" "This old master is Xueqi. Presumably you are no stranger to him." Yang Kai curled his lips and said lightly, "I know you are Xueqi, and I know why you are here, but I just want to ask you a question." "Good, before you die, this old master can satisfy your wish," Xueqi coldly snorted, seemingly quite confident in his own methods. Shameless boasting. Yang Kai grinned. Forget it, I won't bother with you. You just need to tell me where Lu Yi is and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lu Yi? Xie Li's brow furrowed, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to ask such a question at this time, but a strange look flashed across his eyes before he shook his head and said, I don't know, he's probably dead. Dead. Yang Kai did not comment. It was impossible for Lu Yi to die so easily. Yang Kai had cut off one of Lu Ye's arms in Lu Yan's desert, but even so, this time, Lu Ye's arm had actually grown back. Yang Kai could not understand this. Chapter 1405. It was impossible for someone who could regrow a severed arm to die so easily, so Yang Kai faintly felt that Lu Yi was not simple. However, at this moment, besides Xie Li in front of him, only the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple was still alive. If Lu Yi had broken in, there was no reason he would not have been discovered. Yang Yan and Wu Yi were monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements at all times. This bastard is quite shrewd, not daring to come in. Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth. Is that all you have to say? Xie Li showed an impatient look. Yes. Yang Kai grinned back at him. Then you can die. Xie Li's face filled with a fierce light as he roared, a majestic Saint Qi pulsing from his body that was faintly visible to the naked eye. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds rang out from his body as his physique expanded dramatically, his muscles bulging and giving off a strange bronze color as he shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise as he had not expected this Xie Li to actually want to fight him in close quarters, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the other party had a deep hatred for him, so naturally this kind of method would be more satisfying. Thinking so, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he stood in place and stared at Xie Li indifferently, waving his hand and sending out a golden thread. Xie Li, however, did not try to dodge and instead slowly stretched out his fist. This fist seemed to be slow but was actually filled with a powerful golden light as it met the golden thread head-on. In the blink of an eye, the fist collided with the golden blood thread, but to Yang Kai's surprise, his incredibly sharp golden blood thread was actually blocked by his opponent's bare fist. Not only that, but an inexplicable force passed through the golden thread and into his body, causing his vitality to surge. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yang Kai realized that this Xie Li was even more difficult to deal with than the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain. As expected of a powerhouse from the Shadow Moon Hall, just his background alone was extraordinary. If Xie Li were to fight the old man one-on-one, the old man would definitely not be a match for him. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and just as he was about to use some other method to stop this old man, a sudden change occurred. Xie Li, who was rushing towards him with murderous intent, suddenly let out a strange cry, as if he had encountered some kind of accident, a look of pain and confusion appearing on his face. In the next moment, his flashing eyes were covered with a layer of blood-red light. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled, subconsciously thinking that the other side was playing some kind of trick, but he also felt that something was wrong. For a moment he didn't know what the other side was thinking. At that moment, Xie Li had already rushed to within 5 meters of Yang Kai. His murderous intent so clear it was almost tangible, like a sharp blade cutting into Yang Kai's skin. The next moment, Xie Li's body began to glow with a strange blood-red color, and his aura became extremely chaotic. Blood began to flow from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears as his eyes widened, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This is... Yang Kai watched this sudden scene in surprise, but soon he thought of something and his expression changed dramatically. With a tap of his hand, the purple shield flew out and transformed into a violent sandstorm that wrapped around him. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down from the sky and transformed into a curtain of flames, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just finished doing all this when Xie Li rushed into the curtain of flames formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Scorching flames covered his entire body, turning him into a burning man in an instant, but Xie Li seemed to be unaware of this and still rushed towards Yang Kai without any fear of death, muttering some kind of incantation under his breath as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. The curtain of flames shrank and blocked Xie Li's advance, finally slowing him down significantly. Xie Li's body also reached its limit at this moment as his skin began to crack and blood began to seep out, drying under the scorching heat. A loud bang rang out as Xie Li's physical body and the massive amount of Saint Qi contained in his body suddenly burst apart. An unimaginable shockwave spread out from where he stood, sending sand and stones flying everywhere as the heavens and earth seemed to shatter. The surrounding space flashed wildly as the illusion arrays arranged here were unable to withstand the impact of this energy, and only lasted a few breaths of time before collapsing, revealing the original scenery of this place. The curtain of flames that had originally wrapped Xueqi's body was also torn apart by this shockwave. Fortunately, the artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was hit by this shockwave, it did not suffer any serious damage, only shrinking and distorting for a moment before restoring its original appearance, its eyes flashing an anthropomorphic look of horror. All of Dragon Cave Mountain shook at this moment, and even with the many layers of protective spirit arrays, the energy fluctuations could not be concealed. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who were 50 kilometers away, both stood up and stared towards Dragon Cave Mountain in surprise. Old Fei, this is. Qian Tong's expression became dignified. Did someone self-destruct? Fei Ji too said in surprise. And looking at this aura, it seems to be Xueqi. That can't be. Xueqi is a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Even if he fell into that spirit array, he shouldn't have ended up like this. Let's go take a look. Something's wrong over there. After Qian Tong said so, his figure flickered and flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Fei Ji too frowned, smiled bitterly, and followed after him helplessly. Speaking of which, Shadow Moon Hall was in a bad situation right now, so it was best not to get involved in this matter. But after seeing that Yang Kai possessed a wisp of an ancient divine spirit's remnant soul, Fei Ji too could no longer treat him as an ordinary saint king and subconsciously wanted to establish a good relationship with him. In addition, Qian Tong was obviously on Yang Kai's side, so Yang Kai naturally did not want Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain to suffer any losses. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer exchanged a glance before following without hesitation. The group of four flew up into the air and hurried over, but before they even arrived at Dragon Cave Mountain, they saw countless rays of light flying towards the same destination from all directions. Obviously, these were the masters from the various great forces who had been watching from the sidelines. After noticing the movement on Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them were greatly surprised and ran over to see what was happening. Over on Colored Glass Sect's side, Gong Ao Fu, Dai Yuan, and Yin Su Dai were also flying over, but unlike Gong Ao Fu and Yin Su Dai's indifference, Dai Yuan's face showed an anxious look. After hesitating for a while, she grit her teeth and asked, "Honored Master, what happened over there? Why are there such terrifying energy fluctuations?" Gong Ao Fu frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy that Dai Yuan was so concerned about Dragon Cave Mountain. Originally she did not want to answer, but seeing Yin Su Dai also looking at her suspiciously, she thought about it and said, "It seems that someone self-destructed, otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a disturbance." Self-destruct? Who self-destructed? Yin Su Dai raised her brow and asked excitedly, "Could it be that Dragon Cave Mountain is heavily outnumbered and Yang Kai has no way out?" Hearing her say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face couldn't help turning white as her heart pounded rapidly. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head. "No, that little brat doesn't have the ability to cause such a big disturbance. The one who self-destructed must be at the same level as Honored Master." A second-order origin returning realm? That can't be, right? Yin Su Dai exclaimed. There are only 3 second-order origin returning realm masters who entered Dragon Cave Mountain, each of them possessing outstanding strength and fame. How could one of them choose to self-destruct? How would Honored Master know? Didn't you see so many people rushing over? I'm afraid none of them knew what was going on, so they decided to investigate. However, judging from this aura, it's a bit similar to the one from Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall. Doesn't that mean? Yin Su Dai's pretty face changed. Honored Master, is that true? Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Gong Ao Fu turned her head and glanced at her coldly. Whether it is or not, what does that have to do with you? Once this matter is over, return to Colored Glass Sect and enter retreat. From now on, without my permission, don't go out easily. Yes. Dai Yuan bit her red lips and nodded obediently. Although Gong Ao Fu was very satisfied with her apprentice's attitude, she was also filled with doubts. What kind of danger was hidden in this little Dragon Cave Mountain? How could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator be forced to self-destruct? At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain's cave mansion, Yang Yan's complexion changed drastically. Even though she was hiding inside the cave mansion, she could clearly feel the violent energy fluctuations outside. At this moment, the entire cave mansion was filled with rubble, So Yang Kai was almost at the center of this dangerous situation and she couldn't tell if he was all right. Quickly pouring her Saint Qi into the gold and silver spirit array in front of her, Yang Yan breathed a sigh of relief after detecting Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai wasn't dead, but his aura was a bit chaotic. Just as she was about to carefully investigate Yang Kai's situation, Wu Yi exclaimed, "Elder sister Yang Yan, there are many masters approaching our Dragon Cave Mountain, what should we do?" Yang Yan Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the spirit array. Sure enough, she found that many light spots were rapidly approaching Dragon Cave Mountain. Many of these lights were extremely bright, obviously the reaction of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen of them, and that wasn't all of them. So many! Yang Yan Yan's face sank. With so many masters approaching, even if the Shadow Moon Hall wanted to intervene, it wouldn't be able to help. Although Qian Tong had a good relationship with Yang Kai, he couldn't become an enemy of so many people and would only drag Yang Yan down with him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Yan's expression became cold as she shouted, "Activate all the spirit arrays and barriers, kill anyone who dares trespass on Dragon Cave Mountain." Wu Yi froze for a moment before nodding immediately, her hands forming a series of seals as she poured her Saint Qi into the spirit array. Soon, all of Dragon Cave Mountain was covered in a thick fog and the sounds of wind blowing could be heard. "Qian Yu, take them to the basement," Yang Yan Yan said coldly. "Are we going to use that?" Qian Yu heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. Yang Yan Yan smiled bitterly. "I hope not, but it's better to be prepared early. You helped me refine it so you know what to do now." "I know." Qian Yu nodded lightly and immediately walked out. A moment later, all the cultivator hiding in the cave mansion came out and followed Qian Yu towards a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain. "Xiao Xiao!" Yang Yan Yan called out softly. In the next moment, a little guy that looked like a stone puppet appeared in front of her silently and strangely, its pair of round eyes staring curiously at Yang Yan. "You go too." Yang Yan Yan waved her hand and the stone mongoose's figure flickered and disappeared again. Chapter 1406. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stood somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain, his body dripping with blood as he stared blankly into the distance with a strange look on his face. In the ground in front of him, there was a huge crater with countless pieces of flesh scattered around it, making for a terrifying sight. This was obviously the result of Xie Li's self-destruction. However, Yang Kai couldn't believe what he had just seen. Why would Xie Li choose to self-destruct? Even if there was a great hatred between them, Xie Li wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice his own life for revenge. What's more, the battle between them had only just begun, so how could Xie Li not have any confidence in defeating him? Only those who were forced into a dead end would choose such an extreme method to die together with their enemy. Otherwise, if the enemy didn't die after they self-destructed, wouldn't that just cause pain to those close to them and pleasure to those close to them? Yang Kai subconsciously suspected that Xie Li was playing some kind of trick and thought that everything just now was an illusion. However, the huge crater in front of him and the ferocious energy shockwave just now were clearly the result of a cultivator of that level self-destructing, so it couldn't be faked. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that Xie Li's aura was nowhere to be seen. He had really disappeared. Is he crazy? While Yang Kai cursed in his heart, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. A second-order origin returning realm master had self-destructed just a few dozen meters away, and the terrifying shockwave had swept out. If Yang Kai hadn't sensed something was wrong and prepared in advance, he would likely have been dragged to the grave this time. The 2 layers of protection provided by the Firebird artifact spirit and the purple shield managed to reduce the power of his opponent's self-destruction by about 60%. But even so, when the shockwave hit him, Yang Kai felt like a small boat sailing in the middle of a storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Fortunately, his physique was strong and his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. At the critical moment, he had torn open a void crack and swallowed most of the shockwaves into it. At this moment, his appearance was a bit distressed, but it wasn't a big deal. In other words, Xie Li had died in vain. However, Yang Kai was still frowning. He wasn't excited at all. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Unless Xie Li's brain was rusty, there was no way he would make such a stupid choice. Xie Li had always been the deacon of the Shadow Moon Hall. His cultivation realm was high, and such a person was undoubtedly very smart. He would never use self-destruction to launch an attack. Yang Kai could not figure it out. Thinking about the change in Xie Li's expression before he blew himself up, Yang Kai was even more confused. While he was at a loss, a strange change occurred again. In the huge pit, a piece of flesh that belonged to Xueqi after he exploded suddenly wriggled strangely, and then a blood-red light shot out from it. At the same time, 4 or 5 identical blood-red beams of light shot out from all directions. Looking at the location where the Xie family Saint King cultivator who had been killed by Yang Kai had died. As soon as these blood-red beams of light appeared, they rushed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. By the time Yang Kai discovered them, they had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he didn't know what these blood-red beams of light were, he noticed that they were strange. Stretching out his hand, he summoned a grand heavenly shield in front of him. Immediately, Yang Kai's golden blood threads flickered and cut towards these blood-red beams of light. With a series of whizzing sounds, the sharp golden blood threads cut through these blood-red beams of light hundreds of times in an instant. However, only a slightly weaker beam of light was dissipated, revealing its true form. It looked like a silkworm cocoon, its body cut into countless pieces and dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed. The rest of the beams of light arrived at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's face filled with shock as he hurriedly withdrew, but the speed of these beams of light was undoubtedly faster. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the grand heavenly shield, but the thick grand heavenly shield was unable to stop their advance. Several blood-red beams of light flashed and rushed into Yang Kai's mind, his spiritual energy defenses unable to block them. Shit! Yang Kai's face sank as he immediately closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. Looking around, he soon found traces of the intruders. They were exactly the same as the ones he had just seen. They were all blood-red silkworm cocoons that were quietly suspended somewhere above his knowledge sea. When Yang Kai discovered them, they all burst into light and immediately gathered towards the center. In the blink of an eye, these strange silkworm cocoons merged into one. A somewhat familiar aura emerged from this cocoon. Lu Yi. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he had only fought with Lu Yi once, Yang Kai still remembered his aura because this person was simply too strange. What Yang Kai hadn't expected was that behind these blood-red beams of light, there were actually traces of Lu Yi. Could it be that Xueqi's self-destruction was also controlled by Lu Yi? Otherwise, how could a second-order origin returning realm master choose such an extreme method at the beginning of the battle? One of these blood-red beams of light clearly flew out from a piece of Xueqi's flesh. Recalling the change in expression on Xueqi's face before he self-destructed, Yang Kai faintly felt that his guess was correct. If this was really the case, then Lu Yi was simply too amazing. He could even control a second-order origin returning realm master. Just who is he? In an instant, Yang Kai raised his evaluation of Lu Yi to a whole new level, no longer daring to underestimate him. Staring at the blood-red silkworm cocoon in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This thing should have been condensed from spiritual energy, and was not a physical entity. Lu Yi was just a trivial Saint King, so how could his spiritual energy be so powerful? Yang Kai couldn't believe it. Yang Kai's guess was not wrong. Xueqi had indeed been controlled by Lu Yi. As a master who stood at the peak of this world tens of thousands of years ago, although Lu Yi's current cultivation was not outstanding, the various secret techniques he had mastered were far superior to ordinary origin-returning realm masters. Even if Xueqi was shrewd, he would never have imagined that Lu Yi would be able to plant a 10,000 poison evil insect on him. Through this insect, Lu Yi secretly controlled the fate of the Xie family, Sea Heart sect, Flowing Cloud Valley, and the many cultivator he had subdued. From the beginning, Lu Yi did not intend for Xueqi to seek revenge on Yang Kai or kill Yang Kai. His original plan was to control Yang Kai through the 10,000 poison evil insect and then take back what belonged to him from Yang Kai. In Lu Yan's desert, his precious treasure had been taken away by Yang Kai. Lu Yi had always wanted to take it back, and now, he had finally found an opportunity. His original intention was not to have Xueqi blow himself up to kill Yang Kai, but rather to severely wound Yang Kai so that he would not be able to resist. Lu Yi had not expected that Xueqi would choose to approach Yang Kai in a melee manner. If not for Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, Lu Yi's plan would likely have failed. After all, once Yang Kai died, Lu Yi would never be able to take back what belonged to him. The 10,000 poison evil insect was not a poisonous insect, but something he had condensed using his divine sense secret technique. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Now that several 10,000 poison evil insects had merged into one, their power was far greater than before. It could be said that using them to control a third-order Saint King cultivator was a simple matter. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai stared at the cocoon-like thing with a look of surprise on his face. Although he did not recognize the 10,000 poison evil insect, Yang Kai knew that it was not a good thing, so with a single thought, he sent out the flame-like seawater down below to wrap around the cocoon. The cocoon did not show any intention of resisting, and simply allowed the seawater to hit it. Soon, it was completely wrapped up. Yang Kai's powerful conflagrated knowledge sea continued to burn the cocoon, but it did not seem to have any reaction, only a red light flashing across its body as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he secretly felt that he had underestimated this damned thing. His conflagrated knowledge sea did not seem to be able to cause much damage to it. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer tried to waste any more effort and simply waved his hand, causing the seawater to fall back down. Just as Yang Kai was about to use another method, the blood-red cocoon suddenly flickered and transformed into a blood-red light that shot straight towards his soul avatar. But how could Yang Kai allow it to succeed? Inside his knowledge sea, he was the master. He could control everything with a single thought. With a cold snort, Yang Kai condensed a number of fiery red spears from his spiritual energy and shot towards the blood cocoon. But the blood cocoon was extremely nimble, swaying back and forth slightly, dodging all of the attacks. So difficult to deal with. A fierce look flashed across Yang Kai's face as the demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge sea suddenly opened and shot out a golden beam of light towards the cocoon. The blood-red cocoon tried to dodge several times but was still unable to avoid this attack and was instantly enveloped. The rapidly flashing 10,000 poison evil insect immediately calmed down, as if it had been fixed in place, its fat body twisting and turning as it let out a strange squeaking sound, as if it was in great discomfort. Lu Ye's means were truly amazing, being able to control so many origin-returning realm cultivator with 10,000 poison evil insects. But he had clearly underestimated Yang Kai and actually wanted to use this 10,000 poison evil insect to control Yang Kai. Yang Kai's knowledge sea had a divine technique like the demon eye of annihilation. The greatest function of the golden light of annihilation was to purify the spiritual energy of others, so the 10,000 poison evil insect was naturally restrained by it. With a hissing sound, the blood-red mist on the surface of the blood-red cocoon evaporated, and no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape the golden light. Yang Kai looked on coldly from the sidelines, his expression neither surprised nor happy, but in his heart, he was greatly surprised. He didn't know how strange Lu Ye's spiritual energy was, but even after being enveloped by the golden light of annihilation, the blood-red cocoon didn't immediately melt. It seemed that it would take some effort to get rid of it. A long night was fraught with dreams. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before issuing a command in his mind. The next moment, from the seven-colored island in his knowledge sea, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, as if countless mosquitoes were flying towards him, flapping their wings. At the same time, a black cloud was rapidly approaching. Soul-devouring insects. Chapter 1407. The soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects that had been cultivated by Yang Kai to this day, and had even been nourished by the profound insect stone, so the power they could display now was incomparable to before. They could now easily devour the spiritual energy of a Saint King realm cultivator, and could even cause some interference to an origin-returning realm cultivator. However, Yang Kai rarely used them because Yang Kai could easily kill ordinary enemies while the soul-devouring insects couldn't play much of a role in dealing with powerful enemies, so they were rarely used by Yang Kai. However, this did not mean that the soul-devouring insects were useless. Their power lay in their ability to slaughter enemies on a large scale. But at this moment, they were perfectly suited for this purpose. The soul-devouring insect's favorite thing to devour was spiritual energy, so Lu Yi could only blame his bad luck. The soul secret skills he had condensed from his own secret technique were generally successful in every situation, but this time, they had been completely suppressed by Yang Kai. Both the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of the 10,000 poison evil insect. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of soul-devouring insects arrived in front of Yang Kai. Even under the golden light of annihilation, the blood-red cocoon only struggled slightly. But when the soul-devouring insects appeared, it seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and began trembling. The soul-devouring insects ignored this and rushed towards the 10,000 poison evil insect under Yang Kai's control. Kacha-kacha, the sound of something being gnawed rang out. The soul-devouring insects came quickly and left just as quickly, Returning to the seven-colored island a moment later while the 10,000 poison evil insect, which had been shrouded in the golden light of annihilation, was nowhere to be seen. It had clearly been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Yang Kai swept his knowledge sea with his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he gently nodded and released his soul avatar. At the same time, more than 200 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, in a certain room of the Xie family's headquarters, a handsome young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly turned pale and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a look of shock filling his face as he cried out, "How is this possible?" This person was naturally Lu Yi. He was actually quite clever, or rather cautious, so he did not participate in this siege of Dragon Cave Mountain, instead choosing to sit in the Xie family's mansion and wait for news. After all, if the matter was successful, it didn't matter whether he went or not. If it wasn't successful, it wouldn't matter even if he went. With this in mind, Lu Yi waited quietly in the distance from beginning to end. But just now, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. The 10,000 poisons evil insect that he relied on the most was actually killed. Planting this 10,000 poison evil insect on the Xie family's Xueqi had cost Lu Yi a lot of thought. After all, Xueqi was a second-order origin returning realm master, so it wouldn't be easy to secretly plant something on him. For this, Lu Yi even paid a trace of his origin divine essence. Now that his primordial spirit had disappeared, Lu Yi, as the master, naturally suffered a certain degree of backlash. His injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. He would need at least 1 to 2 months of recuperation. Lu Ye's face instantly became ferocious. What he thought was a foolproof plan had actually gone awry. What's more, from the little bit of information the 10,000 poison evil insect gave him, it was clear that it had been killed by Yang Kai. As for what method Yang Kai used, Lu Yi had no idea. No matter how powerful his secret technique was, it was impossible for him to monitor the situation in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Good. Lu Yi sneered. This senior has underestimated you. A trivial Saint King was actually able to injure this senior. It seems this senior won't be too lonely in the future. Interesting. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy and he coldly snorted. A bunch of wastes, unable to accomplish anything but ruin everything. If this senior hadn't seized this body and recultivated, how could he have needed you? It seems this place isn't suitable for me to stay for long. Saying so, Lu Yi stood up and silently left the Xie family's main altar, casually looking for a direction and disappearing. Although he was the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley, he didn't put this identity in his eyes at all. Since returning to Flowing Cloud Valley after seizing this body, he had subdued everyone in the valley. In order to cultivate his evil secret art, 90% of the sect's disciples had been sacrificed. Even the relatives of Lu Ye's current body had not been spared. Now that Flowing Cloud Valley was basically empty, Lu Yi naturally had no intention of returning. In any case, with his means, Shadowed Star was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. What he needed to do now was find a good place to restore his cultivation. As for Yang Kai, there would come a time when he would seek revenge. Lu Yi still didn't believe that his treasure had been refined by Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low. Even if an Origin King Realm Master tried to refine that treasure, it would take a few years for them to succeed. Yang Kai must have hidden it somewhere. Lu Yi thought so, but he could never have imagined that Yang Kai actually possessed a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai really didn't have the ability to refine that thing, but the soul-warming lotus had absorbed it. It was precisely because it had absorbed the huge amount of energy from that unknown crystal that the soul-warming lotus had been able to evolve into its final 7-colored form and allowed Yang Kai to comprehend the blossoming lotus secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai opened his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Soon, he noticed that the battle with Xueqi and the others had also ended and that Xueqi and the others were now meditating. The three of them were facing the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple. Although the other party was also a second-order origin returning realm master, fighting inside Dragon Cave Mountain had greatly reduced his strength. After being beaten by Xueqi, Haoen, and Ning Xiangchen, as well as being harassed several times by Yang Yan's spirit array, he had inevitably fallen here. At this point, all the enemies who had broken into Dragon Cave Mountain had been killed without exception. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had only sent out 4 people, 3 from the First Order Origin Returning Realm and 1 Third Order Saint King. Although this kind of record could not be said to be unrivaled in the future, it was basically unprecedented. If word of this spread, no one would believe it. Standing in place, Yang Kai thought for a while before reaching out and taking off his tattered clothes, putting on a new set of clothes, wiping off the blood on his body before walking over to Xueqi and the others. The soul of the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain had been swallowed by Yang Kai with his demon eye of annihilation, and Xueqi's self-detonation had not been spared. There was also the soul of the demon blood temple master, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Presumably, after swallowing the souls of these three people, Yang Kai would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Xueqi and the others, glanced at the body of the demon blood temple master lying in a pool of blood, and quietly swallowed his soul into his knowledge sea. His arrival had obviously alerted Xueqi and the others. The three of them opened their eyes, and when they saw that it was Yang Kai, they all revealed looks of joy and stood up. "Elder Ning, you've worked hard this time." Yang Kai cupped his fists to Ning Xiangchen. Ning Xiangchen had stood on Dragon Cave Mountain's side without hesitation this time and had even killed many enemies for him, giving Yang Kai a good impression of him. No matter what his intentions were or what his intentions were, it was true that he had helped him. "Ha ha!" Ning Xiangchen laughed. Although he had just experienced a great battle, his complexion was still quite good, obviously not injured. Little friend Yang is too polite. This old master has lived a long life and rarely encountered such a grand occasion. It has been a long time since he had been so excited. This old master must thank little friend Yang for providing this opportunity for me, making this old master feel much younger. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Old man Ning is too polite. If old man Ning has time in the future, please come to Dragon Cave Mountain often. We will certainly welcome you with open arms. Ning Xiangchen's eyes lit up and his smile became more and more hearty. Yang Kai's words clearly showed that he was no longer an outsider. Ning Xiangchen suddenly felt that his efforts had paid off, but he was still not satisfied and tentatively asked, "Instead of coming often, I wonder what little friend Yang thinks?" "HM?" Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise. Ning Xiangchen's words indicated that he wanted to join Dragon Cave Mountain. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai understood why Ning Xiangchen would make such a choice. This time, by helping Dragon Cave Mountain kill its enemies, he had offended Myriad Beast Mountain, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and Flowing Cloud Valley. Although he was an origin-returning realm master, he had no sect to protect him, so there was no telling when someone would seek revenge. Rather than this, it was better to simply tie himself to Dragon Cave Mountain. This was indeed the case. Although Ning Xiangchen had been free all his life, when he reached old age, he felt a little lonely. Usually, he wanted to find someone to chat with and exchange cultivation experiences, but there was no place for him to go. Today, after seeing the magnificence of Dragon Cave Mountain, he naturally wanted to join it and seek a place to retire. Moreover, there were only 2 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain who had the same strength as him. Their backgrounds were not high, but their tempers were good, so if he joined, he would not have to worry about being ostracized. Based on these considerations, Ning Xiangchen had made such a decision, but it was also the result of careful consideration and not a moment of impulse. He was not a young man and would not act impulsively. After saying so, Ning Xiangchen looked at Yang Kai with some uneasiness, wondering if the other party would accept him. Since Senior Ning has such intentions, this junior will naturally welcome you. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, but Senior Ning should consider this carefully. Dragon Cave Mountain is not a peaceful place now, perhaps. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Ning Xiangchen smiled and waved his hand. What little friend wants to say, this old master can more or less guess, but this old master has already buried half his neck in the sand, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing I am worried about is not knowing when I will die and no one will know. If I can die here on Dragon Cave Mountain, it will be a blessing for me. This is a good burial place. Yang Kai raised his brow. Since the other party had put it this way, he naturally would not refuse and nodded. Good, then Senior Ning will be a foreign elder of my Dragon Cave Mountain in the future and will enjoy the same treatment as foreign elder Chong and foreign elder Hao. Haha, this Ning will accept. Ning Xiangchen laughed and cupped his fists. Xueqi and Haoan continued to congratulate Ning Xiangchen. Although the 3 of them had only known each other for a short time, having fought side by side together, they felt a sense of camaraderie. As they spoke, Xueqi and Haoan faintly revealed the wealth of Dragon Cave Mountain and the treatment foreign elders could enjoy, causing Ning Xiangchen's eyes to light up and his heart to burn with excitement. When he was fighting with the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple just now, Ningxiang Chen could see that Xueqi and Haowen's background was far superior to his own. Chapter 1408. Every artifact of Xueqi and Haowen, whether it was offensive or defensive, was origin grade high rank, and the pills they consumed were so good that Ningxiang Chen couldn't help feeling envious. Throughout his life, the best artifact he had ever owned was origin grade low rank. In order to repair it, he had to travel far and wide in search of materials. Xueqi had given him a few restorative spirit pills just now, but Ningxiang Chen was not willing to eat them and had quietly kept them. Thinking that he could also own these things, Ningxiang Chen felt more and more that his choice was correct. Over here, the atmosphere was harmonious, and the sound of laughter continued. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed, and his happy expression sank once more. Xueqi observed his expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Many honored guests have come to visit. I'll go with you to have a look," Yang Kai sneered. Honored guests. Xueqi and the others glanced at each other, but soon had some guesses and frowned before following Yang Kai outside. The thick fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain once again tumbled and parted, revealing a corridor that led directly to the interior. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai, Xueqi, and the others appeared. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes swept over this group of four, but after discovering that Yang Kai and the others were unscathed, everyone's expression changed to one of surprise, doubt, suspicion, shock, disbelief, and so on. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, on the other hand, raised their brows slightly. Their reactions were quite different from the others as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Yang Kai in greeting. What a grand spectacle! Ningxiang Chen stood behind Yang Kai and swept his eyes over this group. Hearing this, he exclaimed. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, countless masters had arrived, floating mid-air in twos and threes, all of them casting curious glances towards the interior. Needless to say, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too. Ningxiang Chen also saw Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union, Chengpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and Gong Ao Fu of Color Glass Sect. In addition, there were also people from Grand Fire Temple, Clear Sky Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Sea Temple, and many others. Even Yen Pei and Ran Tian Rue from Treasure Trove Pavilion were here. These people had brought their own disciples with them. This was a semicircle. Surrounding Dragon Cave Mountain, each group exuded an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. There were at least a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters in this group. There were countless first and second and first origin realm masters. Dragon Cave Mountains, this place is. Ningxiang Chen sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his heart uneasy. Without even mentioning the strength of the masters who had come here, just the sects they represented more than half of Shadowed Star's first-rate sects. In particular, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were glaring furiously at Yang Kai, and anyone could see the monstrous anger in their eyes. After all, many of their sects had participated in the attack on Dragon Cave Mountain this time, especially second-order masters like the Old Man and Middle-Aged Man. Now that Yang Kai had appeared safely while they were nowhere to be seen, it wasn't difficult to guess what their fates had been. However, did Dragon Cave Mountain really have such great ability? Could it have killed all the enemies who had intruded? Not only were Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng suspicious, but everyone else was also pondering this question. However, if those people hadn't died, how could Yang Kai appear here? What exactly happened inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array while it was closed? Everyone was confused. Although everyone who had come here was a master, no one dared to underestimate Dragon Cave Mountain anymore. However, when they looked at the mountain defending array and the layers of spirit arrays inside, all of them couldn't help feeling excited. There was no other reason other than the fact that these restrictions and formations were extremely profound. If he could find and capture the person who set up the formations, then the formations of his sect's headquarters would definitely be improved and improved by a great deal. Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Yang Kai shouted loudly, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. I did not know that seniors had come to visit Dragon Cave Mountain. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The expressions of the masters from the various great forces changed, but no one answered. After all, not many of them had any kind of friendship with Dragon Cave Mountain or Yang Kai before. Most of them had come here out of curiosity while others had come to inquire about information. As for Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, none of them placed him in their eyes. Only Qian Tong chuckled and said heartily, "You don't need to worry about it, us old fogies just came here to take a look." Qian Tong's words swept across the crowd, causing many of the masters present to glare at him fiercely. "Oh, so that's how it is." Yang Kai grinned and said indifferently, "Then I'll have to disappoint seniors. Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated and the scenery isn't very good. I'm afraid there isn't much to see here." Such an obvious eviction order could be heard by even a deaf person. Yang Kai had basically told them to go back to where they came from. But since so many experts had come, how could they just leave without getting the truth out of the matter? The others didn't care, but Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng would definitely not let this go. Thinking so, most of the cultivators turned their eyes to Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng, waiting for them to answer. At this point, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng naturally could not stay out of this. The former coldly snorted and stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, shouting impatiently, "Boy, this old master will ask you, where did those people who entered the mountain go?" "So it is Senior Jin Shi." Yang Kai acted as if he had just discovered him, a respectful look appearing on his face as he asked casually, "You mean the group from the Xie family?" Jin Shi lightly coughed. This old master is asking about the people from the Xie family. Where are they now?" Although everyone knew that people from Demon Blood Temple had participated in this operation, Jin Shi was not stupid enough to admit it, because on the surface, this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was a matter of grievances between the Xie family and Yang Kai. All those who participated in this operation were disciples of the Xie family, no outsiders. "If Senior is concerned about the people from the Xie family, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Yang Kai's lips curled slightly. "What do you mean?" Jin Shi's heart clenched. Haha, why ask a question Senior Jin Shi already knows the answer to? Those people dared to trespass into my Dragon Cave Mountain and tried to harm this junior. So Junior naturally sent them to the Netherworld. This junior is not a good-tempered person. Yang Kai's expression gradually became cold. A series of gasps sounded, and everyone's expression became extremely shocked. Although everyone had already guessed in their hearts that the group of people who had broken into Dragon Cave Mountain had met with misfortune, now that Yang Kai had confirmed it himself, they still found it hard to believe. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The expressions of the other masters were not much better, all of them looking like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Among that group of people, there were more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters, 3 of which were Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 200 Saint Kings. Such a force had actually been wiped out on a small Dragon Cave Mountain. How was this possible? Was Dragon Cave Mountain really so powerful? If this was the case, then this small mountain could already be considered a second-tier force. What nonsense! You think you can do that? Old Woman Feng had always had a bad temper, so when she saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly, a trace of anger appeared on her old face and she slammed the dragon head walking stick in her hand into the air, obviously unwilling to believe Yang Kai's words. She instinctively felt that he had used some kind of spirit array to trap the intruders. Senior Feng doesn't believe me? Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. Ignorant child, this old woman has lived for more than half of her life but has never heard such a good joke. As soon as Old Woman Feng's voice fell, her face changed dramatically because she saw a one-handed axe appear in Yang Kai's hand and casually play with it. Grandma, that is. Feng Yan, who had been standing next to Old Woman Feng, also changed her expression because she could tell that this one-handed axe was Elder Du's artifact. This was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact that he cherished so much that he would not easily show it to others. If Elder Du had not died, how could such an artifact have fallen into Yang Kai's hands? From the looks of it, the old man had really fallen. Even a second-order Origin Returning Realm Master had died, so there was no way anyone else could have survived. Old Woman Feng could no longer question anything as the facts were right in front of her. Continuing to doubt would be the same as deceiving herself. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Although my Dragon Cave Mountain is not big, it is not a place anyone can casually bully. Since all the seniors are here today, Junior will boldly say that if anyone without eyes dares to have any ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain in the future, the Xie family will suffer the same fate." "Boy, are you threatening us?" Jin Shi took a step forward and asked fiercely. "Old Ghost Jin." Qian Tong coldly snorted from the side. "What makes you think Yang Kai is threatening you?" "He only said those without eyes. Could it be that your Demon Blood Temple wants to bully the weak?" He could see that Jin Shi was trying to take advantage of the situation, so how could he give him the chance? Not to mention that Qian Tong had always been on Dragon Cave Mountain's side. Shadow Moon Hall's current embarrassing situation was enough to annoy Qian Tong, so now that he had an opportunity, he naturally had to retort. After listening to his words, Jin Shi glanced over at Qian Tong and frowned, but it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so he had some scruples. Good, good, good. On the other side, old woman Feng grit her teeth and shouted, "Sure enough, heroes come from the young. This old woman has underestimated you. Your courage is quite big." Yang Kai grinned. "Many thanks for Senior Feng's praise. Many people say the same thing, but this junior doesn't know how big his courage is." Asterisk Poochie. Asterisk a chuckle came from the side as Dai Yuan of Colored Glass Sect couldn't help giggling. Gong Ao Fu couldn't help glaring at her in warning. Yin Su Dai also wore a disgruntled look. "Humph, what's there to be proud of? This little brat is so unruly. Sooner or later something will happen. Senior sister, it's best you don't get involved with him. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. Junior sister should just take care of herself," Dai Yuan replied indifferently. Chapter 1409. Your junior sister is right. Gong Ao Fu snorted. It's not a good thing for a young man to show off too much. The taller the tree in the forest, the more likely it is to be destroyed by the wind. If he doesn't change his character, he will definitely die an untimely death. Master will not allow you to have any contact with him so as to avoid causing trouble for my Colored Glass Sect. Honored Master. Dai Yuan was shocked and was about to say something when Gong Ao Fu stared at her with a dignified expression. What's wrong? Do you not even want to listen to your honored master's words? Dai Yuan bit her thin lip lightly and after a long time nodded. Disciple will follow honored master's instructions. Seeing this, Gong Ao Fu turned her gaze away with satisfaction. On the other side, two women stood together, both of them staring towards Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. One of them was slightly charming while the other was pure and innocent, but both of them were frowning slightly at this moment, seemingly somewhat worried. The strength of these two women wasn't high, both only Saint Kings, and they were standing in the middle of a group of people, so Yang Kai hadn't noticed them. If Yang Kai had seen them, he would have definitely recognized them as Clear Sky Sect's Chen Shitao and Lu Ying's senior sister. Yang Kai had several dealings with Chen Shitao and the other party had repeatedly invited Yang Kai to join Clear Sky Sect so he could participate in the sect trial, but Yang Kai had always politely refused. It was also thanks to them that Yang Kai had been able to meet Qian Yu in Black Crow City, redeem her, and bring her back to Dragon Cave Mountain. As disciples of Clear Sky Sect, the two of them had come to Heavenly Fate City with their master to participate in the auction. Originally, the two of them had intended to visit Yang Kai on Dragon Cave Mountain, but due to the various matters they had to attend to, they hadn't been able to find an opportunity until today. Seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's situation, Chen Shitao and Lu Ying were naturally anxious. Yang Kai had given them a good impression and had even saved their lives in Grand Burial Valley. The two women weren't ungrateful people, but with their low strength, they had no right to speak at this time. Senior sister, he seems to be in big trouble this time, Lu Ying said softly. N. Chen Shitao nodded subconsciously. Her vision far more profound than Lu Ying's, she knew that if Dragon Cave Mountain's situation wasn't handled properly this time, it would be beyond redemption. Then do you think he can escape this calamity? Lu Ying asked again. How would I know? Chen Shitao smiled bitterly. If she had enough strength, she would definitely not hesitate to help, but she was just a Saint King realm cultivator, so there was nothing she could do at this time. Biting her red lips lightly, she said thoughtfully, It's just that his luck has always been good, so I wonder if he will be blessed by the heavens this time. Although the two women spoke softly, a middle-aged man in front of them heard them clearly. This man's cultivation was quite good, a third-order origin returning realm master like Qian Tong and the others, but his long hair was even darker and more beautiful than the two women's, reaching his waist. He had a tall stature and wore a scholarly robe, giving him a somewhat wild and unrestrained aura. Turning his head, with a gentle smile on his face, he beckoned to Chen Shitao and Lu Ying. The two women exchanged a glance before quickly stepping forward and bowing respectfully. Honored Master. This man was Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder, Mou. He was a famous figure on Shadowed Star, on par with Qian Tong, Feiji Tu, and the others. Originally, Chen Shitao and Tao Nu weren't qualified to worship him as master, but in Lu Yen Sand Field, The two women had made great contributions and brought back countless saint crystals for the sect, so Mou made an exception and accepted them as his disciples. Occasionally, he would give them some pointers in their cultivation, allowing them to grow rapidly. The defensive artifact Chen Shi Tao used in Grand Burial Valley, the 9-palace heavenly silk umbrella, was given to her by him. "Do you know this young man?" Mou asked with a smile. Chen Shi Tao and Lu Ying glanced at each other, not daring to lie in front of their honored master. Immediately the former said, "Yes, honored master. He is the lucky friend I mentioned to you before." "Is he the one with great destiny you mentioned?" Mou raised his brow, showing a look of interest. "Yes, that's him." "Haha, that's a bit interesting. Luck is nothing but an illusion. A person can have good and bad luck. It's impossible for them to always have good luck. This is what they call extreme misfortune leads to bliss." Mou seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be teaching Chen Shi Tao. The latter didn't dare to interrupt and could only listen respectfully. Mou glanced over at her faintly and chuckled. "Do you expect master to say a few good words for him?" Chen Shi Tao's tender body trembled as she quickly said, "Disciple wouldn't dare. Although disciple is a woman, she understands the gravity of the situation and wouldn't dare ask honored master to wade into these muddy waters." "Good, very good," Mou nodded lightly. "The current situation is unclear, so this old master naturally won't easily wade into these muddy waters. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually quite old, so it wasn't a problem for him to call himself an old master." Changing the topic, Mou smiled and said, "However, this old master is very curious. Just how lucky is he to be praised so highly by you? If he can overcome the danger this time, this old master will believe that he really is blessed with great fortune. In the future, you can communicate with him more often." "Yes." Chen Shi Tao smiled happily, but when she thought about the current situation, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of worry. In any case, Yang Kai had saved her life, but now she could only watch helplessly without being able to help, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy and guilty. However, if he can't survive this crisis, and if he can't, there won't be any future for him. You can just sit with this old master and watch the show, Mou chuckled. Chen Shi Tao and Lu Ying glanced at each other, only able to stand aside and observe the situation. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai stood behind the mountain defending array and cupped his fists slightly. "Since so many seniors have arrived today, it stands to reason that this junior should invite all of you into the mountain to have a seat, but Mount Song has just experienced a battle and junior still has many things to deal with. I hope that seniors can forgive this junior's lack of hospitality. Please return." Yang Kai didn't want to waste any more time with these people, so naturally he wanted to drive them away. Everyone understood what he meant, but no one moved, especially Jin Shi and old woman Feng, who glared at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. If it weren't for Qian Tong and Fei Ji too being present, it was likely they would have immediately attacked. However, it was impossible for them to just leave. After all, their two sects had suffered heavy losses this time, so if they really left like this, where would they put their face in the future? Yang Kai also understood this truth, but no matter what, he had to make his stance clear first. If these people really attacked regardless of the consequences, he would be in the right while Qian Tong and Fei Ji too would be able to intervene without implicating Shadow Moon Hall. Seeing that no one was leaving, Yang Kai sneered and said loudly, "What's wrong? Could it be that seniors like the Xie family have taken a fancy to this junior's little mountain? Little brat, don't say such nonsense. Since this old master has come here, shouldn't you as a junior invite us in to rest? This is the proper way to treat guests," Jin Shi coldly snorted. Many masters heard this and nodded lightly. Although they had no grievances with Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain and had come here purely to watch the fun, after learning about the wonders of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, all of them wanted to go in and take a look. As such, even if they understood that Jin Shi had other intentions, all of them agreed with him at this moment. As long as they entered Dragon Cave Mountain, with Yang Kai's ability, how could he stop them from studying the spirit arrays? As for whether Dragon Cave Mountain would invite a wolf into the house and bring disaster upon itself, how could they care? Old Ghost Jean, do you have any shame? Others have already made it very clear that there are many things that need to be dealt with on this mountain, and that it is inconvenient to entertain guests. We have already apologized in advance, yet you still insist on saying such things. Are you trying to bully the weak? If you really want to rest, Heavenly Fate City is just 50 kilometers away. Come with this old master and this old master will entertain you. Qian Tong looked at Jin Shi with displeasure. No matter what, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Not giving Yang Kai face was equivalent to not putting Shadow Moon Hall in his eyes, which made Qian Tong very annoyed. Naturally, we must go to Heavenly Fate City, but this little brat is acting so arrogantly. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all, Jin Shi said with a look of unwillingness to give up. Don't try to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. If you want to cause trouble, this old master will accompany you. Qian Tong shouted, his expression becoming unfriendly. Perceiving Qian Tong's resolute attitude, Jin Shi frowned. He didn't know what the relationship between Qian Tong and Yang Kai was that made him not hesitate to offend him. But now, it seemed that if he continued to be entangled, things would definitely not end well. However, leaving like this was really inappropriate. Intentionally or unintentionally, Jin Shi glanced over at old woman Feng and saw the other party's gloomy face. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Yang Kai. His brow furrowed, and just as he was about to drag old woman Feng down with him, a shocking pressure suddenly descended from the distance. Jin Shi's complexion changed as he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and turned his head to look. Everyone else did the same. Among the masters present, there were a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters, but even with their tyrannical strength, they could tell that this newcomer was not someone to be trifled with, causing them to show looks of shock. Only old Black Yen Pei showed a look of astonishment on his face as he muttered, "Why is she here?" It was as if this person shouldn't have appeared here. In the distance, a blue light quickly approached, and a moment later, this blue light flashed and stopped a few dozen meters in front of the crowd before dissipating, revealing two figures hidden inside. One was a man and one was a woman. The woman was the leader. She was dressed in a jade-green palace robe. Her long hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her bearing was graceful and luxurious. Her pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be born with the dignity to give orders. No one dared to look at her for too long. This woman in palace robes looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and although she was quite old, she had maintained her appearance quite well. Her skin was fair and delicate, and even a young girl in her late 20s could not compare to her. Her 10 slender fingers and enchanting figure were enough to arouse one's imagination. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this woman because the aura that caused everyone to pale was coming from her. This was an aura that was even stronger than that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. Chapter 14:10. Behind the woman stood a man. This man had a rather peculiar appearance. He had a pointed mouth, monkey cheeks, and narrow slender eyes, as if he couldn't open them. There were only 2 slits in his eyes, and he had a mouthful of buck teeth that made him look like a rabbit. This man looked extremely wretched, and when he stood next to the beautiful woman in front of him, it created a sharp visual contrast, making the woman seem even more beautiful while this man was extremely ugly. However, from the way the two of them stood, it was obvious that this buck-toothed man should be a junior or disciple of the woman in palace robes, because he was standing behind her with a respectful expression, as if he was following her lead. His strength was also at the first-order origin returning realm, but the Saint Chi fluctuations faintly exuded from his body were much purer and denser than the average first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When he saw this woman, Yang Kai's face sank, not knowing what kind of background she had. If she was an enemy, then this situation would not be easy to handle. Facing this woman in palace robes, Yang Kai felt a faint sense of oppression, a feeling Jin Shi, old woman Feng, and the others couldn't give him. It was obvious that this woman was stronger than Jin Shi, old woman Feng, and the others. But when he saw the buck-toothed man, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Because he knew this person. This buck-toothed man was actually Xueqi, the one who had exchanged his Star Emperor token for a spirit pill after the auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion. Yang Kai had a particularly deep impression of this man because when this guy saw Yang Inflammation, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Not only was he extremely afraid, but he was also quite respectful, even calling himself Xueqi. This man's appearance was quite unique. How could Yang Kai forget such a strange person? He still remembered that after the exchange of spirit pills, the other party had said that if possible, his elder would come to visit him and Yang Inflammation. Thinking about it, this woman in palace robes was Xueqi's elder, and the spirit pill he wanted to exchange his Star Emperor token for was also prepared for this woman. Was this woman an enemy or a friend? Yang Kai frowned, his expression uncertain. However, The appearance of these two people successfully attracted everyone's attention, alleviating the originally hostile atmosphere by quite a bit. Moreover, when the experts from the various powers saw the woman's appearance, all of them revealed expressions of disbelief, and some were even extremely terrified. It was as if he was extremely afraid of this woman. Even Mo Xiao Shang of Heaven Battling Union and Cheng Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect were the same. The two of them glanced at each other and both showed looks of dread, secretly feeling a headache coming on. As the two giants of Shadowed Star, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect did not put anyone in their eyes except for the mysterious Star Emperor Mountain. As for Mo Xiao Shang and Cheng Peng Xian, they were the great elders of the two great forces. Their positions were high, and their strength was extraordinary. To be able to make the two of them so fearful, this woman's identity and background were obviously not to be underestimated. Yang Kai observed his expression. Although he didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, and what her background was, he knew that this woman was definitely a famous figure. How could it be her? Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong also looked like he had seen a ghost, squeezing his eyes hard as his eyelids twitched. Fei Zhitu's mouth opened like a hippopotamus, his expression not much better than Qian Tong's. Elder, who is this senior? Wei Gucheng asked curiously from the side. The woman in the palace robe had only appeared once. She didn't say anything. She simply suppressed all the masters present with her absolute aura, causing Wei Gucheng to feel very confused. At the same time, he also felt an inexplicable excitement. This was the power of a true master. Her? She is the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain. Qian Tong replied casually with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wei Gucheng's body shook as he stared at the woman in the palace robe with even more admiration. He had never expected that this senior's background would be so great. Star Emperor Mountain was one of the most mysterious and powerful forces on Shadowed Star. No one knew how many masters they had or how much heritage they had, but it was said that Star Emperor Mountain had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of Starfield, so even the great leaders of Heaven Battling Union felt inferior when facing Star Emperor Mountain. Fortunately, Star Emperor Mountain didn't compete for anything and rarely appeared on Shadowed Star. Otherwise, how could there be room for other sects to develop on Shadowed Star? Shadowed Star would have long since been unified by Star Emperor Mountain. Although Qian Tong's words were soft, they still fell into the ears of the woman in the palace robe. The other party turned her head slightly and glanced over at him with her pair of phoenix eyes. Being stared at like this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. The younger generation cultivator might not recognize this woman, but all the masters at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm or above present knew her name and knew her terrifying methods. Recalling the many major events that happened when this woman was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain more than 100 years ago, Qian Tong became more and more uneasy. Why would she appear here? This queen has been away from the world for a long time, but I didn't expect to see so many old friends as soon as I came out. The woman in palace attire suddenly opened her red lips, her voice pleasant to the ear, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze, their bodies and minds relaxed. Little Money, Little Fei, the two of you have also reached this level. It seems that you haven't lived these years in vain. The woman in the palace robe was silent, but as soon as she spoke, her voice was earth-shattering. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were old star elders of Shadow Moon Hall, but in the mouth of this woman, they had become Xiao Qian and Xiao Fei. Countless Saint King Realm cultivators' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets while many others couldn't help laughing secretly. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, however, couldn't laugh. Exchanging a glance, they quickly bowed and cupped their fists. Greetings, Senior Sister Yi. After not seeing you for more than 100 years, Senior Sister Yi is still as graceful as ever. Congratulations. Forget it. The woman surnamed Yi waved her hand lightly, no trace of joy or sadness visible on her pretty face. I'm just struggling at death's door, what grace is there to speak of? Saying so, she turned her head to the other side and beckoned. Xiao Hei, come here. On the other side, Ran Tian Rue, who was known as the little black face of Treasure Trove Pavilion, heard this and responded reflexively. Just as he was wondering why the senior had called him, he saw his master Yan Pei stride forward with a smile on his face and quickly rush to the woman's side. Ren Tianrui blinked his eyes and suddenly understood. It turned out that his master had also gradually grown from a little black face to an old black face. This senior wasn't calling him at all, she was clearly calling his master. Yan Pei greets Senior Sister Yi. What instructions does Senior Sister Yi have for me? Yan Pei asked respectfully. What happened here? Why are there so many people gathered here? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly and asked slowly. It's like this. Yan Pei, as the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, was naturally an eloquent speaker. In a few words, he roughly explained the situation here, concisely and to the point, without any unnecessary details. Although he didn't explain it too clearly, with the shrewdness of this woman surnamed Yi, how could she not understand the twists and turns of the story? Hearing this, she coldly snorted with displeasure. Bullying the weak, they deserve to be killed. Saying so, she shot a cold glare towards Jin Shi and old woman Feng. These two masters, who were already considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star, both frowned as displeasure appeared on their faces. They did have scruples about this woman surnamed Ye's fame and prestige, but that was more than 100 years ago. Now they had both grown to the Third Order Origin returning realm, so the other party not giving them any face naturally annoyed them. What's more, this woman surnamed Yi no longer represented Star Emperor Mountain. More than 100 years ago, she had disappeared, rumored to have had some kind of conflict with Star Emperor Mountain. Since then, there had been no news of her. In other words, she was now all alone, so no matter how great her fame was, could she compete with an entire sect? Although they were annoyed, Jin Shi and old woman Feng didn't show any intention of lashing out on the spot. After all, they still didn't know what the other party's intentions were, so rashly making enemies was unwise. After clarifying the cause of this conflict, the woman in palace robes suddenly turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai and asked the cultivator beside her, Xueqi, is he the one you were talking about? Gu Qi nodded respectfully. Yes, martial ancestor, it is him. Then where is master? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly as she muttered to herself. Her voice was so soft that even with the cultivation of everyone present, no one was able to hear it clearly, otherwise, it would have caused an uproar. Glancing towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array thoughtfully, the woman understood that her master was definitely behind it. Thinking so, she showed a warm smile and nodded to Yang Kai. You are Yang Kai, right? Yang Kai was quite nervous in his heart, but his expression was neither servile nor overbearing as he cupped his fists and said, This junior is indeed Yang Kai. What advice does senior have for coming to Mount Song? I wouldn't dare give advice. The woman surnamed Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Her peerlessly enchanting demeanor caused everyone to be dazed. Those with weaker hearts and weaker strengths were unable to shift their gazes away. It was as if there was some invisible attractive force coming from this woman that sucked in their gazes. This queen has come this time only to see a single person. If this queen has not guessed wrong, that person should be in this mountain. If it's convenient, could this queen ask little brother to open the array and let this queen in? Her attitude was gentle, without the slightest hostility, and she spoke in a negotiating tone, but Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly, unable to make a decision for the time being. As for who this woman wanted to see, Yang Kai had some guesses. It could only be Yang Inflammation. After all, when Gu Qi met Yang Inflammation at Treasure Trove Pavilion last time, his performance had been too shocking, and before he left, he had even said that his elders would be coming to visit. Yang Kai didn't have any friendship with them, so the one they wanted to visit was undoubtedly Yang Inflammation. However, the other party's origins were unknown, and it was unclear whether they were friend or foe, so how could Yang Kai open the spirit array so easily? If the other party had some kind of malicious intent towards Yang Inflammation, wouldn't that be the same as inviting a wolf into the house? With the other party's methods, if they really entered Dragon Cave Mountain, none of the cultivators inside would be able to stop them. So Yang Kai hesitated for a while. Seeing this woman surnamed Yi actually speak to Yang Kai in such an amiable manner, even using the word, please, Qian Tong and the others were all dumbfounded. Chapter 14:11. The arrogance and methods of this woman surnamed Yi were something Qian Tong and the others had deeply experienced when they were young. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, she was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. Now that she had disappeared for more than 100 years, her cultivation had likely reached the point of returning to its original state. It could be said that there were very few people on Shadowed Star who could fight her one-on-one. She was bossing them around while treating a junior like Yang Kai with such a gentle expression. Was there some kind of mistake? Qian Tong and the others couldn't help feeling like they were dreaming. Seemingly noticing Yang Kai's fear, the woman surnamed Yi didn't urge him and instead said after a moment of contemplation, How about this? This queen won't force you to open the spirit array, but can you allow this queen to speak a few words with that girl named Young Inflammation? This queen has no malice towards you and just wants to confirm something. Sure enough, she is here for Young Inflammation. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her and gently nodded. If it's just a few words, there's no problem. Senior, please accept. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, took out a communication artifact, and tossed it over to the woman surnamed Yi. The woman surnamed Yi didn't seem to move, but the communication artifact flew directly over to her and was gently caught in her hand. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, the woman surnamed Yi closed her beautiful eyes and poured her divine sense into the communication artifact to communicate with Young Inflammation. Time passed slowly and everyone present, regardless of their cultivation or background, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, as if they were afraid to disturb this woman surnamed Yi. As time passed, the woman surnamed Ye's tender body began to tremble slightly. The expression on her face also changed constantly, from shock and fear to uneasiness to pleasant surprise and excitement as a powerful tsunami-like aura uncontrollably spread out from her tender body. All the Saint King realm cultivators trembled. Under the influence of this aura, they felt as if they were wandering around the gates of hell, as if a single thought from this woman surnamed Yi could kill them in the next moment. Even a first or second order origin returning realm cultivator would have to circulate their secret arts to resist. However, he was not affected by it. But he was also secretly shocked. Although they were also third order origin returning realm cultivators, the same realm as the woman surnamed Yi, none of them could achieve what she had. This was clearly a sign of great success. In other words, if not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, this woman surnamed Yi was likely already an Origin King Realm Master. An Origin returning Realm Master wanted to break through to the Origin King Realm. His force had to reach the Great Perfection stage. This was something that none of the people present could satisfy. Realizing the gap between them and the woman surnamed Yi, everyone felt a sense of dread. Jean Shi and old woman Feng looked at each other. They rejoiced even more. Fortunately, they had suppressed their anger and did not have any conflict with the other party. Otherwise, even if it was 2 against 1, it was unknown whether they would be able to escape unscathed. After a long time, the terrifying aura slowly withdrew and the woman surnamed Yi opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigor and her beautiful face was slightly red, exuding a dazzling brilliance, as if she had encountered a joyous occasion. Yang Kai could clearly feel that her breathing had quickened, and from her tender body, a rapid heartbeat could be heard. What exactly did she communicate with Young Inflammation? Yang Kai was filled with doubts. Everyone else was also curious, wondering just what kind of person on Dragon Cave Mountain could cause such a great change in mood. One had to know that a master of her level would never have such intense mood swings unless she had encountered something major. The woman surnamed Yi took a few deep breaths to calm her excitement before turning to Yang Kai and asking softly, "Little brother, can you give this communication artifact to this queen? This queen can exchange it with you." Yang Kai smiled. "There's no need to exchange anything, it's just a trivial communication artifact. If Senior wants it, just take it." At this moment, he had determined that this woman had no malicious intent towards Dragon Cave Mountain, and most likely had some kind of relationship with Young Inflammation. In other words, this woman was a friend, not an enemy. With such a powerful ally suddenly arriving, Yang Kai was overjoyed, so how could he care about a simple communication artifact? The value of this thing was not worth mentioning as it was only used to transmit messages. If he wanted, Young Inflammation could easily refine countless of them. Since that's the case, this mistress offers her thanks. The woman surnamed Yi was not a wishy-washy person. Hearing this, her pretty face lit up and she happily put the communication artifact into her space ring. At this moment, everyone could see that this woman surnamed Yi had some kind of relationship with someone from Dragon Cave Mountain. Jean Shi, old woman Feng, and the others all wore ugly expressions as if they had just eaten a dead fly. They had been putting pressure on Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain all this time. But now that this woman surnamed Yi had really joined Dragon Cave Mountain, they had no choice but to withdraw. For the sake of their dead disciples, it was extremely unwise to become enemies with such a master, unless their heads were rusty. Considering all this, Jean Shi and old woman Feng both decided to withdraw. After all, there was still plenty of time for revenge, so it was best to first investigate the relationship between this woman surnamed Yi and Dragon Cave Mountain. Did he really manage to turn danger into safety? Over on Clear Sky Sec's side, Great Elder Mou's eyes flashed brilliantly, unable to believe what he had just seen. Just now, he had been lecturing Chen Shitao that the concept of luck was nothing more than an illusion, but in the blink of an eye, this inexplicable situation had actually taken a turn for the better. This little brat's luck. Isn't it a bit too heaven-defying? I knew his luck had always been good, and it seems it really is the case. Chen Shitao was also inexplicably excited. On one hand, it was because Yang Kai had turned danger into safety, but on the other hand, it was because her belief had been confirmed. No one was happier than her. Over on Colored Glass Sec's side, Dai Yuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while Yin Su Dai's pretty face was gloomy and filled with dissatisfaction. She had been hoping to see Yang Kai fall to his knees and beg for mercy, but how could she have anticipated that this woman surnamed Yi would suddenly appear and cause so many masters present to feel fear towards her? Seeing this show about to come to an end, how could Yin Su Dai be willing to give up? A bunch of wastes. She cursed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. She had just broken through to the origin returning realm, so whether it was in terms of cultivation or seniority, she was inferior to all the masters present. At this moment, there was no room for her to intervene or speak. What's wrong? Is there some kind of heaven-defying treasure here? What is the purpose of all of you gathering here? After the woman surnamed Yi finished talking with Yang Kai, her pretty face became cold as she glanced around and shouted. Hearing this, many masters took a step back, revealing looks of embarrassment, but Qian Tong simply laughed. Senior sister, you must be joking. How could there be any heaven-defying treasure here? Since that's the case, why haven't you left? Do you want this queen to drive you out? The woman surnamed Yi frowned with displeasure. We'll leave. Qian Tong said quickly, nodding gently to Yang Kai as he spoke. Yang Kai responded with a grateful look. With Qian Tong taking the lead, the other forces who had come to watch the show naturally didn't want to remain, causing the woman surnamed Yi to be displeased. They all cupped their fists to her before turning to leave. Jean Shi and old woman Feng couldn't do anything on their own and could only reluctantly withdraw. Just as the storm was about to subside, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth stirred, and then it became extremely chaotic. Everyone showed a look of horror as they instinctively thought that the woman surnamed Yi had broken her promise and taken action. Turning to look at her in shock, they were all stunned. Because the woman surnamed Yi herself had also lost all color as she stood in place with a look of shock. It wasn't that she had taken action, but that some kind of strange change had occurred. Hong long long. A violent sound came from the sky. The source of the sound seemed to be right next to them, but it also seemed to be far away, making it hard for them to figure it out. When they looked up towards the source of the sound, everyone's eyes narrowed, and their eyeballs trembled. Because up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, there was a scene of silver snakes dancing and thunder flashing, as if the end of the world had arrived. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, it had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. For so long it had not moved, but many of Shadowed Star's masters had joined forces to try and break into it. But in the end, they suffered heavy losses and failed to find a way to enter. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that although the Emperor Garden had appeared, it was not yet time to open, so no one could force their way in. All the great forces had sent disciples to stand guard near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, waiting for it to open so they could send word back. But unexpectedly, the Emperor Garden, which had always been peaceful, suddenly changed. No one knew what this meant. After all, the Emperor Garden was the private residence of the great emperors of Starfield, so the secrets involved in it were far too deep. At this moment, high up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, lightning bolts danced about as they rumbled violently, as if they were trying to tear apart the heavens and earth. As this voice rang out, the surrounding world energy became more and more chaotic, becoming more and more violent. Immediately after, a series of 5 colored balls of light began to take shape, filling the air as they slowly flew towards the Emperor Garden. 5-element world energy. Someone exclaimed. There was no lack of masters present, so naturally, they were able to tell what these 5 colored balls of light were. They were clearly formed from the world energy of the 5 elements. Looking left and right, everyone was shocked, their expressions filled with wonder. Because as far as the eye could see, all they could see were these 5 colored balls of light. Even in places where they could not see, there was a large amount of 5-element world energy slowly floating up into the air. These balls of light formed from 5-element world energy seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, They were converging towards the Emperor Garden at an extremely fast speed, as if there was some kind of attractive force coming from it. Gradually, the Emperor Garden, which was originally visible to the naked eye, disappeared and was replaced by a massive 5-colored light that completely enveloped the Emperor Garden. An even louder buzzing sound rang out from inside it, causing the world to tremble. Chapter 14:12. All the great forces had stationed their disciples near Heavenly Fate City, waiting for the moment the Emperor Garden opened. No one could explain the scene in front of them, but it was indeed possible that the Emperor Garden had opened. Realizing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a little excited, their bodies trembling as they began paying closer attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to step forward and take a look. The world energy fluctuations coming from the original location of the Emperor Garden were extremely frightening, and the scene was even more shocking. Who would dare to investigate this matter without fear of death? Most likely, before they could even approach the Emperor Garden, they would be torn to pieces by the violent world energy fluctuations. Even the woman surnamed Yi didn't dare to make any moves, simply standing in place with a gloomy expression. The expressions of Yang Kai, Xueqi, and the others were also quite interesting. The four of them stood inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array and looked up, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over as another person appeared beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Yang Yan had at some point run out and was now standing beside him, also looking up at the sky. "It's not the Emperor Garden opening," Yang Yan muttered softly, her expression indifferent. Unfortunately, only Yang Kai could hear her words. Even Xueqi and the others were too focused on the changes in the surrounding environment to notice what she was saying. "Then what is this?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked, his concern clouding his mind. He had just forgotten that Yang Yan was a soul clone of the great emperors of Starfield, so she should know something about the Emperor Garden situation. Since Yang Yan said that this was not a sign of the Emperor Garden opening, she must have her reasons. "I don't know. However, it's definitely not the Emperor Garden opening, but it seems to have something to do with entering the Emperor Garden." Yang Yan frowned, seemingly unable to understand. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors and many of her memories were incomplete, so it was understandable that she was unclear. Yang Kai frowned but didn't ask any more questions. Perceiving that Yang Yan had appeared, the woman surnamed Yi showed a look of joy and her figure flickered, suddenly arriving in front of the mountain defending array. She stared at Yang Yan respectfully and excitedly. But just as she was about to say something, Yang Yan stopped her. "If you have something to say it later, come in first." Saying so, Yang Yan sent out a wisp of Saint Qi. Of Saint Light Yang Yan stood in front of her. The light Saint Yang's light immediately. Only one person at a time. Yan Yan's heart nodding, and of course, of Yang Kai's of Lady Yang Kai's Saint Yang Kai. Of Saint Yang Yan squeezing into the mountain defending array, the buck-toothed cultivator Xueqi naturally followed closely behind, a submissive look on his face as he glanced at Yang Yan from time to time before quickly averting his eyes, as if he was afraid his eyes would blaspheme her. Xueqi, Haoen, and Ning Xiangchen finally turned their attention to this woman. At this moment, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the woman surnamed Yi, a look of disbelief on their faces. The three of them were standing next to Yang Yan, so naturally they had heard what this woman surnamed Yi had just said. This made them unable to believe their ears, exchanging a glance with each other, all of them somewhat confused. "Are you kidding me?" This woman surnamed Yi, a person of such high status and strength, was actually acting like a subordinate in front of Yang Yan. What was going on? Although Yang Kai was also a little surprised, his situation was much better than Xueqi and the others. After all, he already knew about Yang Yan's identity and secretly guessed that this woman surnamed Yi probably had some kind of relationship with the original body of the great emperors of Starfield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to behave like this. Although he had some doubts in his heart, now was not the time to ask, so Yang Kai could only suppress his doubts and wait for an opportunity to ask in the future. Glancing at the buck-toothed cultivator, Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists to the other party. "Brother Gu, we meet again." Ahem. Guqi's face was full of discomfort as he bowed back and said, "Little Qi, just call me Little Qi." Although he didn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and Yang Yan, he didn't dare act arrogant at this moment. After all, Even his martial ancestor was inferior to Yang Yan, so if he didn't act humble, wouldn't that be disregarding his martial ancestor's position? This was a matter of deceiving one's martial ancestor. How could he possibly do such a thing? Yang Kai's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything more. He was only a third-order Saint King right now, and although this buck-toothed cultivator didn't look very old, he was already a first-order origin returning realm master. No matter what, he couldn't just call Xueqi by his name. For a time, everyone's eyes turned to the Emperor Garden up in the sky again. The humming sound continued as the entire sky was filled with violent lightning snakes. The small ones were a foot long while the big ones were as large as flood dragons, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Looking around, it was as if the sky had become a world of lightning dragons. Shrouded in this five-colored light, the Emperor Garden was faintly discernible, making it difficult for anyone to see it clearly. All they could see was countless lightning snakes and lightning dragons roaming about. The world energy of the five elements continued to gather together and float upwards, gathering towards the Emperor Garden. This phenomenon was not only occurring around Dragon Cave Mountain and Heavenly Fate City, but also all of Shadowed Star. Almost everyone witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Under the powerful pressure of this world energy phenomenon, even third-order origin returning realm masters felt as weak as ants. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, there was a towering mountain 10,000 meters high that pierced through the clouds. Obviously, there was an excellent earth vein here, otherwise, the world energy aura would not be so abundant. The scenery of this mountain was beautiful, and there were many pavilions and pagodas scattered about. From the looks of it, this was the headquarters of a certain sect. Star Emperor Mountain. It was a tyrannical existence that caused all of Shadowed Star to pale at the mere mention of its name. A behemoth that surpassed even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Although its name was resounding, Star Emperor Mountain's style of conduct was extremely low-key, with very few people coming out. As such, it was very rare for anyone on Shadowed Star to see a cultivator from Star Emperor Mountain. At this moment, in a palace at the highest point of the Star Emperor Mountain, an old man with a calm expression and without the slightest fluctuation of energy was sitting cross-legged. He looked like a mortal. The moment the heavens and earth changed, this elderly man opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction of the Emperor Garden, a brilliant light flashing across his eyes, as if he could see through all the obstructions and observe the Emperor Garden's movements. After a while, he raised his brow and muttered to himself, "Is the Emperor Jade about to appear?" After he finished speaking, the elderly man's face lit up with joy and he immediately stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the woman surnamed Yi spread out with him as the center. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away. At this moment, a young man with an indifferent expression was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, staring at the five-colored world energy mass floating up from the mountain in amazement. Seeing the old man appear, the young man was shocked and quickly got up and bowed. "Disciple greets honored master." If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this indifferent young man at a glance. He was the cultivator named Lang Qing he had met twice in Lu Yen Sandfield. This person had displayed great power where the soul-cleansing divine water was and occupied the best position, forcing Chu Chong Feng to hold back his anger. In the fourth layer of Lu Yen Sandfield, Lang Qing had also met Yang Kai face to face. At that time, Lang Qing had been attacking the Supreme Profound sect defending array. If there were any cultivator on Shadowed Star who could attract Yang Kai's attention, Lu Yi was one, and Lang Qing was another. However, Lang Qing had now broken through to the First-Order Origin Returning Realm, which was somewhat different from when he was a Third-Order Saint King. Pass down the order and have all the elders move out," the old man ordered lightly. Lang Qing was startled but quickly cupped his fists and asked, "Disciple dares to ask what honored master wants all the elders to do?" The old man didn't get angry and instead explained, "The Emperor Jade is about to appear and all the elders are to intercept it. This matter is related to the number of spots to enter the Emperor Garden, so make sure they don't act carelessly. Even if they have to snatch, they must snatch as many as they can." "Yes." Although Lang Qing was confused, he didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly withdrew. After Lang Qing left, the old man clutched his chest and coughed lightly, his face slightly pale. He was actually injured. It was unknown who had such powerful means to injure such a strong cultivator. Since the Emperor Jade has appeared, the Emperor Garden should be opening soon. Damn it, I was injured by that slut at this time. A fierce look appeared on the old man's face as he secretly felt annoyed. Who was this slut he was talking about? Near Dragon Cave Mountain, all the cultivators were paying close attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. The changes in the heavens and earth lasted for more than half a day before a slight change occurred, shocking everyone present and causing their eyes to widen as they paid closer attention. Up in the sky, the five-colored light that had been enveloping the Emperor Garden began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye before collapsing and disappearing. At the same time, the buzzing stopped and the world energy of the five elements also returned to normal, as if the previous changes had never occurred. Everyone looked towards the Emperor Garden again in amazement, but in the next moment, all of them exclaimed in unison. The Emperor Garden looked somewhat different from before. It was much larger than before and had inexplicably many new buildings that had not been seen before. It was as if these buildings had been hidden from view until this time's heavens and earth's heavens and earth's heavens and earth's heavens. This discovery made everyone bewildered. They didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. There is more than one Emperor Garden. Yang Yen Yun muttered to herself thoughtfully. There are still half of the Emperor Garden in other places. Only when these two are combined will the Emperor Garden be complete and officially open. After hearing her words, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Yen Yun frown, as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, the Emperor Garden looked even more majestic and magnificent, and an invisible force was radiating from it, causing everyone to tremble. Emperor Pressure. The Emperor Pressure exuded by the transformed Emperor Garden was even more terrifying than before, and as this Emperor Pressure pressed down on everyone present, none of them daring to move, only the sound of gulping could be heard. Chapter 14:13. Enveloped by the Emperor Pressure, everyone found it difficult to breathe as their hands and feet went cold. At this moment, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, in front of this Emperor Pressure, all masters seemed to have become 3-year-old children. This discovery shocked and terrified everyone, and only now did they realize just what kind of lofty existences the great emperors of Starfield were. If the great emperors were still alive, a single thought from them would be enough to crush everyone present. That was definitely a level beyond the Origin King realm. Fortunately, this Emperor Pressure did not last for a long time. After about an incense stick worth of time, the invisible force gradually subsided until it completely disappeared. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard one after another, and everyone's complexion was not very good. All of them had a lingering fear in their hearts. But before everyone could catch their breath, another change occurred. A deafening buzzing sound rang out from the Emperor Garden's side. What happened? Someone exclaimed with bitter faces. Today's events had made them tremble in fear, fearing that something bad had happened to the Emperor Garden. Looking up, everyone saw a beam of light shoot out from the Emperor Garden's location, seemingly slow but actually rapidly falling down. This beam of light was only as thick as an arm, but it seemed to contain enough power to destroy heaven and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Yang Kai's face instantly became livid. This was for no other reason than the direction this beam of light was shooting towards was none other than Dragon Cave Mountain. The Emperor Garden had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, so this beam of light was also falling straight down, so Dragon Cave Mountain was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. Although the mountain defending array was powerful and had many powerful spirit arrays inside, Yang Kai was not confident it could withstand this beam of light. In a moment of desperation, he turned to look at Yang Yen and saw a depressed look on her face, immediately understanding that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light shooting out from the Emperor Garden collided with Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This light curtain, which had been able to withstand the attacks of more than 30 Origin returning realm masters for 2 days and 2 nights without breaking, quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Without a sound, a hole was pierced through the great mountain protection formation. The light screen flickered wildly and dimmed in an instant. Immediately after, this beam of light fell into a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain and disappeared. Faintly, Yang Kai could feel a powerful energy fluctuation coming from this place. Countless eyes turned towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, each with different expressions, some with surprise, some with puzzlement, some with greed, some with dread. Regardless of what that beam of light was, there was no doubt that it had been shot from the Emperor Garden's Emperor Garden. This moment, after the beam of light disappeared, something was left behind. Everyone wanted to know what it was. Was it some kind of treasure to enter the Emperor Garden? Regardless of what it was enough to make everyone's eyes go red with greed. The appearance of this beam of light once again made Dragon Cave Mountain the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and if it weren't for the woman surnamed Yi standing there, the scene would have long since fallen into chaos. The only reason this place was barely able to maintain balance was because of the deterrent power of this woman surnamed Yi. However, no one could guarantee how long she would be able to deter these people. After all, this was a matter of great importance, and this woman surnamed Yi was alone, so even if she was strong, she couldn't stop everyone. The woman with the surname Yi also seemed to have realized that something was amiss, and an invisible power began to emanate from her body. Even though she appeared to be quite frail and delicate as she stood there, she seemed to be able to hold back 10,000 enemies by herself. Yang Kai's eyes twitched as his mouth filled with bitterness. No one could have imagined that the situation would develop to this point. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was either retreat and allow these masters to explore Dragon Cave Mountain on their own to satisfy their curiosity, or forcefully stop them from entering and monopolize whatever was left behind by the beam of light. There was no other choice. Stopping them was impossible, as even a tiger could not stop a pack of wolves. So how could this woman surnamed Yi stop the impact of so many masters on her own? Retreating was also not Yang Kai's style. While others were curious about what was left behind after the beam of light disappeared, he was also curious. Observing the expressions of the masters from the various great forces, Yang Kai knew that he had to make a choice, otherwise, once they acted first, he would lose the initiative. Realizing this, Yang Kai used his divine sense to send a message to the woman surnamed Yi. The latter's brow rose as she showed a look of surprise before she immediately nodded. Just as the two of them reached an agreement, Mo Xiaoshang of Heaven Battling Union could no longer hold back his curiosity and stepped forward, cupping his fists with a dignified expression. "Senior Sister Yi." Before he could finish speaking, the woman surnamed Yi frowned and shouted, "Don't even think about it." At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly retreated, his figure blurring as a ripple appeared in the surrounding space. Space Force? Mo Xiaoshang's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai's gradually disappearing figure in amazement. As an elder of Heaven Battling Union, Missouri Xiaoshang also cultivated the Tao of space, so he was more sensitive to this kind of fluctuation than anyone else. Seeing Yang Kai not hesitate to use his space force to retreat, Mo Xiaoshang instantly understood what he was up to. While surprised by Yang Kai's proficiency in using space force, Mo Xiaoshang shouted, "Boy, you dare!" Mo Xiaoshang was indeed afraid of this woman surnamed Yi, but besides her, he didn't put anyone else on Dragon Cave Mountain in his eyes. Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, actually daring to act first in front of so many masters. How could Mo Xiaoshang tolerate this? Saying so, Mo Xiaoshang also took a step forward and his figure gradually blurred. Like Yang Kai, he also used his space force. "Come out!" The woman surnamed Yi shouted as she stretched out her jade-white hand and clenched it fiercely towards a certain spot in the void. The world energy there suddenly shrank and a figure staggered out. It was the horrified Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, Elder Kwang. He didn't seem to have expected this woman surnamed Ye's methods to be so powerful that even his trump card could be easily broken. The delicate balance and tranquility was broken by Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoshang. All the masters who had been eyeing Dragon Cave Mountain covetously wanted to enter and take a look, so seeing this golden opportunity, how could they hesitate? Using their movement skills, they rushed towards the place where the beam of light had fallen. "No one will leave." The woman surnamed Ye's tender body flickered and a light flashed as an oil lamp-like artifact appeared out of thin air and floated in front of her. Immediately, the woman stretched out her hand, swept it across the wick, and pinched a blue flame between her fingertips. With a flick of her finger, this blue flame flew forward at an extremely fast speed. The blue flames grew with the wind, and in the next moment, they transformed into a majestic giant bird that was more than 100 feet long. The giant bird opened its mouth wide, and balls of flames the size of washbasins sprayed out from its mouth, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the experts. "Bone-incinerating flame lamp." A knowledgeable master called out in alarm, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly summoned his strongest defensive artifact to protect himself. When the words "bone-incinerating flame lamp" were shouted out, everyone else also wore looks of shock and quickly retreated, not daring to face this attack head-on. This was not surprising though, as the bone-incinerating flame lamp was simply too famous. It was one of the few Origin King grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. This grade of artifact was simply impossible to refine with the current artifact refining standards on Shadowed Star. All of these artifacts originated from ancient times and possessed unfathomable power. The bone-incinerating flame that flew out from this artifact could not be contaminated, as once it did, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would inevitably die. Although the woman surnamed Yi was alone, with this artifact, even if her strength was not yet at the Origin King realm, it wasn't far off, so who would dare find trouble with her at this time? For a time, many masters wore gloomy and panicked expressions as they tried to hide, creating an extremely lively scene. However, although the woman surnamed Yi was powerful, dealing with so many masters at once, many of whom were in the same realm as her, was extremely taxing for her, causing her face to pale slightly after this one attack. With her cultivation, using this Origin King grade artifact was a great burden for her. Sister Yi, do you really want to make so many of us your enemy? Changpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon sect looked at the woman surnamed Yi with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice. The woman surnamed Yi glanced at him faintly and said coldly, "If you stand still, this queen will naturally not find trouble with you, but if you dare to force your way into this mountain, you'll have to ask this queen for permission." Such bold words. Could it be that Miss Yi really thinks we're made of mud? Mo Xiao Shang also stepped forward with a gloomy expression. Just now, he wanted to chase after Yang Kai but was blocked by this woman, so he felt he had lost a great deal of face and was not about to give up. This queen is not made of mud. I don't want to say the same thing twice. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude was extremely tough. Mo Xiao Shang and Changpeng Xian glanced at each other and gently nodded. Although the two of them were usually not on good terms and had fought against each other for countless years, at this time, they naturally stood on the same side. Moreover, because they were quite familiar with each other, they knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. If that's the case, then this old master will offend you. Mo Xiao Shang let out a long roar as a short ruler suddenly appeared in his hand. This short ruler was pitch black in color and looked quite ordinary, but when Mo Xiao Shang poured his Saint Qi into it, it emitted a shocking energy fluctuation and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the woman surnamed Yi. The moment Mo Xiao Shang took action, Changpeng Xian also took action. A long night was fraught with dreams, so how could they be willing to be blocked by this woman surnamed Yi? All of them wanted to break through her defenses quickly and break into Dragon Cave Mountain to explore its secrets, so they immediately used their most powerful artifacts and offensive methods. Changpeng Xian summoned a large seal artifact that transformed into a behemoth and pressed it down towards the woman surnamed Yi. Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and the other Origin returning realm masters from various sects were also unwilling to give up and did not hesitate to join in the attack. Chapter 14:14. Although the name and strength of this woman surnamed Yi was terrifying, she was still just one person. With so many masters joining forces, how could she possibly resist? Only Qian Tong and Fei Ji too stood in place with gloomy expressions, biding their time. With their relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, they naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble with this woman surnamed Yi. They were more worried about the situation on Yang Kai's side. In addition to them, there were two other groups of people who hadn't moved. One group was led by Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, and the other group was led by Colored Glass Sect's Elder Gong Ao Fu. It was impossible to tell what the former was thinking, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest, as if he was enjoying a good show and waiting to see what was about to unfold. Although the latter wanted to break into Dragon Cave Mountain, Gong Ao Fu was just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so her strength was slightly inferior. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi display such great strength, she could only stand in place anxiously. In addition to these people, almost everyone else, regardless of their cultivation, desperately rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Most of them didn't want to be enemies with this woman surnamed Yi, but they were simply too curious about the secret hidden behind that beam of light. Taking advantage of the fact that the woman surnamed Yi was being besieged by many third-order Origin returning realm masters, these people used various methods to bypass the battlefield and rush into the mountain. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Gu Qi, Chong Qi, Howen, Ning Xiang Chen, and the others naturally took action, summoning their respective artifacts to stop these people. Various colored Saint Qis burst out and a fierce battle instantly broke out in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This battle began and ended quickly. After all, there were simply too many enemies. The woman surnamed Yi and the other 4 origin-returning realm masters had no way to stop everyone. Taking advantage of the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, Mo Xiaosheng once again displayed his mysterious space force and his figure blurred. This time, the woman surnamed Yi was unable to stop him and could only watch as he disappeared and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Damn it! The woman surnamed Yi grit her teeth, and in that brief moment of absent-mindedness, more origin-returning realm masters were able to escape her grasp and quickly rush into the mountain. The woman surnamed Yi felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. If she were an origin king realm master, it would not have taken her much effort to stop this group of people, but she was just a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator. Although she had already taken one step into the territory of an origin king, under the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through the final barrier, and the strength she could display was greatly reduced. There was no point in continuing to fight, so the woman surnamed Yi grabbed the bone-incinerating flame lamp. Her delicate body flickered as she wrapped up the yang inflammation and chased after the others into the mountain. Since she had already left, the others were naturally unwilling to stay behind and followed her. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked at each other and frowned with worry. They sighed helplessly and followed him in. Over on Clear Sky Sec's side, Mo Yu thought for a moment and said, "All of you stay outside. This old master will go in and take a look." Looking at the situation, it was likely that a great battle would break out soon, so Mo Yu would not allow his disciples to follow him in and risk their lives. "Honored master," Chen Shitao suddenly shouted. Mo Yu glanced at her and smiled kindly. "Do you have something to say?" Chen Shitao bit her red lips lightly and said with some unease, "Junior brother Yang saved my and junior sister Lu Ying's lives. If possible, I hope honored master can take care of us." She had mustered up the courage to say these words. After all, Mo Yu was her master and she was not qualified to ask him to do anything for her. What's more, this time situation was too complicated, and once she intervened, it was very likely she would draw fire to herself. When she said these words, she was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by her honored master. However, Mo Yu only pondered for a moment before nodding readily. "Good, this old master will do his best, but don't expect too much. This time." Heh. Mo Yu didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Clearly, he felt that Dragon Cave Mountain situation was not good this time. However, Chen Shitao and Chen Shitao were overjoyed and thanked him profusely, but by the time they got up again, Mo Yu had already disappeared. The two women glanced at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, never having expected their honored master to be so accommodating. Regardless of the final result, they had mustered up the courage to ask for help for Yang Kai in front of Mo Yu, so they had done all they could. On the other side, Gong Ao Fu also told Yin Su Dai and Dai Yuan to wait outside while she rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain alone. Along the way, her path was unimpeded, but Gong Ao Fu could still sense that this mountain was originally filled with barriers and spirit arrays. But at this moment, these barriers and spirit arrays had all been destroyed. So many masters had rushed in before, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, they could not stop them. What's more, there was no one controlling these spirit arrays on Dragon Cave Mountain right now, so it was impossible to display their full power. Gong Ao Fu was secretly shocked. A short time later, she arrived at a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain where a large number of origin-returning realm masters had gathered. There was no lack of third-order origin-returning realm masters who had formed a semicircle around a large area. At the center of this semicircle was the spot where the Emperor Garden's beam of light had descended. At this moment, a young man stood proudly with an indifferent expression on his face. This was the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, the third-order Saint King cultivator Yang Kai. Gong Ao Fu only glanced at him for a moment before her eyes were instantly attracted by an object in his hand. This object was a square jade token about half the size of a palm. It was pure and flawless and had a faint red light flowing inside it, like a fish swimming in water, giving it a mysterious appearance. Even with Gong Ao Fu's eyesight, she was unable to see what material this jade token was made of, and only felt an inexplicable power radiating from it. Countless pairs of eyes stared greedily and curiously at this jade token. Could this be something that fell from the Emperor Garden? Gong Ao Fu's mind was sharp and immediately thought of this possibility. When the beam of light from the Emperor Garden disappeared, it was clear that something had been left behind, and Yang Kai had been the first to arrive. If there was something he had discovered, it would definitely be this jade token. Otherwise, why would others be so greedy? Gong Ao Fu's guess was correct. With the help of the woman surnamed Yi, Yang Kai had only found this jade token when he arrived, but before he had time to study it, Mo Xiaoshang had already broken through the woman surnamed Ye's obstruction and arrived here. It was not that the woman surnamed Yi was incompetent, but rather that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. It was not difficult for her to defeat Mo Xiaoshang, but preventing him from leaving was a different matter. After all, the other party cultivated the Tao of space and his movement skills were unparalleled. The situation instantly turned into an awkward situation where he was surrounded by so many masters, but Yang Kai was not afraid. If he was forced into a corner, he could simply tear space and escape. Although there were many enemies present, Yang Kai was at least 50% sure he could escape safely. With such confidence, Yang Kai naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, with the woman surnamed Yi on his side, he might not be completely powerless. Little brother. The silence was broken by Mo Xiaoshang as he stared at the jade token in Yang Kai's hand with a sharp light in his eyes, doing his best to speak in a calm tone. Can you let this old master have a look at your jade token? No matter what this jade token was, since it had fallen from the Emperor Garden, it was definitely related to the great emperors of Starfield. How could something related to the great emperors be of low value? Mo Xiaoshang was not the only one who wanted to take a closer look at this jade token. Everyone else also wanted to, but Mo Xiaoshang was the first to mention it. Let you have a look? Yang Kai grinned sarcastically. Isn't that the same as throwing a meat bun at a dog? Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union, so he didn't hold back with his words. Mo Xiaoshang's face instantly became gloomy as he coldly snorted. Little brat, watch your mouth. This old master just wants to have a look. Do you think with this old master status, he would covet something that belongs to a junior like you? Isn't that so? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. If not, why did you chase me all the way here? Saying so, Yang Kai directly stuffed the jade token into his space ring. Many masters' faces suddenly became ugly. As the saying went, treasures belong to those with the ability. Although this treasure that had fallen from the Emperor Garden had fallen on Dragon Cave Mountain and was obtained by Yang Kai first, a trivial third-order Saint King like him had no right to possess it. On top of that, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai had actually put this jade token into his space ring. Obviously, he didn't put any of them in his eyes, which was truly infuriating. If it were any other occasion, everyone wouldn't mind killing someone to snatch their treasures. This kind of thing was commonplace and everyone had done it more than once, but this was Dragon Cave Mountain and this woman surnamed Yi was here, so they couldn't help feeling some dread. This was especially true after witnessing the power of this woman surnamed Ye's bone-incinerating flame lamp. Little brother, if you can give this jade token to this old master is willing to pay 100 million Saint Crystals. What do you think? Compared with Mo Xiaoshang's hypocrisy, Changpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect was much more straightforward. Knowing that it was impossible to take something for free, he immediately tried to purchase it at a high price. In his opinion, 100 million Saint Crystals was definitely an astronomical figure for this little Dragon Cave Mountain. This young man would likely never see so much wealth in his lifetime, so as long as he was smart enough to understand that this jade token was tantamount to a hot potato, he would never refuse his offer. 100 million. Yang Kai raised his brow, seemingly interested, pondering for a moment before saying, I'll think about it. Changpeng Xian smiled happily and asked, Then how long will it take little brother to consider this offer? A long night was fraught with problems, so of course, he felt that the sooner the better. Perhaps 10 days or half a month, perhaps 3 or 5 years, who knows? This is a matter of great importance, so Junior needs to consider it carefully. Senior Cheng, why don't you return to Thunder Typhoon Sect first and wait for news from this junior? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him sincerely. Chapter 14-15. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Changpeng Xian's old face immediately sank. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory. If he really left like this, he would likely never be able to obtain that jade token. Changpeng Xian was furious in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. This person held the position of Great Elder of Thunder Typhoon Sect and had a highly respected status, so he wouldn't reveal his true feelings over such a trivial matter. Brother Chang, Brother Mo, why bother talking nonsense with this little brat? Since he doesn't put us in his eyes, let's just snatch it from him. Jean Sher of Demon Blood Temple coldly snorted. A trivial Saint King actually dares to snatch a treasure in front of us? Simply ignorant. In any case, he and Dragon Cave Mountain had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need for him to speak politely. He was eager to drag Changpeng Xian and Mo Xiaosheng into the water to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain. Although he feared the strength of this woman surnamed Yi, if everyone attacked together, even if there was another woman surnamed Yi, she would definitely not be their opponent. As long as they killed Yang Kai, not only would they be able to snatch the jade token, but they would also be able to snatch the profound gold, killing two birds with one stone. How could Jin Shi let go of this opportunity? Many people had the same idea as him, but besides Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, no one else nodded in agreement. Old Woman Feng, on the other hand, was a straightforward person, so after hearing Jin Shi's proposal, she raised her dragon head cane and coldly said, "Old Ghost Jin's proposal is good, this old woman agrees. What does everyone else think?" Although everyone could guess the intentions of Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng, whether it was Mo Xiaosheng, Changpeng Xian, or the masters from other great forces, all of them couldn't help feeling somewhat tempted. There was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Since they wanted this treasure, they could only snatch it from them. Mo Xiaosheng and Changpeng Xian glanced at each other, both understanding the other's intentions. Whoever dares to act will be this queen's enemy. As long as this queen lives, this queen will not rest until one of us is dead. The woman surnamed Yi swept her eyes around coldly as she shouted. Many people felt a headache coming on. They quickly averted their eyes. On the other hand, Jin Shi let out a long laugh as he stared at her sarcastically. "Sister Yi, have you been away from the world for so long that you've become pedantic? Do you really think that with your strength alone, you can disregard so many people here? Miss Yi, let this old man remind you, it's better to retreat when the fire burns you." It was a faint threat, but it also had the intention of tying everyone together, wanting to create a situation where they outnumbered the enemy. "If you want to die, I'll be the first to fulfill your wish." The woman surnamed Yi stared at Jin Shi. The bone-incinerating flame lamp appeared once again and floated above her head, ready to attack. Jin Shi's expression changed. Although his tone was arrogant, seeing this Origin King Grade artifact gave him a headache, but for the jade token and the profound gold, it was impossible for him to retreat. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Old Woman Feng was also on his side. A dignified look appeared on the old woman's face as she said loudly, "Sister Yi, although your methods are profound, you are still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Since you have not appeared in the world for so long, why do you insist on wading into these muddy waters? Why not just leave? Another day, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize." These words were neither servile nor overbearing, giving the woman surnamed Yi face without losing her status. As long as the other party still had the intention to reconcile, it would not be difficult for her to make a choice. Hearing what she said, Mo Xiaosheng, Changpeng Xian, and the others also nodded in agreement, earnestly trying to persuade the woman surnamed Yi, all of them looking at her expectantly, hoping she would make the right choice. Unfortunately, the result disappointed and annoyed them. The woman surnamed Yi had come out of seclusion this time precisely to deal with Yang inflammation. Now that Dragon Cave Mountain, where Yang inflammation resided, was in trouble, how could she just ignore it? There's no need to speak any more nonsense. If you really want to fight, just do it, as long as you can withstand this queen's anger and retaliation. This queen is all alone, so I don't know if any of you have the strength to protect your sex. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude and position were extremely firm. Good. I gave you face but you refused. A fierce look flashed across Jin Shi's face. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless, Sister Yi. Saying so, an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from Jin Shi's body, and the phantom of a golden cicada appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, Jin Shi summoned countless strange black insects formed from his Saint Qi, buzzing incessantly as they swarmed towards the woman surnamed Yi. The secret art Jin Shi cultivated was the golden cicada extreme demon art, a technique passed down from the ancient demon race, which was extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. Old Woman Feng also threw out the dragon head walking stick in her hand and poured her Saint Qi into it. With a twist, the dragon head walking stick transformed into a fierce-scaled dragon several dozen meters in length that opened its bloody maw and bit towards the woman surnamed Ye's head. Since things had already developed to this point, there was naturally nothing more to say. Either they didn't do anything, or they had to go all out. The experts present were all decisive people, and they were afraid that the woman surnamed Yi would escape this calamity and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Therefore, as soon as they attacked, they were ready to kill her. The moment Jin Shi and old woman Feng took action, Chang Pengxian and Mo Xiaosheng also joined the battle without hesitation. The former seal artifact and the latter's short ruler both exuding astonishing energy fluctuations as they rushed towards the woman surnamed Yi. This battle was a bit different from the previous one. Just now, everyone was focused on getting rid of the woman surnamed Yi, so most of their attention was not on her. But now they were fighting with the intention of killing her, so the strength they could display was much higher than before. With 4 third-order Origin returning Realm Masters besieging the woman surnamed Yi, even if she had an Origin King-grade artifact like the bone-incinerating flame lamp, she was still struggling. However, she was worthy of being the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a tyrannical character who had made a name for herself hundreds of years ago. Even if she was at a disadvantage in this battle, she was still not easy to deal with. Blue flames flew out from the bone-incinerating flame lamp and counterattacked the 4 masters, causing them to panic. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the battle between these 5 top masters would not be decided in a short time. However, the purpose of Jin Shi and the others had been achieved. With the woman surnamed Yi, the only one of Dragon Cave Mountain's top experts, being entangled, everyone else was just fish on the chopping block. This was wishful thinking on everyone's part. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, the other masters naturally did not want to be left out and attacked Xueqi and the others. Currently, there were more than 100 Origin returning Realm Masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, with 3rd Order and 2nd Order Origin returning Realm Cultivators everywhere. Xueqi and the others were all alone, so how could they be their opponents? Every time they fought, they would fall into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, the artifacts they used were all personally refined by Yang Yan, so their lives weren't in any danger. Moreover, at this critical moment, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too also rushed in. The two of them naturally would not just stand by and watch the people from Dragon Cave Mountain be besieged. Without even mentioning their good relationship with Yang Kai, this was still the territory of Shadow Moon Hall, and Dragon Cave Mountain was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. With so many masters bullying the weak right under their noses, the two of them had enough reason to intervene. However, the two of them were only able to entangle a few enemies on their own, so they could not help feeling anxious. Almost everyone was involved in this dispute at this critical moment, and while everyone's attention was focused on this battle, Yang Yan formed a series of seals with her hands and her figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew where she had gone. With the help of the barrier and spirit array here, Yang Yan easily escaped. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was in big trouble. The woman surnamed Yi, Xueqi, and the others were all entangled, and even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who had been taking care of him, had no time to care about him. In an instant, he was being targeted by more than a dozen Origin returning Realm Masters. These dozen or so people stared at Yang Kai with greedy looks on their faces as they rushed over, all of them wanting to be the first to kill Yang Kai and snatch his space ring. As long as they could snatch the space ring, they would be rewarded with the greatest merit. Brother Yang, you go Xian and I will delay them. At this critical moment, 2 figures rushed in front of him. It was Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer. Seeing that the situation was bad, the two of them came to his side. Yang Kai did not have time to say anything, so he just cast a grateful look at them. He was not worried about the safety of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer. After all, these two were elites of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous among the younger generation. Now that they had both broken through to the Origin returning realm, even if they could not defeat the enemy, they could still protect themselves. What's more, these enemies might not have the guts to really kill Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer. If anything happened to the two of them, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not let this matter rest. In an instant, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer joined forces to release their secret techniques and Saint Qi to wrap up the 4 enemies, making it impossible for them to interfere with Yang Kai, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. In this situation, fleeing was undoubtedly the best choice, but how could Yang Kai abandon his friends and helpers and flee alone? Standing in place with a cold expression, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned out an artifact refining furnace. This Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace expanded in the wind and in the blink of an eye became a behemoth several dozen meters in height. From inside the furnace, a strange fiery bird flew out with a cry and flapped its wings, engulfing several enemies in flames. The current combat power of the Firebird artifact spirit was not inferior to an ordinary third-order Origin returning Realm Master, so it had no problem dealing with these enemies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sneered as he reached into the artifact refining furnace and gripped it fiercely, seemingly grabbing onto something and immediately dragging it out with great difficulty. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the furnace. The strength of this energy fluctuation caused the remaining enemies' faces to change greatly. Although they did not know what Yang Kai was trying to take out of the artifact refining furnace, they could not just stand by and watch. As they rushed forward, they summoned one artifact after another and used one secret technique after another to bombard Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, summoning a purple shield in front of him that transformed into a violent sandstorm that covered his body. Chapter 14:16. The various attacks and secret techniques collided with the sandstorm in an instant, causing sand to fly everywhere. Although the purple shield's defensive power was outstanding, there were simply too many enemies attacking Yang Kai this time, and all of them were origin-returning realm masters. The power of the artifacts they summoned was simply not something an ordinary cultivator could compare with. The purple shield's protective barrier was on the verge of breaking in just 2 breaths of time and appeared to be in imminent danger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and just as he was about to put up another protective barrier, a powerful attack suddenly shot towards him from the front. This attack was just a beam of light that seemed to be aimed at Yang Kai, but when it hit the purple shield, the power of the artifacts and secret techniques it was using was reduced to a mess. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced, and this change made him raise his brow. Looking in the direction of the source of the attack, Yang Kai saw a middle-aged scholarly man with waist-length hair standing there with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. What's the meaning of this? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The others were even more confused, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "Elder Mo, what are you doing?" This middle-aged man with waist-length hair was Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. His personal strength was not inferior to Mo Xiao Shang and Chengpeng Xian's, and he was even stronger than Jin Shi and old woman Feng. Hearing this, Mou smiled indifferently. "What else can I do? This Mo has taken a fancy to the treasure in this little brat's hand, and simply wants to kill him and steal it. What's wrong?" The man who spoke frowned, and although his expression was one of anger, he didn't have time to pursue the matter. Judging from the attack just now, Mou had indeed intended to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasure, but judging from the result, he had actually helped Yang Kai a great deal because he had resolved most of the attacks aimed at Yang Kai. It was unknown whether Mou had done this intentionally or not, but in his annoyance, he could only remind him loudly, "Elder Mo, you can attack, but can't you take it easy?" Mou smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with interest. Previously, Dragon Cave Mountain had been in a precarious situation and was on the verge of collapsing, but a woman surnamed Yi had suddenly appeared at the critical moment. If it weren't for the Emperor Garden incident, Dragon Cave Mountain would have been calm by now. However, because of the changes in the Emperor Garden, Dragon Cave Mountain was once again pushed to the heart of the struggle, and the situation was even more dangerous than before. He really wanted to know if Yang Kai's luck would end here, or if he could be blessed with good luck again and resolve this crisis. As the great elder of Clear Sky Sect, Mou naturally wouldn't be so bored as to believe in luck and destiny, but Yang Kai had saved the lives of 2 of his disciples. Mou wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so since he had already agreed to Chen Shitao's request, he would naturally do his best. If it weren't for Chen Shitao, Mou wouldn't have minded adding insult to injury. After all, the Emperor Garden's rare treasure was something he was also interested in. On top of that, if Yang Kai really died, Mou would be the first to snatch Yang Kai's space ring. After this attack, Mou didn't take action again and instead chose to wait and see. Most of his attention focused on the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. The strong energy fluctuations radiating from it surprised him greatly, making him wonder what was hidden inside. The group of enemies who had been eyeing Yang Kai covetously had also regrouped at this moment, their artifacts humming as they prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Right at this moment, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly came from the side. Along with this sound, a scorching power enveloped the entire area. At the same time, a series of golden whips descended from the sky and lashed out at the enemies. Each of these attacks was incredibly powerful, causing all who saw them to pale in fright. These enemies, who had been preparing to attack Yang Kai, were all shocked and quickly tried to resist. "This is..." Mou's eyes bulged as he stared at the source of this attack in disbelief, quickly discovering that it was actually a towering tree several dozen meters tall with lush branches and leaves. This tree was a dazzling golden color, and at this moment, Its branches swayed and countless golden leaves fell like rain, transforming into golden rays of light that shot towards the group of enemies like flying daggers and arrows. These whip-like attacks were clearly formed from the branches of this ancient tree. What shocked Mo wasn't the attacks of this ancient tree, but rather the clear facial features on its thick trunk. At this moment, these facial features were distorted and looked extremely angry. The power of the branches and the attacks of the golden leaves were not inferior to the full strength of a first-order Saint King cultivator. A dense barrage of attacks rained down, creating a terrifying scene. Even a master like Mo would be flustered if he fell into this attack, let alone others. At this moment, there were very few third-order origin returning realm masters among the enemies gathered in front of Yang Kai, so if they were enveloped by these strange attacks, if not for their superior numbers, they would have immediately suffered casualties. Sentient ancient tree! Mo exclaimed, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain would have such a treasure. In particular, this sentient ancient tree was actually a rare Yang attribute spirit tree. Although trees were also a type of living creature, it was extremely difficult for a tree to gain sentience. Mo had lived for so many years but had only heard of the existence of sentient ancient trees and had never seen one with his own eyes. This was the first time he had seen one. A sentient ancient tree was at least 10,000 years old, perhaps even several tens of thousands of years old. This was a rare and heaven-defying treasure. If it was used for artifact refining, it would definitely be able to refine an extremely powerful artifact. What made him even more flabbergasted was that this psychic ancient tree actually possessed such a powerful offensive ability. How is this possible? Even if an ordinary sentient ancient tree gained sentience, it wouldn't have much strength. When encountering a powerful cultivator, it could only use a special divine technique to hide its aura and avoid disaster. However, the sentient ancient tree on Dragon Cave Mountain had actually transformed into a weapon of war, its branches and leaves acting as a means to attack the enemy. Just by standing there, it was like a single man could hold back 10,000 enemies, making it difficult for even Yang Kai to break through in a short time. This Dragon Cave Mountain has some unfathomable secrets. Mo's eyes shone brightly as he became more and more excited. The divine tree's sudden display of power also surprised Yang Kai for a moment, but he soon relaxed. The divine tree had gained sentience before he obtained it and was a high-grade spirit tree. Over the years, Yang Kai had fed it no less than 10 drops of golden blood, so it wasn't difficult to explain how it could grow so quickly. Considering all this, Yang Kai grinned. "Boy, hand over your life." An angry roar suddenly sounded, and immediately after, a ripple appeared in the void not far away, and a fierce-looking cultivator wearing Heaven Battling Union's uniform appeared out of thin air. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from his body, this person was already a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was extremely proficient in concealment. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted to different things, this cultivator sneaked up on Yang Kai and launched a fatal blow. It had to be said that this person's calculations were quite good and he knew how to grasp the right opportunity. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was relaxed, allowing him to launch a sneak attack to increase his chances of success. A lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Although this person was powerful, on Dragon Cave Mountain's home ground, he didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai, so he attacked with all his strength. The two of them suddenly closed in on each other, and the sword in this man's hand flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards Kai Yang's chest. Before the long sword had even arrived, the sword light was like a snake's tongue, and the biting cold murderous intent was like the cold wind of an ice field, causing Kai Yang's skin to feel pain. Kai Yang still stood motionless in the same place, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, seemingly unmoved. Something's wrong. The second-order origin returning realm master's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. All he knew was that if he rashly attacked again, he would be the one to suffer a loss. As this thought flashed through his mind, this man's expression became fierce and he not only showed no intention of stopping, but instead began pouring his Saint Chi into his sword even more violently. The sword wave soared as its momentum soared. Mo stood not far away and stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Wondering what he was relying on that allowed him to be so confident in facing a surprise attack from a second-order origin returning realm master. The answer was instantly revealed. Just as the enemy's attack was about to land, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This figure was gray and inconspicuous, no more than 2 meters tall, only reaching up to Yang Kai's knees. Mou raised his brow in surprise as he stared carefully at this gray figure, unable to recognize what it was for a while. It looked like a stone, but it had 4 limbs and facial features. It had a simple and honest face, a sharp nose, mouth, and ears that seemed to have been carved out of stone, but its 2 eyes were extremely bright. Its waist was stooped and its hands reached up to its knees, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Can a stone gain sentience? Mou almost couldn't believe his eyes. What surprised Mou the most though was that he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations or life aura from this thing. Is it alive or dead? The stone mongoose answered Mou's doubts with its actions. Facing the sneak attack of the second-order origin returning realm cultivator, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and spat out a black stick. Immediately after, it stretched out its hand, grabbed the stick, and casually swept it forward. As the stick swept out, the world changed color and the world energy within a radius of several kilometers seemed to be stirred up. The corners of Mou's eyes twitched. With his eyesight, he could naturally see how powerful this seemingly casual sweep of the stick was. An ordinary attack wouldn't be able to produce such power. That heaven-battling union cultivator is probably out of luck, Mou thought to himself. His guess wasn't wrong. Although this heaven-battling union cultivator was a second-order origin returning realm master and was able to see through the power of this stick, he was now riding a tiger and had no way to back down. Dodging was simply impossible, so he could only desperately push his Saint Qi, the long sword in his hand humming and bursting with infinite brilliance. Chapter 14:17. This dazzling brilliance only flashed for a moment before it was extinguished by some kind of attack. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds rang out as the high-grade artifact in the hands of the heaven-battling union cultivator broke apart as soon as it came into contact with the black stick, appearing extremely fragile. How is this possible? The cultivator's eyes trembled violently. His artifact was an origin-grade artifact, and although it was known for its sharpness and elegance rather than its sturdiness, it shouldn't have been so easily destroyed. This artifact had accompanied him for several dozen years and had been nourished by his Saint Qi and spiritual energy after killing countless enemies. It could be regarded as the artifact he relied on the most. But now, it was being destroyed here. At the same time, a trace of horror flashed across the cultivator's eyes. He didn't know what kind of power this black stick contained, but it had actually destroyed his sword with just a casual sweep. If he had been hit head-on, how could he have survived? Considering all this, the cultivator's eyes flashed with determination as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. At the same time, he quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid this stick. His plan was sound, but he had underestimated the strangeness of this black stick. This black stick was undoubtedly the heaven-shaking pillar that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. According to Yang Yen, this stick was cast from heavenly crystal profound iron, an origin king-grade artifact refining material. It was extremely heavy, with a palm-sized piece weighing 10,000 kilograms. It was extremely sturdy and there were few methods in the world that could damage it. Even Yang Kai himself wouldn't be able to wield this heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this artifact, but it had the ability to change its size at will. When the puppet in the Emperor Garden used this heaven-shaking pillar, it was several dozen meters in length. In the end, it was given to the stone mongoose and swallowed into its belly. At this moment, the stone mongoose had taken out the heaven-shaking pillar to match its size. The heaven-shaking pillar was only 3 meters in length, but that didn't mean it was limited to this size. Seeing the heaven-battling union cultivator spitting out a mouthful of blood mist and trying to avoid its attack range, the stone mongoose's round eyes flashed and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand actually lengthened a bit, once again enveloping the enemy in its attack range before sweeping out with undiminished momentum. This sudden turn of events caused the cultivators from heaven-battling union to despair. In a moment of desperation, they could only desperately push their Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around their bodies. *Pa*. A soft sound rang out as the heaven-shaking pillar hit the cultivator's body. The heaven-battling union cultivator's body of pain. The heaven-battling union cultivator's skin. The heaven-battling union cultivator's body was distorted, and the heaven-battling union cultivator's blood gushed out from his mouth, mixed with the fragments of his internal organs. The martial artist himself was like an arrow that had been released from a bow as he was swept far away by the heaven-shaking pillar. Although he didn't die from a single blow, this kind of injury was definitely not light. If he was only facing the stone mongoose, he might have had a chance to escape, but how could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog? He shot out his golden blood threads and enveloped his opponent in golden light. Even in mid-air, this second-order origin returning realm cultivator was already dead. In the blink of an eye, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was killed on the spot. What's more, the way he died was too horrible to look at, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. In fact, it was reasonable to say that the scene just now wasn't that dangerous. The heaven-battling Union cultivator could only blame his bad luck for encountering the stone puppet wielding the heaven-shaking pillar. The stone puppet was able to change the length of the heaven-battling Union cultivator's heaven-shaking pillar at will, catching him off guard. This was the biggest culprit for his instant death. If he had known this in advance, he would not have been so careless. But it was too late to say anything now. After killing its enemy, the stone mongoose let out a beast-like roar and its small body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became a 34-meter-tall stone giant. Correspondingly, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand also became much longer. Hong hong hong. After its transformation, the stone mongoose took a big step forward and rushed forward with great momentum. The 34-meter-tall stone giant, coupled with a heaven-defying artifact like the heaven-shaking pillar, could display combat power that even a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator would have to avoid. Every time it swung its staff, even space itself seemed to freeze. Many of the cultivators who were entangled by the divine tree were unlucky. One after another, they screamed and didn't hesitate to use secret techniques that greatly damaged their yuan qi in order to escape from the stone mongoose's sight. However, how could the divine tree allow them to do as they wished? Countless branches transformed into long whips that danced in the air, wrapping all of the enemies within. If one was hit by one of the whips in a moment of carelessness, it was inevitable that one's flesh would be torn apart. The stone mongoose took this opportunity to display its might and swung its heaven-shaking pillar one at a time. Every enemy that was hit by it coughed up blood and fell into a miserable state. The heaven-shaking pillar itself weighed several 100,000 kilograms, but in the stone mongoose's hand, it was as light as a feather. Even without the infusion of Saint Qi, it was still an incredible weapon. Only Origin Kings could resist it, while Origin-returning realm cultivators could only evade. The stone mongoose didn't need to be proficient in any secret techniques, just its earth-shattering strength alone was enough to make the world pale in comparison. A first-order cultivator would die instantly if they were hit by it. Occasionally, an enemy with good luck would survive a blow, but even then, they would only be struggling at death's door. A few golden leaves from the divine tree would easily reap their lives. Only a second-order master would be able to block a single blow, and even a third-order master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Standing not far away, the corners of Mou's eyes twitched as his lips trembled. This dragon cave mountain. What kind of dragon pool and tiger den is it? First, there was the sentient ancient tree, and now there was the shocking appearance of the stone giant. This was a novel scene that had not been seen in 80 years, but today, it was a feast for the eyes. Mou was not an ignorant person. On the contrary, as the great elder of Clear Sky sect, he was extremely knowledgeable, but what he saw today was simply too shocking. Just this sentient ancient tree and the stone giant were enough to contend against an army of thousands. What's more, that little brat named Yang Kai still hadn't made a move yet, so Mou didn't know what he was doing. Although Mou hadn't seen Yang Kai take action yet, a person who could possess two powerful spirit beasts, the sentient ancient tree and the stone giant, would definitely possess some kind of strength. He definitely couldn't be underestimated as an ordinary third-order Saint King. For a moment, Mou actually felt a little lucky that he had listened to his disciple's request and not directly confronted Dragon Cave Mountain. Otherwise, if this enmity had been formed, it would have only brought harm to Clear Sky sect. The sentient ancient tree wasn't so bad. Although it was extremely powerful, it was still a spirit tree, so its mobility was limited. It was able to take root in place and act as a defensive fortress, but using it to attack was somewhat lacking. That stone giant, on the other hand, was extremely frightening. On Shadowed Star, who could fight such a monster? Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator wouldn't be able to. Only by gathering a large number of people and besieging it would it be possible to defeat it. Mou had just helped that little brat, so he should know, right? Mou's heart was in turmoil as he was worried that Yang Kai hadn't sensed his goodwill just now. If that were the case, he would have suffered a great loss. Just as the divine tree and stone puppet were fighting together, sweeping away all obstacles in their path, a loud dragon roar suddenly rang out, and immediately, the sky darkened as a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The strength of this pressure caused everyone present to feel their scalps tingle, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them, threatening to crush them if they made the slightest movement. Even if this pressure wasn't as strong as the emperor pressure produced by the emperor garden just now, it wasn't far off. Everyone's movements came to a standstill as they turned their heads towards the source of this pressure, their eyes filled with horror. What they saw was Xueqi standing proudly in place, the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace spinning beside him as he slowly pulled out a dark green, sword-like object from the artifact refining furnace. As this object appeared, the invisible pressure it released became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, the dark green sword-like object had been completely extracted. As far as the eye could see, the object was no more than a meter long, but it was verdant and glistening. It looked like a sword, but it was extremely strange. It didn't look sharp because the sword didn't have a blade at all. It looked as if it was crudely made from a piece of bone. On the hilt of the sword, there was a round bead the size of a longan. Within the dark green body of the sword, there was something that looked like a small snake that was happily swimming around. This sword seemed to have gained sentience, and when it was held in Xueqi's hand, it hummed as if it wanted to break free from Xueqi's grasp and fly into the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly emerged from the dark green sword. The dragon's head was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Its two eyes, the size of gongs, contained an endless majesty. As it swept its eyes over the countless masters present, they couldn't help but feel as if they were as tiny as ants. This horrifying pressure was being emitted by this dark green sword. No one dared to look directly at this dragon head. Only Xueqi raised his head thoughtfully, his demon eye of annihilation appearing in his left eye as he met this dragon head's gaze without fear. An invisible shock wave centered on Xueqi suddenly spread out in all directions as a terrifying spiritual energy swept out. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator felt his knowledge sea tumble for a moment. Xueqi also let out a muffled snort as his brow furrowed. From his demon eye of annihilation, a lotus bud appeared and strangely sank into the dragon head. The blossoming lotus secret technique was the most powerful soul secret technique Xueqi had mastered. The dragon roar rang out again, this time filled with dread and panic as a look of pain flashed across the dragon's eyes. Immediately after, its body flickered and disappeared into the dark green sword in Xueqi's hand. The humming sound disappeared and the trembling sword body calmed down, no longer struggling. Xueqi let out a soft breath as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This dark green sword was the first time Xueqi had used it, and it was refined from the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead were obtained by Xueqi from the Saint Crystal Lode in the second layer of the Lu Yen sandfield. It had been several years since Xueqi obtained them. At that time, Xueqi didn't know what to do with them. After all, these were real dragon bone and dragon beads, materials from ancient life forms, not something an ordinary artifact refiner could refine. Chapter 14:18. Fortunately, Yang Yen had taught him a method to slowly refine the dragon bone and dragon bead using the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit. The artifact spirit had a mental connection with Xueqi, so allowing it to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead was no different from Xueqi refining it himself. This method did not require exquisite artifact refining techniques. All it required was the accumulation of time. Although it was somewhat crude, it was better than handing it over to an unreliable artifact refiner and wasting materials. Even Yang Yen herself did not have the confidence to use the dragon bone and dragon bead for artifact refining, as it was beyond the scope of her abilities. It could be said that this method was only suitable for Xueqi because he had an Origin King grade artifact refining furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit. The combination of all these conditions was indispensable. After several years, the dragon bone and dragon bead had completely merged into one. After all, they were of the same origin, so it was not difficult to fuse them together. Now, it was time to use them. However, Xueqi had not expected that the first time he used this method, he would almost cause trouble. The remnant dragon soul in the dragon bead was unwilling to submit to him. Even if it was just a remnant soul without sentience, it was still the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit, so how could it be willing to submit? Fortunately, Xueqi had the blossoming lotus secret technique, so at the critical moment, he had forcibly suppressed the dragon soul's tenacity, allowing him to avoid any trouble. However, this was not a long-term solution. It seemed that he would need to spend some time in the future to refine this dragon bone sword before he could use it without worry. Xueqi thought to himself as he swept his eyes around coldly, the smile on his face as sharp as a blade. The terrifying pressure slowly dissipated. However, everyone still felt cold sweat dripping down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. A chill ran down their spines. Everyone thought they could flatten Dragon Cave Mountain at will, but at this moment, it had actually erupted with such terrifying combat power, something they could not have imagined. The sentient ancient tree, the stone giant, and this strange turquoise sword, which one of these did not cause them to feel fear? This was especially true for this dark green long sword. Everyone knew that it was definitely a good item, but no one knew how much power it could unleash. For a moment, Yang Kai once again became the center of attention. Many greedy and fearful gazes stared at the dark green sword. Yang Kai also wanted to test the power of his new artifact, so naturally, he didn't want to waste any time. Pouring his Saint Qi into the dark green sword, a faint dragon roar rang out as the sword began to hum. Go! Yang Kai pointed his finger, and a green light suddenly flashed from his hand and disappeared. Soon after, a behemoth that was several hundred feet long suddenly took shape in midair. It was a strange creature that was completely green in color. Its wings covered the sky, and its entire body was covered in scales. It looked like an impregnable fortress. The creature opened its bloody mouth, revealing sword-like teeth. The claws were like long spears, emitting a faint cold light that made people shudder. Ancient divine spirit! Mou groaned. Even with his shrewdness, he almost fell to the ground. He had never seen an ancient sacred spirit before. However, Mou was no stranger to this kind of creature. He had read about it in the ancient records of almost every great sect. There were more or less records about the long-extinct ancient sacred spirit, so Mou had naturally seen its image. The behemoth in front of him was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the records. It was clearly the image of an ancient sacred spirit. What's more, it was a true dragon, one of the top ancient sacred spirits. The aura it exuded alone was enough to make any cultivator below the third order origin returning realm feel their hands and feet go cold, not to mention its aggressive nature. He also has a remnant soul. He actually has an ancient sacred spirit remnant soul. On the other side, Fei Jitu's eyes trembled violently as he muttered to himself, standing in place stupidly, completely forgetting to entangle with his opponent. Qian Tong was the same, and their opponents were also in the same situation. At this moment, no one was in the mood to continue fighting, all of them turning their attention to the several hundred-meter-long azure dragon. Last time in the Emperor Garden, Fei Jitu had seen an ice phoenix phantom and knew that Yang Kai possessed the remnant soul of an ancient sacred spirit. At that time, Fei Jitu had almost been shocked by Yang Kai's opportunities, thinking that he had obtained such a heaven-defying treasure. It was because of this that Fei Jitu had changed his attitude towards Yang Kai, no longer daring to take advantage of his seniority. Even if this was just a remnant soul, as long as there was enough time and opportunity, it was not impossible for it to grow into an existence not inferior to an origin king. It was better to bully the old than the young. Who could guarantee that Yang Kai would not stand at the top of the pyramid in the future? Forming a good relationship with him now would definitely bring many benefits in the future. So this time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was in trouble, Yang Kai had followed Qian Tong without hesitation to mediate. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's personality, how could he have done such a thankless thing? He would have definitely sat in Heavenly Fate City and watched from the sidelines. He had thought that Yang Kai possessing the remnant soul of an ice phoenix was already a heaven-defying opportunity, but now he actually had the remnant soul of a true dragon. What's more, this true dragon remnant soul seemed to be even more powerful than the ice phoenix remnant soul he had seen last time. Fei Jitu was both envious and jealous, nearly coughing up blood. Compared with Yang Kai's heritage, everything he had was trash. While everyone was in a daze, the giant Cyan Dragon had already arrived in front of an origin-returning realm master from Thunder Typhoon sect. This cultivator was a peak first-order origin-returning realm cultivator, only one step away from breaking through to the second-order origin-returning realm, so his strength was not weak. He had been fighting against the divine tree and the stone mongoose before, but even after such a long time, he had remained unscathed, which only showed how strong he was. However, no matter how strong an individual was, they could not directly face an ancient sacred spirit. Seeing the true dragon rushing towards him, this cultivator's face went pale and he hurriedly summoned a black gold shield in front of him. There was a trace of human-like disdain in the eyes of the huge true dragon. It swiped its claw forward, and with a tearing sound, the shield was torn apart like it was made of tofu. Immediately after, the giant cyan dragon opened its bloody maw and swallowed this first-order origin returning realm cultivator in front of everyone's eyes. A scream rang out but soon came to an abrupt end as the life aura of this cultivator was instantly annihilated. When the giant cyan dragon's body rushed past the cultivator's position, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. All that was left was a skeleton in a defensive posture, but all the flesh and blood on the skeleton had disappeared. A cold wind blew, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Mo Xiao Shang, Changpeng Xian, Jin Shi, and old woman Feng all had ashen faces as they were almost killed by the woman surnamed Yi. After swallowing the flesh and blood essence of the Thunder Typhoon sect cultivator, the giant cyan dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar before opening its mouth again and spraying out a green mist that covered the area below. The dozen or so origin returning realm cultivator were instantly enveloped in this mist and screams rang out one after another. "It's poisonous! Get out of the way!" This green mist actually contained a violent toxicity, causing the cultivator who was shrouded in it to feel dizzy and find it difficult to breathe, even unable to circulate their Saint Qi properly. Those with slightly lower strength staggered to the ground as their flesh and blood rapidly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing their white bones, a shocking sight to behold. Only cultivators above the second-order origin returning realm were able to force themselves to escape the range of this green mist, but all of their faces were covered in a green aura, indicating that they had been severely poisoned and would require a lot of time and precious pills to detoxify. This giant cyan dragon turned out to be a poison dragon. Yang Kai was also greatly surprised. He didn't know what kind of divine technique the original body of the dragon bone and dragon bead he had obtained before its death. At this moment, he had taken action with the intention of experimenting, but now that the results were out, he couldn't help raising his brow in joy. Among the true dragon race of ancient divine spirits, poison dragons and fire dragons were the two most aggressive species, so this discovery naturally made Yang Kai very happy. Since his last trip to Grand Burial Valley, when his only offensive artifact, the 100 Mountains picture, self-destructed, Yang Kai had no other offensive artifacts to use. Firstly, he was confident in his own methods and felt there was no need to ask Yang Yen to refine anything for him, because even if he could refine an artifact, it would take a lot of time to nourish it. Secondly, and more importantly, Yang Kai had been waiting for the refinement of this dragon bone and dragon bead to be completed. Now, it seemed that his expectations had not been in vain. This dragon bone and dragon bead artifact was comparable to an Origin King grade artifact, and it also seemed to have a lot of room for growth. After the true dragon transformed from the green sword just now swallowed the physique essence of an origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai clearly felt the aura of this artifact grow slightly stronger. This was obviously a sign that it could grow. While Yang Kai was thinking about this, the few origin returning realm cultivators who had just escaped the green mist were targeted by the stone mongoose. These cultivators were lucky and had good strength, but that was as far as they could go. The heaven-shaking pillar swung out, causing the world to tremble and all of them to fall like wheat. The smell of blood filled the air and all of Dragon Cave Mountain instantly became a purgatory. The situation was eerily one-sided. What's more, it was not a one-sided slaughter of Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators as everyone had imagined. Instead, they were the ones being slaughtered, causing the enemy's morale to plummet to the extreme. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xueqi and the others launched a fierce counterattack, quickly regaining the initiative. Speaking of which, Xueqi and the others weren't particularly strong. They were only relying on the exquisite artifacts in their hands. These artifacts were tailor-made origin-grade high-rank artifacts Yang Yen had personally crafted for them and with a limit of what a cultivator of their level could use. Originally, they were in a precarious situation and could only support each other in order to stall for time. Now that the enemy's morale had plummeted, Xueqi and the others were fighting fiercely, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. Xueqi and the others did not act rashly and instead advanced cautiously, not seeking to gain any merit but only to avoid making any mistakes. For a time, they were full of vigor, causing the enemy to be flustered and unable to do anything. Chapter 14:19. Not far away, Mo Xiao Shang and the others who were entangled with the woman surnamed Yi let out a long sigh, knowing that there was nothing they could do at this moment. They had underestimated Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, thinking that Dragon Cave Mountain was able to kill the first group of Xie family cultivators by relying on the power of their barriers and spirit arrays. None of them had expected that even without these barriers, this small mountain would not be easy to bully. The four-peak third-order origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. There was no need to discuss anything. At their level of strength, a single glance was enough to convey a lot of information. The four of them quickly shook off the woman surnamed Ye's entanglement and flew away. Now that the four of them had withdrawn, how could the others dare to remain? Naturally, they hurriedly fled. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too did not stop their opponents. Although they had helped Dragon Cave Mountain this time, they did not deliberately make enemies with these people. After all, the two of them represented Shadow Moon Hall and had many concerns in their hearts. As such, after a moment of contemplation, they allowed their opponents to withdraw safely. The same was true for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. The two of them had just broken through to the First Order Origin returning realm not long ago, so their opponent's strength was not bad. If they wanted to leave, they simply could not stop them. The reason they had managed to survive until now was because their opponents had shown them mercy, not really killing them. Otherwise, with the number and methods of their opponents, even if the two of them had not died, they would not have been able to escape unscathed. The invading enemies retreated like the tide, with several dozen origin returning realm masters hurriedly withdrawing. Besides Yang Kai, who used his dragon bone sword to block a few of them, only the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit were left behind, preventing them from leaving. Yang Kai frowned as a sense of helplessness rose from the depths of his heart. If the enemy wanted to leave, he could not stop them all. Although the invasion of Dragon Cave Mountain this time annoyed him greatly, the other party had paid a painful price, so this result was not unacceptable. Moreover, if they continued to fight, Dragon Cave Mountain was bound to suffer casualties. Yang Kai didn't really care about the Yi woman. He now had the dragon bone sword, the stone mongoose, the artifact spirit, and the divine tree. The Yi woman was a person with extraordinary means. The only thing he had to worry about was Chang Qi, Hao En, and the others. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. If Chang Qi, Hao En, and the others really died here, that was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. Yang Kai was willing to let this matter end here, but it didn't mean that others were willing to do the same. Just as these people were about to leave the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, the originally broken mountain defending array flashed and activated once again, blocking their path. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of Mo Xiao Shang and the others, but soon their expressions turned cold. They had only retreated to avoid the brunt of Dragon Cave Mountain's attacks, not because they were afraid of it. The other party's attitude, as if they weren't willing to give up, naturally made them feel like they had lost face and become annoyed. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. Is my Dragon Cave Mountain a place where you can come and go as you please? A tender voice suddenly called out. The source of this voice seemed to be far away, but at the same time, it seemed to be right in front of everyone's eyes. However, this voice was without a doubt Yang Yan's. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, not knowing what Yang Yan wanted to do. While Yang Kai was still in shock, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and with a loud humming sound, the ground around Dragon Cave Mountain began to crack. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was torn apart. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang, a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge crater. Immediately after, a huge black behemoth slowly rose from this crater. When they saw what this huge thing was, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone was dumbfounded. Impossible! A starship? There's actually a starship here. Today, Dragon Cave Mountain was destined to become the focus of attention on Shadowed Star, bringing about one shocking event after another. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of seeing the remnant soul of the ancient divine spirit appear, but now they were witnessing another incredible scene. Underneath Dragon Cave Mountain, there had been a starship hidden. This starship was different from the starships the great sects regarded as treasures. The main difference was its size. It was not too big, only a few dozen meters long, about a quarter the size of an ordinary starship, and had a sleek oval shape. However, this starship exuded an oppressive aura that made one feel even more uncomfortable facing it than facing the true dragon remnant soul just now. A series of cracking sounds rang out as a series of cannon-like objects extended from the starship's abdomen. None of the people present were ignorant and inexperienced. Naturally, they knew what this was. Crystal cannons. These were offensive artifacts that every starship possessed, and they could also be called weapons. Using saint crystals as an energy source, they were extremely powerful. Normally, A starship would not use crystal cannons because every time they were used, a large number of saint crystals would be consumed. Generally speaking, a starship would carry at most 2 or 3 crystal cannons, and crystal cannons were known as the most powerful trump cards of a starship. But at this moment, more than a dozen crystal cannons had extended from the abdomen of this starship. These crystal cannons were aimed in different directions, but all of them were aimed at the densest part of the crowd. Looking at these black cannons, everyone felt an extremely uneasy feeling in their hearts, as if the aura of death was rushing towards them. Giggles resounded throughout the world as Yang Yan's tender voice called out, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." As soon as her voice fell, the dozen or so crystal cannons released a dazzling light and an energy fluctuation that caused the world to tremble spread out. "Not good." Mo Xiaoshang and the others' pupils shrank as they exclaimed, "Disperse!" With his eyesight and experience, he could naturally perceive what kind of destructive power was contained in these crystal cannons. Although his shout was timely, the attack speed of this starship refined by Yang Yan was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as Mo Xiaoshang's voice rang out, more than a dozen white beams of light each the thickness of a human arm shot out from the crystal cannons. There was no sound, no screams, no struggle, and no resistance. Wherever those slender beams of light passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. Not only was Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array broken once again, even the cultivator blocking the path ahead disappeared like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The dozen or so pillars of pure white light shot out for dozens of kilometers before gradually weakening and disappearing. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was a mess as the world energy aura became extremely chaotic. Dida, Dida. A crisp sound rang out as Mo Xiaoshang and the others all stood in place with pale faces, staring in horror at the starship that had appeared out of nowhere, none of them daring to believe their eyes. When this starship appeared just now, none of them had paid much attention to it. After all, this starship wasn't very large, so they subconsciously thought it wasn't of high grade. However, when the dozen or so crystal cannons appeared, Mo Xiaoshang realized he was wrong. It wasn't until now that he realized how wrong he had been. The grade of this starship was beyond the scope of his imagination. It was definitely not Origin grade and was on the same level as an Origin King grade, otherwise, the power of the crystal cannons would not have been so powerful. An Origin King grade starship. How was this possible? But the facts were right in front of him, so he couldn't doubt anything. Because one of the crystal cannon's beams of light had been aimed at them just now, Mo Xiaoshang and the other 3 peak Origin returning realm masters didn't dare to meet it head-on and could only dodge in embarrassment. Even so, half of Demon Blood Temple's Jin Shi's body had been grazed by this attack and now his entire arm had disappeared. The dripping sound was the sound of blood dripping from his wound, causing Jin Shi's face to twist in pain. Old Woman Feng and Changpeng Xian's faces were also extremely ugly. If they hadn't been fast enough just now, they would likely have suffered the same fate as Jin Shi. Looking around again, Mo Xiaosheng's face was filled with grief. Because at this time, there were only a dozen or so people still alive. At least 50 to 60 Origin returning realm masters had died under the crystal cannon's barrage just now. Those were 50 to 60 Origin returning realm masters, not 50 to 60 cabbages. They were the mainstays of the various great sects, but now they had all died on Dragon Cave Mountain. Mo Xiaoshang and the others felt as if a knife had been twisted in their hearts. If possible, the masters from the various great forces would have preferred not to set foot on this hill today, but unfortunately, it was too late for regret. The dead could not be brought back to life. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but they had also made such a powerful enemy. For a time, the faces of the masters who were still alive went pale. "Run!" Mo Xiaoshang grit his teeth, not willing to remain here any longer, his figure flickering as he used his space force to quickly flee. How could Changpeng Xian, Jin Shi, and Old Woman Feng dare to remain? Fearing that the other party's starship would fire another round of crystal cannons, all of them fled as fast as rabbits. This time, Yang Yan didn't try to stop him because she was also powerless to do so. Although this starship was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. The round of crystal cannons just now seemed quite impressive, but in fact it consumed a lot of energy. A scream rang out as Yang Kai killed his last opponent. With a wave of his hand, the Azure Dragon transformed back into a green sword and returned to his hand. Looking down at it for a moment, Yang Kai showed a satisfied look before tossing it back into the artifact refining furnace and storing it into his body. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was silent at this moment. Only the several dozen-meter-long starship remained suspended mid-air. And this small mountain that was originally full of spirit chi, after going through such an unbelievable battle, was now full of devastation and was extremely dilapidated. The stone mongoose had returned to its original appearance and the heaven-shaking pillar was nowhere to be seen. It seemed to have been swallowed into its stomach. At this moment, using its hands and feet, it ran over to Yang Kai and climbed up onto Yang Kai's shoulder, grinning widely. Looking around, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Since arriving on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain, and it had been several years since then. Yang Yen, Wu Yi, and the others had managed this place beautifully, but now, it was undoubtedly no longer suitable for living. Fortunately, Yang Kai still had a place he could go to, so he didn't feel any regrets. That place was much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, and he had intended to move everyone there. This time's incident was just an opportunity. Chapter 14:20. Yang Kai. Not far away, a voice called out. Yang Kai raised his eyes and saw Qian Tong and Fei Ji too staring at him in a daze, glancing over at the starship floating mid-air from time to time, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Although these two were top masters on Shadowed Star, they were still shocked speechless at this moment. When had they ever seen an Origin King grade starship? Although Shadow Moon Hall also had starships, the highest quality was only Origin grade low rank. Grandmaster Golin had spent several years working with a large number of artifact refiners in the sect to refine this starship using countless materials. Such a starship would have no problem searching for mineral lodes near Shadowed Star, but if it wanted to penetrate deep into Shadowed Star's territory, it would undoubtedly be impossible. The dangers hidden in Shadowed Star's territory could not be understood with common sense. Shadow Moon Hall starship was not good, but that did not mean Dragon Cave Mountain starship was not. An Origin King grade starship already had the ability to travel long distances, so with its power, it was not impossible to restore Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world. At the very least, Yang Kai could use it to leave Shadowed Star, escape the shackles of world principles, and travel to other stars to break through to the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too instantly thought of many possibilities, causing their mood to fluctuate and their expressions to become excited. Whether or not Shadowed Star could be reconnected to the outside world was something they did not care about, but the two of them had been stuck at the peak of the Origin returning realm for a long time now, unable to break through due to the suppression of world principles. Now that they had suddenly seen such hope, they were naturally excited. But even if their relationship with Yang Kai was good, they were too embarrassed to ask for such a thing at this moment. After all, the value of this Origin King grade starship was too great. Glancing at them, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they were thinking and smiled lightly. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, you two can wait patiently for a while. Right now, my affairs are in a mess, so how about I contact you once I've dealt with my own affairs? Qian Tong and Fei Ji too both nodded and said, all right. Although Yang Kai did not make any promises, nor did he mention anything, as long as he was still on Shadowed Star, they could naturally contact each other. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was now in a state of devastation, with several small hills razed to the ground by the power of the crystal cannons. It was clearly no longer suitable for habitation. Considering all this, Qian Tong said, Yang Kai, if you don't mind, you can take those people to my Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. What do you think? As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Although Qian Tong's proposal was for his own sake, it was also to provide a foothold for Yang Kai. It was a proposal that was beneficial to both sides. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, I appreciate Elder Qian's kindness, but this junior already has a place to go, so there is no need for you to worry. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flashed across Qian Tong's face, but he did not insist and simply nodded. Very well, although this old master does not know where you want to go, since you already have a place to stay, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. When you settle down in the future, just send this old master a message and this old master will pay you a visit in person. Of course. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. Immediately, he turned his head to Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer and thanked them. This time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was besieged by so many masters, very few people had come to his aid. Besides the mysterious woman surnamed Yi, only the 4 people from Shadow Moon Hall had come to his aid. This kindness was something Yang Kai would naturally remember in his heart. At this moment, only these people had the courage to remain. The others who were still alive had already fled. Even Mou from Clear Sky Sect, who had an ambiguous attitude towards them, had disappeared. Asterisk Kocha. Asterisk a soft sound came from mid-air and the hatch of the starship floating nearby suddenly opened. Yang Kai glanced over and grinned. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, this junior will take his leave first. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too nodded lightly and did not try to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he arrived in front of the divine tree and stretched out his hand to cover it. At the same time, his spiritual energy burst forth and pulled the divine tree into the black book space. Everyone, led by the woman surnamed Yi, flew over and disappeared through the starship's hatch. Yang Kai followed closely behind. After Yang Kai entered, the hatch quickly closed and a humming sound came from the starship before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. So fast! Fei Ji too stared in shock in the direction the starship disappeared. Compared to the speed of the starship from Shadow Moon Hall, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. A trace of inexplicable excitement appeared on Qian Tong's face as he murmured, I didn't expect that this little mountain would have such a strong heritage. Mo Xiao Shang and the others have provoked someone they shouldn't have this time. Fei Ji too grinned meaningfully. What's the point of worrying about them? What you and I should be thinking about now is how to persuade Yang Kai to use the starship to leave the cage that is Shadowed Star. As long as you and I break through to the Origin King realm, Shadowed Star will belong to Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression shook as his eyes flashed and he nodded repeatedly. A few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Mo Xiao Shang and the others, who had just escaped, all looked up in the direction the starship disappeared, their faces ashen. Not only had they suffered a great loss this time, but they had also become enemies with Dragon Cave Mountain. Judging from the heritage of this little mountain, Heaven battling Union's days in the future would not be easy. Mo Xiao Shang's expression was ugly as he wore a worried look. Heaven battling Union's great elder was like this, so were Cheng Peng Xian, Jin Shi, and old woman Feng. Each and every one of them looked like they had just lost their parents as their intestines turned green with regret, especially Jin Shi. Today's battle had cost him an arm, which could be considered a great loss to Yuan Qi. However, while some were happy while others were sad, over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Mou was in a good mood. In any case, he did not hold any malice towards Dragon Cave Mountain this time and had even helped Yang Kai resolve a crisis. As long as the other party was not blind, they should be able to see through his goodwill. On top of that, his two disciples had some friendship with Yang Kai, so it seemed that he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Qian Tong naturally had some ideas about what Fei Ji too was planning to do. Thinking so, Mou slowly called out, Tao, disciple is here. Chen Shitao responded and stepped forward. In the future, you should spend more time with this Yang Kai. If you can somehow capture his heart and soul, that would be best. Honored Master. Chen Shitao blushed. Although her honored master was usually mild-tempered, he had never talked about such a sensitive topic with her before, so now that he was speaking so bluntly, Chen Shitao felt a little overwhelmed. This woman had a proud figure and a mature temperament, so her bashful demeanor only added to her alluring charm, causing all the male disciples of Clear Sky Sect to stare at her blankly. Honored Master is not joking, Mou said seriously. Mou's expression became serious. If you can marry him, you will be the greatest contributor to my Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shitao was stunned. She had been waiting outside with Lu Ying and the others, and although she had heard that the struggle inside Dragon Cave Mountain was fierce, she did not know what was going on. However, from her honored master's words at this moment, it seemed that Yang Kai's performance inside Dragon Cave Mountain had won her honored master's admiration. What exactly happened inside that caused her honored master's attitude to change so drastically? She was very clear about how high her honored master's vision was. Not long after she had been accepted into the sect by her honored master, one of the sect's elders had proposed marriage to one of his juniors, but he had been flatly refused by her honored master. That elder's junior had excellent aptitude and strength, but even such a person could not enter her honored master's eyes. So how could Yang Kai be so highly regarded by her honored master? In Chen Shitao's impression, Yang Kai's strength was indeed amazing, and he could be considered a master among cultivators in the same realm. But Chen Shitao had always thought that his greatest advantage was his unparalleled luck. However, her honored master was clearly not interested in such matters. Chen Shitao couldn't figure it out. Ignoring the thoughts of these outsiders, inside the starship, Yang Kai was looking around in amazement. When he went to the Lu Yen Desert with Young Inflammation a few days ago, He had heard Young Inflammation say that there was a larger starship in Dragon Cave Mountain's vault, so when this starship appeared, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. The only surprise was that this starship was a bit too small. After entering the interior, Yang Kai realized that this starship was like a completely different world. Just like the Flying Shark battle shuttle, it didn't look big on the outside, but its interior was extremely spacious. There were exquisite rooms, meditation rooms, artifact refiners, alchemy rooms, martial arts arenas, and a variety of other facilities. Such a starship was even more high-end than the huge Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce starship Yang Kai had ridden in the past. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived at an arched hall. This hall was filled with a refreshing sandalwood incense and the floor was covered with a large red carpet. The surroundings were decorated with strange stones used for illumination, giving it a very warm atmosphere. At this moment, almost everyone who could speak on Dragon Cave Mountain was here, including the newcomer surnamed Yi and Xueqi, who were standing beside Young Inflammation. Changqi, Haoen, and the others all wore the same expression. After all, when the starship was being refined, they had also helped out and entered it many times. As for Qian Yu and Wu Yi, the two of them had already become Young Inflammation's right-hand men. Ning Xiang Chen, on the other hand, maintained a shocked expression, as if he was in a dream. From time to time, he would glance over at the woman surnamed Yi with a submissive expression. He knew the origins of this woman better than anyone present, so naturally, he was unable to act freely in front of her. What shocked Ning Xiang Chen even more was that this woman surnamed Yi actually called Young Inflammation Master. With a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was actually obedient to Young Inflammation and treated him with respect. Ning Xiang Chen couldn't wait to punch himself in the face to confirm whether he was really dreaming or not. When Yang Kai arrived, Wu Yi and the others had sad looks on their faces as they sighed constantly. Although Dragon Cave Mountain could be said to have won a great victory in this battle, not only killing countless enemies without suffering any losses, how could they be happy with the destruction of their home? That was the home they had painstakingly built. But because of an unexpected battle, it had been destroyed. Several years of hard work and effort had now been destroyed, so who wouldn't feel distressed? Chapter 14:21. Why are all of you frowning? Yang Kai could tell what Changqi and the others were worried about and grinned. It's just a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain, if it's gone then it's gone, there's no need to worry too much about it. But that's our home, Wu Yi sighed deeply. There is a saying that if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Yang Kai smiled at her. Even if Dragon Cave Mountain is gone, we still have another place to settle down, and that place's environment is thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain's. Wu Yi and the others all looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was originally just a small mountain with low world energy aura, making it unsuitable for living and cultivating, over the past few years, it had become a famous cultivation destination. Many cultivators who did not belong to any sect were eager to join Dragon Cave Mountain in search of a place to cultivate. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had never accepted outsiders and had always politely refused those who wished to join. Otherwise, it would have long since become a small sect with thousands of cultivators. Now that Yang Kai said he had a new place to settle down that was thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, it was no wonder Wu Yi and the others didn't believe him. Even if it's Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters, it can't be thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi pursed her lips, subconsciously thinking Yang Kai was just comforting her and the others. What if that place is even better than Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. How could that be? If there was such a good place, why wouldn't the other great forces occupy it? Every place on Shadowed Star with rich world energy has already been occupied by a sect or other great force. How could it possibly be our turn? Changqi also couldn't believe it. What old man Chang said is correct, but that place is not something that can be occupied. Besides us, I'm afraid others won't even be able to set foot on it, Yang Kai said with a mysterious look on his face. Even if there was no war this time, Yang Yan and I were preparing to relocate everyone there. This time's events can be considered an opportunity, so you don't need to worry too much about Dragon Cave Mountain. Elder sister Young Inflammation, is what he said true? Wu Yi turned her head in amazement towards Young Inflammation. Yang Yan gently nodded, indicating that what Yang Kai said was right. Seeing Yang Yan nod, everyone showed a look of disbelief. What kind of place is that? Since the environment is so good, why hasn't any great force occupied it? Wu Yi couldn't understand. As I said, they don't have the ability to occupy it even if they want to. Yang Kai smiled. Because that place is inside Lu Yan's sandland. Inside Lu Yan's desert. Wu Yi and the others exclaimed. On the contrary, a wisp of a thoughtful expression appeared on the face of the woman surnamed Yi, and she said with surprise, "The ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect? Senior actually knows about it." Yang Kai was a little surprised. The only reason he knew about the ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect was because Young Inflammation had told him about it, but this woman surnamed Yi actually knew about it as well. It was a bit strange. Naturally, I know about it. I just read about it in some ancient records. After all, that place is the Masters, the sect that the great emperors once supported. The woman surnamed Ye's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she glanced over at Young Inflammation, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't ask what the relationship between this woman and Young Inflammation was, it was clear that she knew about Young Inflammation's identity. Otherwise, with her strength and cultivation, it would have been impossible for her to act so respectfully towards Young Inflammation. It seemed that this woman surnamed Yi really knew some secrets. However, it wasn't convenient for Yang Kai to inquire about it now. He would have to find an opportunity to ask Young Inflammation later. On the other hand, when Xueqi and the others heard the conversation between the woman surnamed Yi and Yang Kai, they all showed surprised expressions. It seemed that they didn't expect that there would be a sect ruin inside the Lu Yan desert. You'll know when we arrive. Let's not talk about this for now. Go and maintain the operation of the starship. I have already set the route, so you just need to maintain the current speed, Young Inflammation said lightly. Xueqi and the others nodded and excused themselves. Soon, only Yang Kai, Young Inflammation, the woman surnamed Yi, and Guqi remained in the hall. Young Inflammation cast a glance at the woman surnamed Yi, who understood and waved to Guqi. "Little Qi, you can leave." "Yes, martial ancestor." Guqi bowed slightly and withdrew. After there were only 3 people left, Young Inflammation hurriedly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and said, "Show me what you just obtained." Yang Kai was startled but quickly reacted, took out a palm-sized jade token from his space ring, and tossed it to Young Inflammation. The latter caught it, examined it carefully and said, "Sure enough, it's an Emperor Jade." Emperor Jade? Yang Kai frowned. "What's the use of this thing?" "It's used to resist the Emperor pressure and is also a pass to enter the Emperor Garden. Without this thing, no one can enter the Emperor Garden." Young Inflammation quickly explained, "When the Emperor Garden opens, only those who hold an Emperor Jade can safely enter." Doesn't that mean there will be many Emperor Jades appearing? Yang Kai immediately grasped the key point. If the Emperor Garden opened, it was impossible for only one person to enter, and since the Emperor Jade was a pass to enter, it meant that there would be many Emperor Jades appearing. The first Emperor Jade fell into Dragon Cave Mountain probably because I was there. Soon, more Emperor Jades will appear. Young Inflammation frowned, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, she raised her head and exchanged a glance with Yang Kai, both of them understanding the other's intentions. Snatch the Emperor Jades. No matter what, Yang Kai had to grab some Emperor Jades. Otherwise, when the Emperor Garden opened, without enough passes, he and Young Inflammation would not be able to enter the Emperor Garden at the same time. Moreover, now that there was another woman surnamed Yi in Dragon Cave Mountain, if possible, she would also enter the Emperor Garden. In other words, Yang Kai needed to obtain at least 3 Emperor Jades to be able to sit back and relax. At that moment though, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out outside, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming what was happening, his face sank. The Emperor Jades really did appear. At that moment, from the Emperor Garden directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, dozens of streams of white light suddenly shot out. These streams of white light flew aimlessly in all directions at an incredible speed, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. The many masters who had just evacuated Dragon Cave Mountain were also attracted by this bizarre scene, and after a moment, they summoned their star shuttles without hesitation and chased after these streams of white light like meteors. No one knew what these Emperor Jades were, but since they had been shot out from the Emperor Garden, they naturally did not want to miss them. A lucky cultivator was just standing in place when an Emperor Jade happened to fall not too far away. He rushed over with joy and picked it up, but before he could see what it was, he was found by a stronger cultivator and a great battle ensued. There were also some cultivator who chased after the Emperor Jades but soon lost track of them. After all, these things were simply flying too fast. There were even some who desperately used their secret techniques to chase after the Emperor Jades, determined to capture them. All of Shadowed Star fell into chaos in an instant as masters from all the great forces rushed out towards the Emperor Jade, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. After Yang Kai noticed that the Emperor Jades had appeared, he immediately left the starship with Yang Yen and the woman surnamed Yi. Just as he stood still though, Yang Kai stared at a certain spot in the sky and saw a white light shooting towards him. My luck is really good. Not only did Yang Kai show a look of joy, but so did the woman surnamed Yi. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an ancient lamp above her head. This lamp's flame was a deep blue color and exuded a palpitating chill. Origin King Grade Artifact, Bone Incinerating Flame Lamp. It was a famous existence on all of Shadowed Star. In the blink of an eye, the white light shooting out from the Emperor Garden was only 1,000 meters away from the trio. Just as it was about to reach them, the woman surnamed Yi stretched out her hand and gracefully pinched the bone incinerating flame lamp's flame, plucking it before flicking her finger and transforming it into a deep blue light barrier that blocked the Emperor Jade's path. Just as this light barrier took shape, the Emperor Jade slammed into it and silently punched a hole in the seemingly solid blue light barrier. The woman surnamed Ye's face changed slightly as she flicked her finger towards the bone-incinerating flame lamp and sent out a burst of energy towards it. The flame flickered as it flew out from the lamp and met the Emperor Jade head-on, transforming into a series of blue light barriers. With a loud sizzling sound, the white light from the Emperor Jade was extremely terrifying. The defensive measures the woman surnamed Yi had set up were unable to withstand a single blow and were completely destroyed. This time, her complexion really changed. Before she could do anything, Yang Kai had already taken action. The Firebird artifact spirit let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings to meet the Emperor Jade head-on. However, the Firebird artifact spirit was unable to stop the Emperor Jade's advance, and the moment it came into contact with it, its body dissipated. Fortunately, after experiencing this obstruction, the Emperor Jade's speed dropped significantly. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, and with a flick of her hand, the crimson ring she wore on her wrist transformed into a ring of fire that shot towards the Emperor Jade. 3 blazing flame rings. This artifact had once belonged to the great emperors of Starfield, and its grade could not be measured by common sense. The entire Lu Yen Sandfield was a forbidden land on Shadowed Star formed because of the 3 blazing flame rings. Although Yang Yen had only collected one of these flame rings and was unable to display the full power of this artifact, as an emperor artifact, it was not to be underestimated. The Emperor Jade, which even the bone-incinerating flame lamp and the Firebird artifact spirit could not stop, seemed to have encountered its nemesis the moment it came into contact with this ring of fire. It suddenly froze in mid-air, and then the ring of fire rapidly shrank, wrapping around the entire Emperor Jade. A buzzing sound rang out as the Emperor Jade seemed to be trying to break free from the 3 blazing flame rings, but now that it had fallen into the trap, how could it be so simple? Yang Yen sent out a burst of Saint Qi, and the 3 blazing flame rings wrapped around the Emperor Jade like an iron hoop, completely imprisoning it. Chapter 1422. Half a month later, outside Lu Yen Sandfield, a several dozen meter-long starship floated quietly in the air. Inside this starship, Chang Qi, Howen, Wu Yi, and Qian Yu were waiting anxiously. Since the day the Emperor Garden changed, Yang Kai and Yang Yen had left the starship and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, but this carefully refined starship had successfully arrived at Lu Yen Sandfield. But Chang Qi and the others did not dare to rush in and could only dock and wait outside. Fortunately, after the battle half a month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain's reputation had spread far and wide. So even though this starship was quite eye-catching, no one dared to cause trouble here. After the disappearance of the first layer flame area in Lu Yen Sandfield, many cultivators had come here to inquire about the situation. So the current Lu Yen Sandfield was not a desolate place and was instead quite lively. Now that such a starship had suddenly appeared here, it naturally attracted attention. Chang Qi and the others had been waiting here for 3 days, but there was still no sign of Yang Kai or Yang Yen. Just as they were wondering what to do, the buck-toothed cultivator Gu Qi suddenly raised his brow and showed a look of joy. Martial ancestor has returned, more than 3,000 kilometers from here. Wu Yi was overjoyed and did not doubt him, happily saying, "Since Senior Yi has returned, Yang Kai and Yang Yen elder sister must have returned as well." Saying so, she immediately ordered her subordinates to open the starship's hatch and wait. Sure enough, a moment later, a stream of light shot out from the horizon and arrived in front of the starship in the blink of an eye. When the brilliance of this light dissipated, a small starship appeared, one that looked like a shark in the sea. Naturally, this was the flying shark battle shuttle refined by Yang Yen. Yang Kai and the others flew out and Yang Yen released his Saint Qi to take back the flying shark battle shuttle. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help frowning. He noticed that many cultivators were lingering near Lu Yen's sand field. When he and the others appeared, all of them showed a look of curiosity and began whispering to each other. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly pushed his Saint Qi and shouted, "From today onwards, the area within 100,000 kilometers of the flowing flame sand field will be under the jurisdiction of my Dragon Cave Mountain. Everyone, please leave immediately. If anyone tries to approach, it will be considered a provocation to my Dragon Cave Mountain and you will bear the consequences." As soon as these words came out, Yang Xiang shouted out. Although Dragon Cave Mountain had made a name for itself in the battle half a month ago, causing many masters from first-rate sects to suffer greatly, this news was still just hearsay. Whether it was true or false had not yet been confirmed, so Yang Kai's announcement was undoubtedly the same as poking a hornet's nest. After the first layer flame area of Lu Yen's sand field mysteriously disappeared, the second layer treasure area was exposed. Although the cultivator who came here did not find many precious treasures here, they occasionally found some rare ores. There were even rumors that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode in the territory where the second layer treasure area used to be. There were countless Saint Crystals stored there, enough to increase the strength of a first-rate sect several times over. Saint Crystal lodes were scarce on Shadowed Star. Although the great forces had Saint Crystal lodes in their hands, they did not have many and their mining efficiency was not high. Most of the cultivator who came here came with the idea of finding a Saint Crystal lode, but Yang Kai wanted to drive them all away with just a few words, so how could they bear it? In an instant, the crowd was enraged and clamoring filled the air. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. What's more, Lu Yen's sandfield was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas, a place where anyone could enter and leave freely, so what right did Yang Kai have to do this? Listening to the noise and clamor coming from all directions, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, unmoved. In the future, he would consider the supreme profound sect ruins in Lu Yen's sandfield as his base of operations. So naturally, he would not allow irrelevant people to remain nearby. Shut up! Yang Kai didn't say anything, but the woman surnamed Yi suddenly shouted. With her peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation coupled with her strange soul secret technique, although her shout wasn't loud, it was enough to cause those who were making noise to feel dizzy and aghast. The scene immediately quieted down. Looking around with her beautiful eyes, the woman surnamed Yi coldly declared, "I'll give you 1 day. If this queen still sees you here after 1 day, don't blame this queen for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, a powerful pressure spread out and the surrounding area seemed to solidify. All the cultivator who was wrapped in this invisible force were shocked to find that they could not move, speak, or even circulate their Saint Qi. Under this power, it was as if they had become as small as ants. How could these stray cats and dogs resist the power of a Shur that had reached the grand accomplishment stage? Even top masters at the third-order origin returning realm would feel like they had fallen into a quagmire after falling into the Shur of this woman surnamed Yi, let alone these cultivators. Third-order origin returning realm. Immediately, some knowledgeable cultivators recognized the terrifying cultivation of this woman surnamed Yi and were horrified. The strong were respected. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. The woman surnamed Yi only needed to show a slight hint of her power to shut the noisy people up. After she withdrew her Shur, many of the cultivator immediately summoned their star shuttles and fled at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yen's sandfield's second-layer treasure area did indeed have many benefits and opportunities, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one lost their life, even if there were great benefits in front of them, what use would it be? Although they were unwilling, compared to their own lives, it was undoubtedly unwise to stay here and provoke such a powerful existence. After the first batch of cultivators fled, more and more people quickly left, and in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the cultivators who had gathered around had disappeared. The woman surnamed Yi coldly snorted, turned around, and gently nodded to Yang Yen, respectfully saying, "Master, the miscellaneous people have been cleared out." Yang Yen responded faintly before turning his head to look at the flame barrier in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 blazing flame rings flew out and merged into the flame barrier of Lu Yen's sand field. The next moment, a crack appeared on the flame barrier, large enough for the starship to pass through safely. Lu Yen's sand field's 3rd layer flame area was originally formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, an emperor artifact. Yang Yan, as the sole clone of one of the great emperors, could naturally control it. Although he could not take back the 2nd flame ring, he could still separate it. After Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and the others jumped into the starship, a humming sound rang out as the starship slowly flew into Lu Yen's sand field. The journey was unimpeded. A moment later, in the original 4th layer of Lu Yen's sand field, in front of the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, Yang Kai and the others stood in front of the sect defending array and stared at the cloud-covered cross-mountain range. Amidst the clouds, pavilions and towers could be seen, and the mountain range was filled with rich world energy. Clear springs flowed through the mountains and fields, creating a beautiful scenery that seemed out of this world. Standing here, Wu Yi and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly, their faces flushed with excitement. Before, when Yang Kai said that there was a new place to settle down, one that was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, they had been skeptical and thought it was impossible, but standing here at this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt. Before even entering, they had already felt such rich world energy. So what kind of scene would it be if they really entered? Saying that this place was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain was not an exaggeration. Moreover, if they could really settle down here, with the flowing flame sand field's flame barrier protecting them, no one would be able to pose a threat to them. This was simply a paradise, enough to make anyone go crazy and covet it. Was there such an existence in Lu Yen's sand field? However, this sect defending array seemed to be impregnable, much more profound than Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, so it was hard to say whether it could be broken. Just as everyone was secretly worrying, Yang Yan turned to look at Yang Kai, stretched out her hand, and whispered something to him. No one heard what she said, but Yang Kai understood and reached out to his space ring, took out a token, and handed it to Yang Yan. An emperor token. The woman surnamed Ye's eyes were sharp and immediately recognized that this was a Star Emperor token. Thinking about how she had taken out this Star Emperor token, which had been passed down for countless years, in order to heal her injuries, she could not help feeling guilty and uneasy. The Star Emperor token she had previously owned was a treasure passed down from great emperors, and although the divine technique sealed inside had been used, it was not something she could casually exchange. Thinking of this, the woman surnamed Yi felt uneasy, wondering if her master would blame her for this. Fortunately, Yang Yan did not seem to have any intention of pursuing this matter. Holding the Star Emperor token, he poured his Saint Qi into it and immediately placed it on the sect defending array's light curtain. With a flash of light, countless complex runes appeared on the seemingly impregnable sect defending array and began swimming around like fish. Immediately afterward, a humming sound rang out and accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation, the Supreme Profound sect defending array suddenly split apart, revealing a path that led directly to the inside. Although he had a hunch, when Yang Yan opened the light curtain in front of him so easily, Yang Kai could not help smiling bitterly. When he had entered the 4th layer of the Lu Yen sand field, he had seen the cultivator named Lang Qing from Star Emperor Mountain violently attacking this light curtain, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to destroy it. At that time, that guy named Lang Qing had even invited him, but Yang Kai had refused. Now that he thought about it, his decision at that time was extremely wise. Although this sect defending array had remained intact for countless years, it was not something a Saint King realm cultivator could break with brute force. Let's go. Yang Yan's expression was slightly complicated, as if he was recalling something, but at the same time, he did not seem to have any clue. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors. Although she had inherited some of the great emperor's memories, they were not complete, so she was both familiar and unfamiliar with this Supreme Profound sect. Chapter 1423. The huge Supreme Profound sect ruins, after tens of thousands of years of silence, finally welcomed its first group of visitors today. Rich world energy wrapped around one's body, making them feel warm and comfortable. There was almost no need to circulate one's secret art for this world energy to flow into one's body on its own. Cultivating in this environment could save several times the amount of time. Not only were Wu Yi and the others excited, even the woman surnamed Yi wore a look of fascination. On Shadowed Star, the place with the richest world energy was Star Emperor Mountain. The woman surnamed Yi, as the former sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, naturally had the right to comment on this matter, but compared to Star Emperor Mountain's world energy here, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. At the foot of Star Emperor Mountain, there was a top-grade earth vein that provided the flow of world energy, but in the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, there seemed to be more than one such earth vein, but several. In front of them was a set of white jade steps that looked pure and flawless. Even if no one had cleaned them for tens of thousands of years, they were still spotless. These white jade steps were made of the purest jade and had a warm luster that led straight to the top. At a rough count, there were at least 10,000 steps. Yang Kai and Yang Yan walked forward side by side at a leisurely pace, feeling the rich world energy here while releasing their divine senses to explore their surroundings. The woman surnamed Yi followed closely behind, followed by Xueqi and the others. The several dozen disciples who originally belonged to the Xueqi family fell behind, whispering amongst themselves in groups of 3 or 5, all of them clearly excited. They had followed Wu Yi and left the Xueqi family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was a heartfelt act, each of them more or less cherished the memory of their original family. But in the following few years, they had obtained abundant cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment on Dragon Cave Mountain, which gradually gave them a sense of belonging to Dragon Cave Mountain and made them feel as if they were a part of it. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground. Although it was a pity, Yang Kai and Yang Yan had led them into a new world, one that was countless times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. The past flashed before his eyes. Every cultivator secretly rejoiced at the decision they had made back then. Those who remained in the Xueqi family were probably still struggling for some trivial cultivation materials at this moment, but they didn't need to worry about this at all. All they needed to do was sit in meditation and cultivate. There was an unlimited supply of saint crystals, as well as an unlimited supply of pills. Even their secret treasures were of excellent quality. This kind of treatment was something even the first-class sects on Shadowed Star could not provide, yet they were able to enjoy. If someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect came to invite them to join now, they would definitely scoff at them. So what if they were Heaven Battling Union? So what if it was Thunder Typhoon Sect? Could it be compared with Dragon Cave Mountain? Step by step, the steps fell behind them. After about half an hour, Yang Kai and the others finally reached the top. Looking up, they saw 2 towering pillars standing in front of them. Above the 2 giant pillars, there was a huge plaque hanging on it. There were 3 words written on the horizontal board. Supreme Profound Sect. These 3 words faintly gave off a profound and unfathomable charm. It was impossible to imagine who had left behind this handwriting, but their strength was definitely not low, most likely an Origin King Realm Master. The mountain breeze blew by, clear and natural. Looking through the gate of the Supreme Shen Sect, one could see mountains and pavilions everywhere. It was a scene that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, in this magnificent sect ruins, there was no sign of life at all. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense but was still unable to cover the entire Supreme Profound Sect. Such a huge sect, even if it accommodated 100,000 disciples, would not be crowded, but now, less than 100 people had entered. What's more, for a long time, there would be less than 100 people living and cultivating here. Each person would have no problem occupying an entire mountain peak. This should be the front hall. Yang Yan Yun frowned slightly as she thought of something. Let's split up and explore. It seems that there is no barrier here, but we can't be careless. If you encounter anything suspicious, don't rush in. Just send a message to me or Yang Kai. Okay. Wu Yi nodded and immediately divided the several dozen cultivators into more than a dozen teams of 3 or 5 people before dispersing in all directions. Yang Kai naturally did not remain idle and began exploring the front hall of Supreme Profound Sect alone. He thought there would be some good things left here, but to his surprise, there was nothing of value at all. It seemed that all that remained were the huge sect ruins, which disappointed him a little. After exploring for a whole day, Yang Kai gained nothing. On the other hand, the disciples of the Xueqi family had good luck. Some of them found some ancient artifacts while others found some pills that could still be taken. One by one, they ran over to report to Yang Kai about what they had found. How could Yang Kai be interested in these things? After a brief inspection, he had them keep them for themselves. This decision stimulated the disciples' desire to explore even more, and in the entire front hall of Supreme Profound Sect, they excitedly walked back and forth, entering and exiting the various palaces. Time flew by and half a month passed. During this half a month, the group of several dozen people did nothing but explore the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, But even so, they had not finished exploring them all. There were 81 mountain peaks in this place, and they varied in size. Every mountain peak had an overwhelming amount of spirit chi, which was not inferior to any sect's main altar in terms of spirit chi. In fact, it might even be better. As for the 9 largest peaks, the richness of the aura was even more amazing. Although there were not many additional gains, being able to settle down in such a place was enough to satisfy everyone. After a while, everyone decided to settle down in the front hall. After all, there were too few people and the Supreme Profound Sect ruins were too large. If they were scattered, it would be inconvenient for them to communicate with each other. Although the aura of the front hall was not as good as that of the 9 largest peaks, it was better than anywhere else. Xueqi occupied a magnificent palace by himself, which happened to be located at the mouth of a spirit spring. The aura that leaked out of the spirit spring was restricted by a spirit array. With no leakage, it was the best place to cultivate. Of course, Xueqi was very satisfied. However, now that everyone had settled down here, the name Supreme Profound Sect could no longer be used. After all, they would have to deal with the other great forces on Shadowed Star in the future, so they could not always use the name of Dragon Cave Mountain or Supreme Profound Sect. Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and the others came over to consult Xueqi, and Xueqi immediately replaced the plaque of Supreme Profound Sect with High Heaven Sect. Although this was not announced to the world, it could still be considered a low-key sect. High Heaven Pavilion was the sect Xueqi came from, so it was natural for him to call this new place High Heaven Sect. No one else had any objections to this and did not even ask about the meaning of the name Xueqi. They had long regarded Xueqi as a leader, so even if Xueqi's name was bad, they would not say anything. On the other hand, the woman surnamed Yi praised the name of this new sect. After such a long period of contact, Xueqi also learned about the background of this woman surnamed Yi. Yi Shi-yun, the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain. A famous and illustrious figure. On Shadowed Star, she had once wielded great authority, but unfortunately, many years ago, she had left Star Emperor Mountain for some unknown reason. Everyone thought she had fallen and died, but no one knew that she had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. If it weren't for Xueqi accidentally discovering Yang Yan this time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. She would probably not have come out of seclusion. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shi-yun had only taken 2 things with her when she left Star Emperor Mountain. One was the Origin King Grade artifact, the bone-incinerating flame lamp, and the other was a portrait of a person. A portrait of Starfield's great emperors. Star Emperor Mountain had an ancient legend that although the great emperors were sleeping, one day, they would reappear in the world. Tens of thousands of years had passed. This ancestral teaching had gradually been forgotten, and Star Emperor Mountain itself did not know whether it really had anything to do with the great emperors of Starfield, but Yi Shi-yun firmly believed in it. In order to inquire about the secrets of the great emperors, she had searched through ancient books and records and found an amazing clue. The great emperors had encountered a powerful enemy and were severely injured, so they had no choice but to use some kind of divine technique to fall into a deep sleep and wait for their injuries to heal. This coincided with the secret that Yang Yan and Xueqi had told before. In order to investigate this information, Yi Shi-yun had spent several hundred years. During that time, she had not asked about any of Star Emperor Mountain's affairs, resulting in her authority falling to the hands of a traitor and finally being forced to leave Star Emperor Mountain. She had spent so much time inquiring about the clues of the great emperors for only one reason: to break through to the Origin King realm. Although she did not know much about the cultivation of the great emperors, she knew that they had definitely surpassed the Origin King realm. Since the great emperors could reach such a realm tens of thousands of years ago, why couldn't she? Yi Shi-yun's original intention was to find a way to break through to the Origin King realm by inquiring about the great emperors, but she had not expected to discover such a secret. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shi-yun had lived in seclusion. The portraits of the great emperors were hung in her secluded home, burning a stick of incense in the morning and kowtowing 3 times in the morning and evening. Xueqi was a disciple she had adopted many years ago, and although they were master and disciple, Xueqi still called her martial ancestor. When he often visited Yi Shi-yun or asked her questions about his cultivation, Xueqi had naturally seen the portraits of the great emperors many times. As such, when this guy saw Yang Yan in Heavenly Fate City, it was as if he had seen a ghost, a look of fear and trepidation appearing on his face. Last time, when he returned to Yi Shi-yun's side and told her what he had seen, Yi Shi-yun had rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain without stopping to wait for her injuries to heal, just in time to encounter a group of masters besieging Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there were people with similar appearances in this world, it was impossible for two identical faces to appear. Yi Shiyun guessed at that time that the woman named Yang Yan might be related to the great emperors. After arriving at Dragon Cave Mountain and communicating with Yang Yan using her communication artifact, Yi Shiyun immediately confirmed her guess. Otherwise, how could she have helped Dragon Cave Mountain for no reason? How could a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator be so obedient to Yang Yan? If Yi Shiyun had any doubts before, after these days of contact, all of them were gone. In this world, only the great emperors could refine such a starship, and only the great emperors could easily break through the supreme profound sect defending array. She subconsciously thought that Yang Yan was the reincarnation of the great emperors, unaware that the true bodies of the great emperors were still sleeping in the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1424. Time flew by and more than 10 days passed. After experiencing the initial excitement and novelty, the people of Dragon Cave Mountain gradually adapted to life in the Supreme Profound Sect's former site, which was now High Heaven Sect. Here, the world energy aura was abundant and the air was clear and natural. It was one of the best cultivation holy lands in the world. Compared to the floating continent Yang Kai had entered when he first set foot in Star Territory, this place was only slightly inferior. The only fly in the ointment was that the entire Lu Yen sandfield was still surrounded by 2 of the 3 blazing flame rings, isolating it from the rest of the world. Not only was it difficult to communicate with the outside world, but when one looked up, one couldn't even see the sun, moon, or stars. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world, but it was also free from many disturbances. Otherwise, with just a few dozen people occupying such a large and beautiful place, it would be strange if no one coveted it. Everything was in order. The 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai brought back from the 6th layer of the Lu Yen sandfield was placed by Yang Yan in the front hall's secret hall, guarded by layers of spirit arrays. If a disciple wanted to break through, they could apply to Wu Yi and the others. After obtaining approval, they could go to the secret hall and use the 10,000-year incense to enter retreat. The 9-branched jade crystal tree was also placed there. Both of these treasures could help one comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as allow one to clear their mind and expel heart demons. Both were treasures that could help one achieve breakthroughs. Both the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branched jade crystal tree were originally placed in Yang Kai's cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain. However, more than a month ago, when powerful enemies besieged Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Yan took the opportunity to move these treasures. At that time, Wu Yi had taken advantage of the enemy's attention being attracted by Yang Kai to secretly escape with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays in order to move these treasures. There was also the red candle holder and a small petal of the red candle fruit. They were now living peacefully in a medicinal garden in the front hall. Although they would not grow again, their medicinal effects were perfectly preserved. Even the mother stalk of the blood sword grass was brought here by Yang Yan. The huge blood essence stone was also brought here. These things were good treasures that could be used to arrange array cores. How could Yang Yan forget about them? It could be said that although Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground, High Heaven Sect had not suffered the slightest loss. On the contrary, High Heaven Sect had taken advantage of this battle to make a name for itself. At least a dozen great forces and hundreds of origin-returning realm masters had joined forces to attack Yang Kai. But in the end, they had suffered heavy casualties and had to flee in embarrassment. Such a battle record was something even the top sects of Shadowed Star could not achieve. Only Star Emperor Mountain was capable of such a feat after that battle. No one dared to not put Dragon Cave Mountain in their eyes anymore, and the name of Dragon Cave Mountain's master, Yang Kai, spread far and wide. Performing such a feat with a trivial third-order Saint King cultivation, it was easy for him to become a hot topic in the streets and taverns. High Heaven Sect was established in a low-key manner, and without Yang Kai's knowledge, Wu Yi and the others took the initiative to appoint him as sect master. Yang Yan became vice sect master while Yi Shiyun became great elder. Changqi, Haowen, Ningxiang Chen, Guqi, and the others were all elders. A small sect with only a few dozen people was beginning to take shape. Although it was small, it had all the essentials, and this was only because no one was willing to open their doors to accept disciples. With the prime location that High Heaven Sect now occupied, coupled with its current popularity, all it needed to do was say a single word and it would likely become a bustling market, with countless cultivators without any backing coming to seek shelter. With its foundation unstable, now was not the time to do such things. Everyone understood this truth. The divine tree was once again released by Yang Kai. In the battle more than a month ago, the divine tree's performance had left Yang Kai dumbfounded. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be stingy with it, immediately forcing out 2 drops of golden blood for the divine tree to absorb and refine. The stone mongoose's performance was also commendable, and it also received a very generous reward, a large number of rare metals and ores. The stone mongoose could enhance its strength by absorbing the essence of these metals and ores. This was its innate divine technique. The front hall of High Heaven Pavilion gradually calmed down as everyone went about their duties. Yang Kai was also in retreat. Only Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and the others were busy. After all, this place would be her sex headquarters in the future, so Yang Yan naturally had to rearrange the barriers and spirit arrays. Fortunately, most of the barriers and spirit arrays in Supreme Profound Sect could still be used. It was just that they had run out of energy, so all Yang Yan needed to do was repair them slightly or refill them with Saint crystals. This was not a difficult task for Yang Yan, and in fact, she enjoyed it quite a bit. Yi Shiyun stayed by her side all day long, never leaving her side, maintaining her status as a subordinate. Yang Kai had occasionally noticed that when this woman looked at Yang Yan, her eyes would fill with fanaticism and worship, as if she would do anything Yang Yan commanded without hesitation. First Heavenly Palace, the palace Yang Kai currently occupied. Inside one of the rooms, he sat cross-legged with his hands stretched out in front of him, holding a green sword-like artifact in his palms. Although it looked like a long sword, it actually did not have a blade, making it appear extremely blunt. However, at the hilt of this sword, there was a longan-sized bead embedded in it, and inside this green sword body, there was a snake-like thing swimming happily. This long sword artifact was naturally the product of the fusion of the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead's original form was an aggressive poisonous dragon. As a part of an ancient divine spirit, its strength was simply unfathomable. As such, even if it was just a piece of dragon bone and a crude dragon bead, this artifact still possessed unfathomable power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had fully experienced its power, but unfortunately, the wisp of dragon soul was extremely arrogant and unwilling to be controlled by him, nearly causing an accident on the spot. In the end, Yang Kai had used his blossoming lotus secret technique to forcibly suppress it. At that time, Yang Kai had been forced to do so as a stopgap measure, not a long-term solution. Now that Yang Kai had taken out this sword artifact, he naturally intended to solve this problem once and for all. Otherwise, every time he used it in the future, he would have to forcibly suppress it. Not only would he not be able to display its full power, but he would also likely suffer a backlash. This was not a joke. Suffering a backlash from one's own artifact was not uncommon. Forcing one's own artifact to wield a powerful artifact with low strength was a common occurrence. Therefore, any cultivator who chose an artifact would choose one that was suitable for them based on their own strength and the limits of their ability. It did not mean that the more powerful an artifact was, the better. Moreover, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's hand could barely be regarded as a prototype and had not been completely refined. It had only reached a level where it could be used. After all, how could it be so easy to refine the body of an ancient divine spirit? However, what made Yang Kai very happy was that this dragon bone sword seemed to be able to grow and evolve. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, this sword had transformed into a giant dark green dragon, and after swallowing the flesh and blood essence of several origin-returning realm cultivator, its aura had significantly increased. After discovering this at that time, Yang Kai did not dare let it swallow at will. It was already difficult for him to completely suppress it now, so wouldn't allowing it to become even stronger be equivalent to smashing his own foot with a stone? Only after this hidden danger was completely resolved could it be allowed to grow unscrupulously. Green all over, I'll call you Green Drop. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he suddenly muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pouring a massive amount of Saint Qi into it like a tide. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout First Heavenly Palace, and in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the room as a dazzling green light burst forth. A violent coercion swept out as a giant dark green dragon suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was none other than the verdant dragon bone sword's illusory form, its massive dragon body hovering in place, its head held high as its 2 gong-sized eyes stared down at Yang Kai, a look of disdain flashing across its eyes. Although it was only a remnant soul and didn't have much consciousness left, the pride and arrogance of an ancient divine spirit could not be erased. In front of the divine spirit race, Yang Kai's current strength was as insignificant as an ant. As the dragon pressure raged, Yang Kai's bones crackled as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of powerlessness. However, Yang Kai did not retreat, nor did he show the slightest timidity, instead simply staring back at the dragon head indifferently. The demon eye of annihilation appeared in Yang Kai's left eye, its long and narrow golden pupil seemingly exuding infinite demonic power. Around this golden pupil, there was also an inexplicable glow. This was the colored glass divine light. When combined with the demon eye of annihilation, the two complemented each other. Their power was not as simple as 1 + 1. This time, Yang Kai did not use the blossoming lotus secret technique. After all, if he wanted to enjoy the pride of the dragon's soul, relying solely on this secret technique was not advisable. He had to let it know its current situation, let it know who was its master and who was its servant in the future. Only in this way would he be able to use it as he pleased in the future without worrying about being devoured by it. One big and one small, two pairs of eyes stared at each other, one filled with contempt and the other with dignity, neither showing any intention of backing down. Even if the dragon bone and dragon bead had been refined by Yang Kai for several years and had long since been tainted with his aura, wanting to completely subdue it was not a simple matter. An invisible contest unfolded between Yang Kai and the giant dark green dragon as invisible spiritual energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the barriers around First Heavenly Palace were quite good, otherwise, it would likely have been destroyed in an instant. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the Third Order Saint King realm, the strength of his spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a Second Order Origin returning realm master. Coupled with the assistance of the demon eye of annihilation, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would suffer a great loss if caught off guard. Even so, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with the dragon's soul. No matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense to exert pressure on the dragon's soul, the other party remained unmoved, showing no signs of panic, fear, or submission. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's face gradually paled. Using his spiritual energy continuously and unrestrainedly, even with his profound foundation, was becoming difficult for him to bear. The demon eye of annihilation was already oozing with blood, and his entire left eye was completely red. The golden pupil was constantly emitting an invisible suction force, trying to shake the dragon's soul, but like waves crashing into a reef, the reef remained motionless, unable to move. Chapter 1425. The stalemate lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Kai was unable to make any progress. On the contrary, his spiritual energy had been exhausted and his knowledge sea had dried up. If not for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, his current situation would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Yang Kai felt like his head was being pierced by thousands of needles, causing him great pain. Inside his room in First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai let out a muffled roar. The demon eye of annihilation collapsed on its own. Without spiritual energy as its source, the demon eye of annihilation could not be used at all. This was the first time the demon eye of annihilation had failed. In the past, when Yang Kai used it, whether it was against enemies or as a deterrent, it had a great effect. But now, it had no effect on the remnant soul inside the verdant dragon bone sword. Yang Kai not only did not feel annoyed, he was actually quite happy. The more difficult it was to deal with, the greater the value of the dragon bone sword. As long as he could find a way to subdue this dragon's soul, it would be of great help to him. What should I do to make it submit? Yang Kai gasped for breath as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in front of him, deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. His expression flickered. Although it was just a vague idea, it was absolutely necessary to try it. As the saying goes, those closely involved cannot see clearly. Yang Kai had completely forgotten that there was still a true dragon remnant soul inside his body. It was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance he obtained in Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Valley on Tongxian realm. After obtaining this inheritance, a golden dragon tattoo had appeared on his body. Before, Yang Kai had not seen much and did not know much about the mysteries of this golden dragon tattoo. But after exploring the Emperor Garden with Feiji Tu and the others, he had learned about the existence of ancient divine spirits. Since the Phoenix Empress inheritance he obtained from the Phoenix Nest was an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, the Dragon Emperor inheritance he obtained in Dragon Valley must be the same. Although he had not verified this, Yang Kai felt that his guess should be correct. There was no reason for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance to be worse than the Phoenix Empress. Perhaps he could use the Dragon Monarch's inheritance to achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. No matter what, this was a way. Whether or not it would work would depend on the will of the heavens. He reached out and unbuttoned his clothes, taking off his top. His refined body was immediately exposed to the air. Yang Kai's body didn't look very strong, but his figure was extremely well proportioned. His muscles hid a huge amount of power, which was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, there were two diagrams that were like tattoos on his body. One was the diagram of a golden dragon, and the other was the diagram of an ice phoenix. Both of them looked extremely lifelike. The only difference was that the golden dragon pattern seemed to be alive. It was swimming around Yang Kai's body, while the ice phoenix pattern was fixed in one place and did not move. In the final analysis, this ice phoenix pattern was the Phoenix Empress inheritance and did not belong to Yang Kai. It was only temporarily using his body as a medium. On the other hand, the golden dragon pattern was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and belonged to Yang Kai himself. When Yang Kai swept the ice phoenix tattoo with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that its eyes actually moved slightly, as if it was looking directly at him, but after a brief moment, it went still. Yang Kai didn't know if it was just his imagination. However, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed to Su Yan's figure. The reason this ice phoenix pattern was left on him was because he wanted to give it to Su Yan. Unfortunately, after so many years, he had never had a chance to see her again. He didn't know how she was doing now. He didn't know if she was being bullied. He also didn't know if her cultivation was progressing smoothly. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai composed himself and focused his attention on the golden dragon pattern. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai began circulating his yin-yang joyous unification art. Although he did not have Su Yan to cooperate with him, Yang Kai was already familiar with this secret art, so it was not difficult for him to circulate it. As his Saint Chi surged, the golden dragon pattern swam even faster, as if it was being nourished. After a short while, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came out, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, enveloping the entire room in it. The original green color in the room instantly dimmed a lot. The giant dark green dragon, which had been staring at Yang Kai indifferently, its eyes filled with contempt, suddenly became flustered, as if it had encountered some kind of nemesis, its eyes trembling violently, revealing a faint sense of panic. Asterisk roar. Asterisk golden light radiated from Yang Kai's body and the phantom of a giant golden dragon condensed above his head, like a god overlooking the giant dark green dragon. The two giant dragons were about the same in size and appearance. The only difference was the color of the two dragons. One was gold, one was green. Although the giant green dragon had a fearful expression on its face, it was clearly unwilling to show weakness to the enemy. It raised its head, and the green light shone brightly, covering up a little of the golden light. It seemed to be on par with the majesty of the giant golden dragon. Seeing this scene, Kai Yang was overjoyed. He knew that this time he was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Since he had found the correct method, naturally he wasn't willing to give up halfway. Forcing himself to focus, he began to circulate the yin-yang joyous unification art. The golden light became even brighter and once again suppressed the green light. But this was not the end of it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret was triggered, but with a crisp phoenix cry, the ice phoenix tattoo that was originally fixed on Yang Kai's body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Cold air swept out in all directions while the golden dragon's body exuded a scorching hot energy. Cold and hot, according to common sense, should be mutually exclusive, but at this moment, they were blending together. Not only did there not seem to be any conflict, but it also increased the power of the other party. The golden light, green light, and white shadow collided with each other, creating a crackling sound. The green light was already no match for the golden light and was being suppressed, but now with the addition of the white shadow, it was defeated in an instant. With a swishing sound and a burst of light, Yang Kai couldn't see anything at all. He only felt that the golden and white lights were frantically suppressing the green light, and under the investigation of his divine sense, the green light was also shrinking at an incredible speed. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a muffled bang, Yang Kai's body shook. When he opened his eyes again and looked around, he found that his room was a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a violent storm. Even the barriers around First Heavenly Palace had been torn apart. On his body, the golden dragon tattoo had returned and was still swimming around happily as before, while the ice phoenix tattoo was once again fixed in a certain place. It was as if everything before was just an illusion and had never happened. However, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the verdant dragon bone sword on the ground. Reaching out and grasping it, an indescribable feeling came over him. If holding this verdant dragon bone sword before was like holding an artifact, then now Yang Kai felt a connection with it, as if this verdant dragon bone sword had become a part of him and was at his disposal. Although it was very weak, it was a completely different feeling from before. Raising his brow, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into this sword, causing it to immediately transform into a giant dark green dragon. However, unlike before, the contempt and disdain in this giant dark green dragon's eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by docility and obedience. Yang Kai grinned, unable to contain his joy. He hadn't expected that the idea he had inadvertently come up with would actually succeed. Using dragon pressure to resist dragon pressure was really possible. Moreover, after such a display, Yang Kai faintly felt that the golden dragon tattoo on his body seemed to be superior to this giant dark green dragon. Both were remnant souls of ancient divine spirits, but the giant dark green dragon was obviously at a disadvantage when facing the golden dragon tattoo alone. Even without the addition of the ice phoenix remnant soul, Yang Kai felt that it was only a matter of time before he could subdue it. The addition of the ice phoenix only shortened that time by a great deal. With a single thought, the giant dark green dragon began flying according to Yang Kai's will. From now on, when he used the verdant dragon bone sword, he no longer had to worry about it suffering backlash. Having resolved this hidden danger in his heart, Yang Kai was in a good mood. After experimenting for a long time in his room, Yang Kai reluctantly took the dragon bone sword back into his body and continued to nourish it with his Saint Qi. His current strength was still too low to exert the full power of this artifact, and the artifact itself had yet to be fully refined. Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this verdant dragon bone sword would be once all the conditions were met. This was something worth looking forward to. Taking out some pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai calmed his mind, sat down cross-legged, and began to restore his consumed Saint Qi and spiritual energy. In just one day, Yang Kai's vitality had been restored to its peak, and just as Yang Kai was about to get up, a loud buzz came from outside and the entire first heavenly palace began to shake. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he subconsciously thought that High Heaven sect was being attacked, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that wasn't quite right. High Heaven sect now occupied the Supreme Profound sect's ruins and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings on the outside and the sect defending array on the inside. Huan's shadowed star had the ability to attack High Heaven sect. Moreover, judging from the turbulence of the world energy, it didn't seem to be a reaction to an attack. Instead, it seemed to be an internal change. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside of First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai determined a certain direction, and his figure flickered as he approached it at an extremely fast speed. A short while later, Yang Kai arrived at the huge square in the front hall of High Heaven sect. At this moment, several dozen disciples were gathered here, as were all the great elders of the sect, but all of them were looking up at the sky, their eyes fixed on it, as if there was something up there that attracted their attention. Following their gazes, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise because, mid-air, Yang Yan was floating with a solemn expression on her face, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind, her hands constantly forming seals as pure Saint Qi emerged from her tender body and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the sky. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, everyone saluted. Chapter 14:26. Now that High Heaven sect could be considered a sect, everyone present, as elders and disciples, naturally could not lack etiquette when meeting the sect master. Even Yi Shi Yun, the strongest master in the group, nodded lightly to Yang Kai. But soon, she shifted her gaze and continued to stare at Yang Inflammation's movements, a fanatical light flashing across her beautiful eyes. This woman really takes Yang Inflammation as an idol. Yang Kai quietly curled his lips. He couldn't blame her though, the reputation of the great emperors of Starfield was simply too shocking. The reason Yang Kai could get along with Yang Inflammation so calmly was because they were so familiar with each other. What is this? Yang Kai stared at the sky and asked in confusion. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang wants to open the barrier around Lu Yen Sand Field so that our sect can see the sun and moon again. Ning Xiang Chen quickly replied, his tone full of respect, his pair of old eyes overflowing with light, seemingly unable to conceal his admiration for Yang Inflammation. In this world, who could open the barrier around Lu Yen sand field? Only Yang Inflammation. No wonder Ning Xiangchen had such a look of reverence on his face. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai gently nodded, understanding Yang Inflammation's plan in his heart, so he didn't ask any more questions. Although everyone had moved to the Supreme Profound Sect ruins and changed its name to High Heaven Sect, the 3 blazing flame rings had always shrouded this place. The fiery red barrier obscured the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, and stars. Living in such an environment for a long time, one would feel somewhat depressed. Therefore, Yang Inflammation should be planning to open the flame barrier that covered the sky and reconnect the current High Heaven Sect to the outside world. This was a good thing, and only Yang Inflammation could do it. Yang Kai naturally had no intention of expressing his opinion, so he just stood quietly with everyone, waiting and watching. A stream of pure Saint Qi gushed out from Yang Inflammation's tender body, turning into a stream of light that shot towards a certain spot in the sky and disappeared in an instant. As time passed, a whirlpool vaguely appeared in the fiery red sky. The whirlpool was small at first, but it gradually grew in size. The swirling vortex was a ghastly sight, causing people to shudder in fear. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. After another half an hour or so, accompanied by a shout from Yang Inflammation, the red ring on her wrist buzzed and shot up into the sky, expanding. Directly transformed into a huge ring about a dozen kilometers or so in diameter. This ring slowly rose up into the sky, until it finally came into contact with the flame barrier that covered the sky. Soon after, it fixed itself at a certain spot and did not move at all. It just happened to wrap around the huge whirlpool. Immediately, the vortex rapidly shrank and an unparalleled suction force emerged from it. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the flame barrier covering High Heaven Sect burst like a bubble, revealing a space of more than a dozen kilometers around the same size as the vortex. A burst of cheers rang out as all the disciples leapt up in joy. Yang Kai also grinned happily, but soon his eyes were attracted by something in the sky and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Sure enough. Yang Inflammation also murmured softly, her beautiful eyes staring at a certain spot in the sky as her brow furrowed slightly. Immediately after, she waved her hand and the first ring of the 3 blazing flame rings flew back down and landed on her wrist. However, the flame barrier did not close again and instead maintained a gap of a dozen kilometers or so, allowing sunlight to pour in and allow people to see the blue sky and white clouds outside. However, at this moment, in addition to the blue sky and white clouds, there was another object that attracted the most attention. It was a huge and magnificent palace. The Emperor Garden. Why is that thing here? Wasn't it on Dragon Cave Mountain? When did it move here? A burst of shouts rang out as several dozen disciples wore worried looks on their faces. Once bitten, twice shy. The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered such a disaster last time was ultimately because of the appearance of the Emperor Garden, causing it to become the center of a vortex of struggle. Originally, everyone had left Dragon Cave Mountain and found a new place to settle down, one that was thousands of times better than the previous Dragon Cave Mountain, sweeping away all of their previous worries. But now, after just a few days of peace, the Emperor Garden had appeared right above them again. This was somewhat unacceptable to all of them. The dignified Emperor Garden, one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden zones, was like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was a 2-month journey from here, so no one knew when the Emperor Garden had appeared above High Heaven Sect. After all, High Heaven Sect had been enveloped by the 3 blazing flame rings all this time, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. Only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation knew the reason. Yi Shiyun might have some guesses, but she could not be certain. Yang Inflammation landed lightly from the sky and stood beside Yang Kai, her expression indifferent, making it impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai asked softly, "Did you know about this long ago and decided to break the barrier?" I sensed something, but I wasn't sure. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, the barrier in the sky would have been broken sooner or later. This time, it was just a coincidence. Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Yang Kai understood and pondered for a moment before turning his head to the disciples and shouting, "What are you all shouting for? Since the Emperor Garden has appeared here, it must have its reasons. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Just do what you need to do." Hearing Yang Kai's words, the commotion in the crowd calmed down and all of them nodded before respectfully withdrawing. After the weaker disciples left, Yongkai said thoughtfully. I don't know when the Emperor Garden moved here, but since it has appeared here, it should be quite lively outside Luyan's desert right now. The Emperor Garden had played a big joke on all of Shadowed Star this time. When it first appeared, it was suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, causing countless great forces on Shadowed Star to gather in Heavenly Fate City. But no one had expected that it would actually move. Since it had now appeared above High Heaven's sect, the masters on Shadowed Star must have also chased after it. This was without a doubt. The Emperor Jades had appeared and the Emperor Garden's opening was not far away, so no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Do you want to go out and take a look? Yang Inflammation asked. Yongkai nodded. Knowing that the front door of his home must be very lively right now, Yongkai certainly would not sit idly by. I'll go with you, Yang Inflammation said worriedly. Yongkai glanced at her but did not refuse, nodding. All right. After a brief discussion, Yang Inflammation immediately summoned the Flying Shark battle shuttle and the two of them flew in. Yi Shiyun did not leave Yang Inflammation's side, so naturally she would not fall behind. High Heaven Sect was originally located in the fourth layer of the Luyan sand field, but now that the first layer flame area had disappeared, only the third layer flame area stood in front of High Heaven Sect. Soon, the Flying Shark battle shuttle passed through the fourth layer and set foot on the third layer flame area. But with Yang Inflammation here, the rolling flames were no threat to the three of them at all. They simply parted to the sides and opened up a path for them. After a long time, the Flying Shark battle shuttle flickered slightly and appeared outside the flame barrier. The hatch opened and Yongkai strode out, but just as he stood firm, he couldn't help raising his brow and sweeping his eyes around with a faint smile. At this moment, a large number of cultivators had gathered outside the Luyan sand field, some in groups of 3 or 5, some in neat rows, all of them staring towards the Luyan sand field anxiously. Almost everyone Yongkai knew, didn't know, and had enmity with or without enmity with were gathered here, including several hundred great forces from all over Shadowed Star. It could be said that all the cultivator who originally lived in Heavenly Fate City had followed the Emperor Garden here. When the Flying Shark battle shuttle broke out of the Luyan sand field and Yongkai appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, all of them dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Since the Luyan sand field was known as a restricted area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. When it was not open, no one could break into it. There was once an Origin returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to break into the Luyan sand field, but as soon as he set foot in the first layer flame area, he was melted away. The Luyan sand field when it was not open was not something a human could resist. Only when it was open could a cultivator below the Origin returning realm use their own strength to enter. But now, Yongkai had walked out safely from inside, so didn't that mean he had been inside all this time? How was this possible? Many of the masters present thought they were seeing things. Their eyes filled with disbelief and envy. Although they did not know what method Yongkai had used to freely enter and exit the Luyan sand field, it was obviously extraordinary. Moreover, there were many benefits in this restricted area, so if Yongkai could enter and leave freely, didn't that mean he had monopolized all the good things inside? The masters who had enmity with Yongkai all wore gloomy expressions, almost coughing up blood in frustration. Yongkai was still young, but he was already so difficult to deal with. If he was allowed to monopolize the resources in the Luyan sand field for a long time, once he fully matured, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent? Thinking so, many of the masters present exchanged glances as murderous intent filled their hearts. However, not everyone had murderous intent towards Yongkai. Shadow Moon Hall's Great Elder Qian Tong and Heavenly Fate City's City Lord Fei Ji too both looked over with surprise and joy. After hesitating for a long time, Qian Tong called out, Yongkai, there are rumors circulating outside that you have settled down here, is that true? When the people from Dragon Cave Mountain first arrived here, they had expelled a group of cultivators and Yongkai had declared the surrounding 10,000 kilometers around Luyan sand field a restricted area. So this news had naturally spread out early on. Many masters on Shadowed Star had also heard about it, but none of them had taken it seriously. No one thought that Yongkai and a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain could settle down in the Luyan sand field. All of them thinking this little brat was just spouting nonsense. Even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too laughed after hearing this, thinking that Yongkai was just venting his anger over the destruction of Dragon Cave Mountain. But at this moment, no one dared to think so. Yongkai had clearly come out of the flowing flame sand field aboard that strange small starship, so seeing was believing, so no one could doubt it. Chapter 1427. Seeing that it was Qian Tong who asked, Yang Kai naturally didn't show any disdain, simply smiling and cupping his fists politely. Junior greets Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too glanced at each other with happy expressions. They could naturally see that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest contempt for them just because of his fame or the fact that he controlled a powerful starship. This little brat still treated them as his seniors and didn't lack etiquette. Qian Tong's previous care had not been in vain. Considering all this, both of them felt relieved. Brother Wei, Sister Dong, you've also come. Yang Kai then turned to the man and woman standing behind Qian Tong and Fei Ji too and greeted them with a smile. This man and woman were naturally Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. The two of them quickly returned the courtesy, but there was still a trace of surprise on their faces, as if they had not yet recovered from the scene just now. Yang Kai, that rumor. Qian Tong and the other juniors finished exchanging pleasantries before asking again. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said loudly, Yes, the outside rumors are true. Now, I and a group of friends have settled down in Lu Yen Sand Field. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar, with some questioning, some envying, and others gnashing their teeth. Good. Qian Tong was shocked but also happy for Yang Kai. It's great that you have a place to settle down, and such a precious place at that. I'm sure such a thing will never happen again in the future. Living in Lu Yen Sand Field could be said to be free of worries, and there was no need to worry about being attacked again. If anyone wanted to attack Yang Kai, they would have to first break through the flame area. Who could do such a thing? No one on Shadowed Star could do so. Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think there will be any blind fools coming to disturb Junior's cultivation in the future. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at some of the masters. This caused many people's faces to darken, but they couldn't say anything. This junior should have sent a letter earlier, but I've been busy these days, and haven't had the time to rest. Fortunately, the two seniors have come here in person. Since you've come, why don't you come in with Brother Wei and Miss Dong? Junior has some things he would like to ask. Kai Yang proposed. He wasn't being polite. He really did have something he wanted to ask. Go inside. Hearing this, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too's faces lit up. They looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Good, the two of us also have the same idea. We're just afraid that Yang Kai won't welcome us. Elder Qian must be joking. This junior is too late to invite you. How could he dare say he won't welcome you? Yang Kai stepped aside and smiled. This way, please. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too smiled at each other but didn't refuse, their figures flickering as they entered the flying shark battle shuttle. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also hurriedly followed. Although the flying shark battle shuttle didn't look very big from the outside, it was big enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people without feeling crowded. There were also many rooms inside, so as soon as they entered, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked around with great interest, exclaiming in amazement and admiration. After discovering Yi Shiyun standing behind Yang Yan indifferently, the two of them hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. In front of Yi Shiyun, they didn't dare put on any airs. In fact, they were much younger than Yi Shiyun, so if they wanted to put on airs, it was Yi Shiyun's business. There's no need to be polite, just find a place to sit down. After Sect Master finishes dealing with the matters outside, we'll return together. Yi Shiyun waved her hand lightly. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too quickly nodded, found a chair and sat down. His own elders were trembling with fear, as if they were walking on thin ice, so Wei Guchang, a junior, didn't dare to say anything, standing straight behind Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, not even daring to breathe loudly. Outside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Kai stood straight in place with an indifferent expression. Although many of the masters present had higher cultivation than him, this was his own territory, so how could Yang Kai be afraid? After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, This Yang must have heard what you just heard. From now on, this Lu Yen Sandland is the territory of my High Heaven sect. I ask that you not stay here for long, otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation to my High Heaven sect. As for the consequences, heh. High Heaven sect? What's that? Is there such a sect on Shadowed Star? Many people voiced their doubts, many of them puzzled, but Mo Xiao, Changpeng Xian, and the others frowned as they faintly guessed something. High Heaven Sect is a sect founded by this Yang Kai and like-minded friends. Its headquarters is in the Lu Yen Sandland. Did you hear me clearly? Yang Kai shouted again, taking this opportunity to announce the establishment of High Heaven Sect to the world. Founded a sect? Just by you? Even louder doubts and noises rang out. It was no wonder they reacted like this. The establishment of a sect was not a casual matter. At the very least, there needed to be a master capable of holding down the fort. Looking around, of all the big and small forces on Shadowed Star, which one of them did not have a strength equivalent to an origin-returning realm master? Occasionally, there would be a saint king who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and founded a sect, but they would not survive for long. For various reasons, they would disappear in the long river of history. As such, no one took this unfamiliar High Heaven sect seriously, much less a saint king like Yang Kai. Letting these people make noise and despise him, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, remaining completely unmoved. Boy! A shout suddenly rang out, and Yang Kai turned to see Mo Xiaoshang of Heaven Battling Union staring at him with a gloomy face. What you just said, is it true? What does Senior Mo think? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Although Mo Xiaoshang had participated in the siege on Dragon Cave Mountain last time, Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with him now. After all, his strength was still slightly lacking. It would not be too late to settle accounts with him after he grew up. In any case, Heaven Battling Union was such a big force that it would not suddenly disappear. Mo Xiaoshang's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of silence he asked, "This old master will assume you are not joking, but who is your noble sect master?" Junior is not talented, but he has taken up the position of sect master. In the future, I hope seniors can provide me with some guidance, Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough. Mo Xiaoshang was also a shrewd person. Although he knew that Yang Kai would not let this matter rest, at this moment, he did not show the slightest intention of making things difficult for him. Instead, he put on a pleasant smile and said, "Little friend Yang is a dragon among dragons, so there is nothing wrong with him becoming the sect master of your noble sect. In the future, your noble sect will definitely become an existence not inferior to my Heaven Battling Union, perhaps even surpassing it. Congratulations. This is truly a cause for celebration." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he grinned meaningfully. Senior Mo is too kind. The reason High Heaven Pavilion was created was because this Yang and his friends wanted a place to live. High Heaven Pavilion is the same as this junior. We do not have any great ambitions and only want to live in peace. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. This old dog wants to push me into the heart of the struggle. He's simply too insidious. Yang Kai secretly cursed. Although Mo Xiaosheng's face was kind and his tone was even gentler, his words just now were obviously filled with malicious intent. Heaven Battling Union was already enough on Shadowed Star. If another great force of equal or greater strength were to appear, how could any other great force survive? Mo Xiaoshang was obviously trying to draw hatred towards High Heaven Sect. These old fogies were all old fogies, none of them easy to deal with. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. Mo Xiaoshang's eyes flashed as a trace of anger appeared. With his shrewdness, he naturally understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. The other party was obviously using the incident on Dragon Cave Mountain to remind him that since he had offended him, he would not let him off easily. However, now was not the time to make things difficult for him, so after thinking about it for a moment, Mo Xiaosheng said, "Since your noble sect has just been established, there must be many things waiting to be done. This old master intends to enter and observe. Perhaps he will be able to offer some help. What does Sect Master Yang think?" "That's not a good proposal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest intention of giving him face. As Senior said, Shrouded Sect has just been established and indeed has many things waiting to be done. Now is not the time to entertain guests. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will invite Senior. Mo Xiaosheng fell silent. He didn't want to enter High Heaven Sect to inquire about any secrets, but now that the Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared here, he certainly didn't want to wait outside Lu Yen Sandfield. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opened, those who stayed inside would definitely be able to get close to it while those waiting outside, no matter how fast they were, would need at least half a day to fly around Lu Yen Sandfield's flame barrier and arrive at the Emperor Garden. After all, the area occupied by Lu Yen Sandfield was not small. One shouldn't underestimate this half a day to a day. Perhaps by entering early, one could gain a great advantage. It wasn't just Mo Xiaoshang who thought so. Most of the other masters also had such thoughts. Seeing that Mo Xiaosheng's attempts to negotiate were fruitless, Cheng Pengxian stepped forward and shouted, "We have all come from afar. Why is Sect Master Yang so unreasonable? Why don't you release the barrier and let us in for a short rest and a cup of tea? If there's something we need to discuss, let's all sit down and talk about it." Yes, Sect Master Yang should open the door. Immediately, there were many voices of agreement. There were even some shameless people who took advantage of their seniority to ask Yang Kai to give them some face. How could Yang Kai pay any attention to them? He simply stood in place with a cold expression, waiting for the noise to gradually subside before saying, "It's not that this Yang doesn't want to open the door, it's just that all of you have set foot on this sect's territory without the permission of this sect. If it were your sect that encountered this, how would you deal with it? Presumably, without any explanation, you would be forced to expel all of us, right? However, this sect has only been established recently and has not had time to announce its existence to the world. Considering that this is your first offense, this Yang will not hold you responsible. Please withdraw quickly." Chapter 1428. This is also the territory of your High Heaven sect? Someone's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Starting from this flame barrier and extending 100 kilometers out is the territory of my High Heaven sect, Yang Kai said solemnly. However, anyone who sets foot on this land without permission will be considered a provocation and violation of my High Heaven sect. As soon as this statement came out, everyone frowned. Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground and coldly snorted. "Young man, don't you think you don't put the heroes of this world in your eyes? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" "I boast shamelessly?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before chuckling. "Then dare I ask Senior Feng, how many kilometers of your Myriad Beast Mountain's headquarters are forbidden from outsiders? 100 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers? Or even more?" Old woman Feng's face sank as she was rendered speechless for a while. "What about Heaven Battling Union?" Yang Kai turned to Mo Xiaosheng next. Mo Xiaosheng's face was gloomy as he remained silent. "What about Thunder Typhoon Sect?" Yang Kai looked at Cheng Pengxian again, but the latter just coldly snorted and did not respond. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Seniors are all illustrious characters, so there is no need for you to speak in riddles in front of this junior. Not to mention the first-tier sects that seniors come from. Even if it is a second-tier or third-tier sect, no outsider can casually step within 100 kilometers of their headquarters. As far as this junior knows, a first-tier sect's restricted area is within 1,000 kilometers of its headquarters, right? Or even more. This Yang does not ask for much, but this 100-kilometer area must be set aside. Or is it that seniors think this Yang is too young and that my High Heaven sect has just been established? Do you not put my High Heaven sect in your eyes?" At the end of his words, Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold, and his expression also became cold. "Sect Master Yang, you can't say that, right?" A sweet voice suddenly rang out. It was clear and melodious, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to see the picturesque young girl standing next to old woman Feng looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Kai didn't know who this girl was, but since she was standing with old woman Feng, she must be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. "What can I do for you, miss?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The young girl took a step forward and curtsied gracefully. She seemed to know etiquette very well. Coupled with her extraordinary appearance and sweet smile, it was impossible for people to feel any disgust towards her. Opening her red lips lightly, she sweetly said, "Sect Master Yang, this little sister is Feng Yan, a disciple of Myriad Beast Mountain." Feng Yan. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at old woman Feng thoughtfully. The two of them had the same surname, and this woman's cultivation wasn't high, just like him, only a third-order Saint King, but she had been brought along by old woman Feng all this time. It seemed she was one of old woman Feng's descendants, and a very favored one at that. No wonder she dared to speak rashly on such an occasion without fear of being punished. This little sister wouldn't dare offer advice, but this little sister simply wanted to inform Sect Master Yang that this Lu Yen Sandfield is a restricted area on Shadowed Star, an ownerless land. It can be said that it is a treasure shared by all cultivators on Shadowed Star. Every time the Lu Yen Sandfield opens, many people obtain benefits and opportunities from it. Sect Master Yang's rash decision to occupy this land and even designate it as a restricted area is somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? Feng Yan's words were sharp and pointed out the crux of the issue in a few words, causing many masters' eyes to light up, and they all nodded in agreement, looking towards her expectantly. Feng Yan, on the other hand, remained calm. At a glance, it was obvious she had experienced many big scenes, so after chuckling lightly, she continued, "If we really want to calculate, every great force on Shadowed Star has a share of this Lu Yen sand field, which is equivalent to Sect Master Yang taking what belongs to everyone. If my myriad beast mountain were to take what belongs to Sect Master Yang, I'm afraid Sect Master Yang would not be happy. By the same token, your noble sect should also ask the opinions of the seniors present before occupying the Lu Yen sand field." "That's right." Mo Shaosheng immediately seized the opportunity and nodded in agreement. The Lu Yen sand field is one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas. It is the shared wealth of all cultivator on Shadowed Star. No one can monopolize it. Shared wealth? Yang Kai sneered and spat disdainfully. "That's old history. The Lu Yen sand field is now my High Heaven Sect's territory. If anyone is not satisfied, they are welcome to attack. If anyone has the ability to capture the Lu Yen sand field, this Yang will offer it up with both hands." Sect Master Yang. Feng Yan frowned, her expression becoming displeased as she faintly said, "Why are you being so aggressive? If you really do so, you will be incurring public anger. I wonder if Sect Master Yang has considered the consequences?" Yang Kai sneered, "My Dragon Cave Mountain has never done anything to provoke public anger before, yet it was still besieged by so many people. If it weren't for this Yang's good luck, I'm afraid he would have already been buried on that hill." "So what if I provoke public anger? Little girl, don't play word games with me, and don't be alarmist. You are not qualified to talk to the sect master. Ask your elders to come out and speak." "You." Feng Yan bit her red lips lightly, a look of resentment filling her face. "Aren't you being unreasonable?" "Haha, being reasonable? Don't you know that in this world, whoever's fist is bigger is right?" Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically, causing Feng Yan to tremble in anger, her face flushing red, but she didn't dare to say anything back. No longer giving others a chance to speak up, Yang Kai coldly snorted, swept his eyes around and shouted, "This Yang has said enough. If you insist on remaining obstinate, this sect master does not mind paying a visit to your headquarters. Since you refused to listen to this Yang's advice and stepped into my High Heaven Sect's territory at will, this Yang will not be polite. However, if any of your sects suffer any losses at that time, don't blame this Yang for not warning you in advance." This merciless warning caused everyone's expression to become ugly. Yang Kai looked around and was very satisfied with the reaction of these people. As long as they still feared him, they wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. After all, in the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai's side had displayed amazing combat power, especially that Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai estimated that no sect master would dare disregard it. With the power of the crystal cannons, Yang Kai believed any sect defending array could be destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd and he grinned before calling out, "Sister Dai Yuan." Among the crowd, a group of people from Colored Glass sect was also present, led by Gong Ao Fu, with Dai Yuan and In Su Dai following close behind. There were also some other Colored Glass sect disciples. Yang Kai hadn't seen them before. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Dai Yuan showed a smile on her face and gently nodded. "Sister Dai Yuan, do you want to come in and have a look? It will be convenient for you to walk around in the future," Yang Kai warmly invited. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Dai Yuan, all of them showing looks of disbelief and shock. If Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, then Yang Kai's invitation could be explained. After all, which young man wasn't romantic? But in fact, Dai Yuan was not only not beautiful, she was also extremely ugly. Her face was pockmarked and her complexion was blue and yellow, giving her a malnourished appearance. Even if she had a beautiful figure, it couldn't cover up the innate deficiencies in her appearance. Such a woman, if she went out, would probably have very few people willing to deal with her. However, Yang Kai, who had just faced a woman like Feng Yan without any hesitation, actually took the initiative to invite her into High Heaven Sect and even said that it would be convenient for them to walk around in the future. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this little brat had a special orientation and didn't like beautiful women, preferring ugly ones instead? When this ridiculous idea appeared, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads slowly, feeling that it was somewhat impossible. Facing countless pairs of eyes, Dai Yuan seemed to be a little embarrassed. After all, there were too many masters here, so she didn't know how to answer for a while. On the other hand, Gong Ao Fu's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her red lips moving slightly as she sent a message to Dai Yuan. Yuanfer, since he took the initiative to invite you, you should go in and see what High Heaven sect looks like. And, if possible, you might as well ask him if he can allow people from Colored Glass sect to enter the Emperor Garden through Lu Yen Sandfield when the Emperor Garden opens. Dai Yuan frowned, and although she subconsciously rejected this idea, she couldn't disobey her honored master's orders, so she could only grit her teeth and say, receiving junior brother Yang's invitation is Dai Yuan's honor. Dai Yuan will respectfully accept. Good, good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai. As soon as his voice fell, Yin Su Dai suddenly called out sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly, giving off an alluring aura. She had cultivated a beguiling technique before, and now that she had broken through to the origin returning realm, her beguiling technique had greatly improved. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was only natural that Yin Su Dai exuded an alluring aura. Not to mention the masters of the older generation, none of the Saint King realm men could resist this temptation, all of them unable to resist. I also want to go in and have a look, can I? Yin Su Dai asked coquettishly, her voice sweet and soft, as if a jade hand was gently caressing one's heart, making one feel comfortable to the depths of one's bones. Do I know you that well? What made her feel like a wet blanket was that Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her at all, directly rejecting her. Yin Su Dai's pretty face went from blue to red as she ground her teeth for a long time, the flirtatious look in her beautiful eyes disappearing and being replaced by endless resentment. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead looked around, a moment later fixing his eyes on a certain direction in the crowd and cupping his fists slightly. Senior? Over there, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe with shoulder-length hair who looked wild and unruly raised his brow and laughed happily. Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite me, this old master will not refuse. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking that before he had even finished speaking, the other party had already taken the initiative. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. But it didn't matter, in any case, Yang Kai had intended to invite him anyway. This man seemed to be called Mou. Yang Kai didn't know much about him before, only that he had no malice towards him and was a member of Clear Sky Sect. On Dragon Cave Mountain, this man had taken action once, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help Yang Kai resolve some of his attacks. Chapter 1429. At that time, Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now that he saw Chen Shitao standing next to him, he suddenly understood. It should be because Chen Shitao and Lu Ying had asked for his help. These two women were indeed people who knew how to repay kindness, and this middle-aged man from Clear Sky Sect was also a good person, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly helped him back on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was only once, Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, at that time, no one was optimistic about Dragon Cave Mountain's future, so this middle-aged man acting righteously was a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Sister Chen and Sister Lu Ying, come with us, Yang Kai called out. Chen Shitao and Lu Ying's pretty faces filled with joy as they nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Mou. The hatch of the flying shark battle shuttle wasn't closed, so a moment later, Dai Yuan and the three from Clear Sky Sect entered. After seeing the situation inside, Mou's expression became solemn and he quickly bowed to Yi Shiyun before imitating Qian Tong and Fei Jitu and sitting upright. Outside the battle shuttle, Yang Kai's ultimatum rang out. After a short while, Yang Kai also entered the flying shark battle shuttle. After he entered, this strange flight-type artifact flickered slightly before submerging into the flame barrier and disappearing. Outside Lu Yen Sand Field, countless masters stared towards Lu Yen Sand Field with livid expressions, but there was nothing they could do. When they saw Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, many people couldn't help wanting to attack him, but since Mo Xiao Shang and Cheng Peng Xian didn't take action, they could only bide their time, resulting in them missing a good opportunity. The other party had already fled into Lu Yen Sand Field, making it impossible for them to chase after him. Elder Mo, that little brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him go like this? A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiao Shang unwillingly. This man was not unknown and his cultivation was not low. He had just broken through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm a few years ago and was the sect master of a second-tier sect. Although he was a sect master, in front of the Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, his status was still lower. After all, Heaven Battling Union was not something his sect could compare to. What does Sect Master Lon want? Mo Xiaosheng glanced at him indifferently, his expression neither happy nor angry. I can't take this lying down, Sect Master Lon said hatefully. If Sect Master Lon really can't bear it, why don't you try attacking this Lu Yen sandfield? Perhaps you'll be able to break this flame barrier. At that time, this old master will definitely mobilize the entire Heaven Battling Union to help Sect Master Lon take that brat's head. Hearing Mo Xiaosheng's words, the Sect Master surnamed Lon not only showed displeasure, but his expression also changed greatly as he quickly waved his hand and said, Elder Mo must be joking, this Lu Yen sandfield has been a restricted area on Shadowed Star since ancient times. Before it opens, no one can enter, so how could this Lon possibly break through this flame barrier? If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense. It's meaningless. Mo Xiaosheng snorted coldly. Sect Master Lon ate a neither soft nor hard rebuff and his expression became extremely awkward, so he could only retreat to the side in a depressed mood. Brother Mo, it seems we have no choice but to play along, Cheng Pangxian frowned and sighed. And this Mo also thinks so. For now, we need to find a way to enter this Lu Yen sandfield. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opens, we will definitely miss this opportunity. As for that High Heaven sect, there's still plenty of time in the future. It's fine to let them take a step back today, but in the future, we'll pay them back double. What Brother Mo says makes sense. Since that's the case, let's not stay here and annoy them. If that little brat really brings out that Origin King grade starship and runs over to my Thunder Typhoon sect. Cheng Pangxian couldn't help shivering at this point and quickly shouted a few words to his disciples before taking the lead to withdraw. Mo Xiaosheng also did the same. Seeing these two giants swallow their anger and retreat, how could the other great forces dare to remain here? Calling out to their companions and disciples, all of them quickly retreated until they were 100 kilometers away. Only then did these countless cultivators stop. At the same time, inside the Flying Shark battle shuttle, young Inflammation stared at a disc in front of him and said with a smile, Sure enough, they've all retreated and are now 100 kilometers away. A wise choice. Kai Yong sneered, as if he had already expected this scene to occur. It wasn't that young Kai could predict the future, but the strength High Heaven Pavilion had displayed today had forced them to make such a decision. Not to mention that High Heaven Sect was located in the Lu Yen sandfield and had no need to worry about being attacked. High Heaven Sect could rely on the Origin King grade starship as a deterrent. With this alone, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, once provoked, not only would they not be able to attack someone else's headquarters, but they would also have to worry about being harassed by the Origin King grade starship all day long. Who would be willing to take such a loss? Only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back was a sure way to lose. What's more, the Origin King grade starship was an existence capable of long-distance voyages. With its help, Shadowed Star could completely restore its connection with the outside world. If a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator boarded this starship to leave Shadowed Star, escape the suppression of its world principles, and travel to other stars, they would have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Mo Xiaosheng, Cheng Pangxian, Old Woman Feng. Which one of them didn't have such thoughts? Which one of them didn't want to become a passenger on this Origin King grade starship? All of them were masters who had been trapped at the peak of the Origin returning realm for countless years, and their lifelong wish was to break through to the Origin King realm. Now that such an opportunity had appeared in front of them, they naturally wanted to seize it. It could be said that if not for the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them would be trying to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Yongkai. Unfortunately, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain had caused them to shed all pretense of cordiality with High Heaven Sect, and these great forces were all prestigious existences, so naturally, they were too embarrassed to lower their posture at this time. If they did so, they would only become laughingstocks in the future. Mo Xiaosheng, Cheng Pangxian, and the others could only settle for the next best thing, stabilizing High Heaven Sect as much as possible and not offending the interests of this newly established sect and Yongkai. If there was a chance to resolve this grievance in the future, that would be the best outcome. If there was no way to resolve it, they wouldn't just sit back and watch High Heaven Sect grow stronger and would definitely try to uproot it. With age, they were able to analyze the pros and cons clearly in a short time. Otherwise, how could Yongkai's warning alone make them withdraw 100 kilometers? All of this was because of High Heaven Pavilion's current position and the existence of the Origin King grade starship. Regarding this, Yongkai was also well aware of this, which was why he was so confident and domineering. Although the flying shark battle shuttle's speed was very fast, the Lu Yen sand field covered a large area, so it took half a day before the battle shuttle arrived in front of High Heaven Sect. After Yang Yan opened the door of the battle shuttle and walked out with Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, Fei Zhitu, Mou, and the others hurriedly rushed out, all of them gasping for breath. Inside the starship just now, the atmosphere had been too oppressive. They were all top existences in their respective sects and were famous figures on Shadowed Star, but when facing Yi Shiyun, they always unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to act presumptuously, even speaking cautiously. It wasn't until they left the battle shuttle that they felt much better, but soon, all of them were dumbfounded, their eyes bulging as shock and disbelief filled their faces. The magnificence of the white jade steps and the rich world energy aura in this place almost made all of them believe they were no longer on Shadowed Star. This is... Qian Tong opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say, only spitting out a single word before falling silent. Seniors, this is High Heaven Sect's headquarters. What do you think? Yang Kai stood to the side and introduced with a smile. Qian Tong and the others glanced over at him, seemingly unable to speak. After a long time, Qian Tong said, "Boy, why bother showing off in front of this old master? This kind of place with such rich world energy aura is something this old master has never seen before. This place can be said to be the best cultivation place on Shadowed Star." Mou nodded solemnly. Mou also nodded solemnly, a look of envy filling his face. His Clear Sky Sect's great altar was also located in a mountain range with a rich world energy aura, but compared with this place, it was far inferior. This was just the entrance to the sect, yet it was already comparable to Clear Sky Sect's several cultivation halls. If they really entered, just how amazing would it be? This should be the ruins of an ancient sect, right? You didn't have enough time to build such a huge foundation. Fei Zhitu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. City Lord Fei's vision is indeed sharp. This is indeed the ruins of an ancient sect. We're just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. We've made several seniors laugh. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? This can only be said to be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. Qian Tong laughed and shook his head. He still didn't know why he and the others were able to pass through the flame barrier so easily. Wasn't this a restricted area? Weren't Origin returning realm masters doomed to die if they entered? If you have anything to say it inside. What's the point of standing here? Yi Shiyun said lightly, leading the way up the white jade steps with Yang Yan. Since she had spoken, no one dared to disobey and quickly followed. Along the way, Qian Tong and the others secretly inspected their surroundings, feeling shocked by the rich world energy aura here. From time to time, they would exchange a few words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Kai walked in the rear, accompanying Wei Guchang and the other juniors as they chatted and laughed. Not long after, the group finally set foot in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. The palaces and the huge square once again amazed everyone, and the rich world energy aura here caused everyone to unconsciously take a few deep breaths. Everyone's faces were filled with fascination and envy. Looking up, although the entire Lu Yen desert was still wrapped in the flame barrier, directly above the front hall, there was a 10-kilometer-wide hole that allowed sunlight to pour in. From this hole, one could see the Emperor Garden floating above. "This way, please," Yang Kai said and led the group to the reception hall. This palace was where High Heaven Sect received distinguished guests, and Qian Tong and the others could be considered High Heaven Sect's first batch of guests, so Yang Kai certainly would not neglect them. Chapter 1430. After entering the reception hall, the host and guests took their seats and some disciples immediately served them tea and fruit platters. Yi Shiyun and Yang Yan had not followed them here, so Qian Tong and the others no longer held back and began sipping tea while praising the current High Heaven Sect and its future. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled brightly and brought the topic back to the main topic. Although this is a bit abrupt, Junior still wants to ask, before this Emperor Jade appeared, how many pieces did each of Senior sects obtain? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's eyes flashed as they pondered for a moment before saying, "Little brat, you are not an outsider. Brother Mo and I have been friends for hundreds of years and know each other well." If someone else had asked this old master would definitely not have answered. But since you asked, my Shadow Moon Hall spent a great deal of effort and only managed to obtain 2 pieces in total. Saying so, he turned to look at Mou, who grinned meaningfully. Although my Clear Sky Sect is very far from where the Emperor Garden originally was, our luck was quite good. An Emperor Jade fell near the sect and was intercepted by the other elders of the sect. This MO also happened to obtain one by chance. Similarly, they had obtained 2 pieces, the same number as Shadow Moon Hall. On the other side, Dai Yuan lightly opened her mouth. I don't know how many colored glass sect has, but from what Honored Master said, it doesn't seem to be many, only 1 or 2. Yang Kai gently nodded. This news was similar to what he had expected. When the Emperor Jade appeared, the first piece fell onto Dragon Cave Mountain and broke through its mountain-defending array. Yang Kai was the first to obtain it, and when he rushed to the Lu Yen Desert, he, Yang Yen, and Yi Shi Yun joined forces to intercept the next piece of Emperor Jade. Although they had chased after another Emperor Jade, they had not obtained anything and had instead wasted a lot of time. In other words, Yang Kai only had 2 pieces of Emperor Jade. An Emperor Jade was a pass to enter the Emperor Garden and was used to resist the Emperor pressure. A single Emperor Jade could only guarantee that one person could safely enter the Emperor Garden, and the number of Emperor Jades that each of the great sects obtained was extremely small. When the Emperor Garden truly opened, there would definitely be a dispute over who should enter. There was no need to mention the Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters. The Emperor Garden's fame were simply too great. All of them wanted to enter it and seek opportunities to break through to the Origin King realm. The younger generation could not be left behind either. After all, every sect's young disciples were the future of their sect, so allowing them to enter the Emperor Garden would definitely be of great benefit to their future growth. However, the number of spots was limited, so when the time came, who would be chosen would depend on the opinions of the various sects. Yang Kai estimated that the elders would probably lead the younger generation to travel together. Although the appearance of this Emperor Jade is a good thing, it also set off a storm of blood on Shadowed Star. During this time, it seems that many small forces and families have been wiped out because of this Emperor Jade. Qian Tong sighed and shook his head slowly. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Some small sects and small families had been lucky enough to obtain Emperor Jades, but unfortunately, news of this had leaked out and naturally attracted the attention of powerful masters, leading to their destruction. In addition, Emperor Jades had now become the most sought-after treasures. Some cultivator without a backer who obtained an Emperor Jade knew their strength was too low, or were unwilling to risk their lives, so they intended to sell it. This naturally caused countless people to fight over it. Today, the price of an Emperor Jade had risen to hundreds of millions of Saint crystals, but even so, demand still exceeded supply. Which sect did not hope to obtain an extra slot? This was different from Lu Yen Sand Field. After Lu Yen Sand Field opened, only cultivators below the Origin Returning Realm could enter, but the Emperor Garden did not have such a restriction. It could be said that the sudden appearance of Emperor Jades had caused all of Shadowed Star to prepare for war. Although there were only 2 Emperor Jades in Shadow Moon Hall right now, that did not mean only 2 people could enter in the future. If one was lucky enough, one could purchase more Emperor Jades and increase the number of people who could enter. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind before he asked again, "Dare I ask, what is the purpose of this Emperor Jade?" Qian Tong smiled lightly as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a palm-sized white jade token into his hand. Surprisingly, it was an Emperor Jade. Unhurriedly, Qian Tong said, "Although I have never used this thing before, according to the speculations of my Shadow Moon Hall's elders, this Emperor Jade is probably the key to the Emperor Garden and the pass to enter." Saying so, he suddenly poured his Saint Qi into the Emperor Jade, causing it to emit a white light that wrapped around Qian Tong's hand. The pure white light barrier wasn't big, only about half a foot in radius. "Oh, it's gotten a bit bigger." Qian Tong raised his brow and showed a look of joy, seemingly explaining to Yang Kai, "When this old master poured his Saint Qi into it a few days ago, this light barrier was not so big. It seems that the light barrier produced by the Emperor Jade gradually grows as time passes. When it is large enough to completely wrap around a person, they should be able to safely enter the Emperor Garden." Mou nodded lightly. Brother Qian's thoughts coincide with this Mo's. Saying so, Mou took out his own Emperor Jade and poured his Saint Qi into it. This Emperor Jade also emitted a white light barrier that completely wrapped around Mou's hand, almost identical in size to Qian Tong's. Mou explained, "The Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden is unstoppable and can only be offset by this Emperor Jade. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation is, approaching the Emperor Garden will only result in one outcome: death." When the Emperor Garden first appeared, nearly 100 masters on Shadowed Star joined forces to attempt to enter, But in the end, more than half of them died under the invisible emperor pressure. These days, while monitoring the movements of the Emperor Garden, the various great sects on Shadowed Star were also racking their brains for a way to neutralize the emperor pressure, but none of them were able to come up with a good solution. The appearance of the Emperor Jade was a turning point in this matter. Mou and Qian Tong had the same idea, both thinking that Yang Kai should not understand this matter, so they had kindly demonstrated and voiced their own speculations. Little did they know that Yang Kai knew more about this matter than any of them. Yang Kai had called them into High Heaven's sect with the intention of telling them the purpose of the Emperor Jade, but now it seemed that his actions had been superfluous. These people were not idiots and could naturally infer the truth from some clues. Judging from the speed at which the Emperor Jade's light barrier is increasing, it will take at least half a year to safely enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. Half a year was a very long buffer period, allowing the various great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase more Emperor Jades, make more preparations before entering the Emperor Garden, and improve their cultivations. Although half a year was nothing for most people and it was impossible for them to grow much, for Yang Kai, this half-year period was extremely precious. Yang Kai's cultivation was now at the Third Order Saint King realm, only one step away from the Origin Returning realm. If his luck was good enough, he could use this half-year period to break through to the Origin Returning realm. As long as he set foot in this territory, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, entering the Emperor Garden would also be much safer. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai also had some confidence in his heart, pondering for a moment before asking, "Right, when did this Emperor Garden appear above my High Heaven sect? Did you discover anything before?" Qian Tong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Fei Ji too said, "Only the heavens know why it appeared here. This old master even suspects that you all have some kind of connection with the Emperor Garden. Otherwise, why would it chase after you so relentlessly?" Although he was joking, Yang Kai's brow twitched. Fei Ji too was right. Yang Kai estimated that the Emperor Garden's pursuit had something to do with the Yang inflammation, but this kind of thing could not be revealed. As for when it first appeared, it was about a month ago, not long after you left Dragon Cave Mountain. The first day, the Emperor Garden was fine, but the next day, it disappeared. At that time, this old master and the others were shocked, thinking that the Emperor Garden had simply disappeared and that they had missed a great opportunity. However, news soon spread that the Emperor Garden had moved to the sky above the Lu Yen Desert, so we rushed over to take a look, but never did we expect it to be true, Fei Ji too said helplessly as he shook his head, seemingly having been tormented by the Emperor Garden. After all, this was the courtyard of the great emperors of Starfield, so no one wanted to see it disappear from their sight. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded and smiled. It seems that my High Heaven sect and the Emperor Garden are tied together by fate, no matter where we go. Naturally, these words only made everyone laugh. No one took it seriously. After chatting for a while, Mou's expression suddenly flashed and he said, "Sect Master Yang, this old master has a request. I wonder if Sect Master Yang can agree." Yang Kai grinned and said heartily, "Senior Mo is too polite. Although this junior aspires to be Sect Master, he is still young. If Senior Mo thinks highly of this junior, please don't hesitate to call me Yang Kai, Sect Master or what not." A strange light flashed across Mou's eyes as he laughed happily. "Good, Sect Master Yang is truly a sentimental person, not bothering with trifles. This old master has decided to befriend you." "Senior is too kind," Yang Kai said modestly. "I just wonder what Senior wants me to agree to." Although he asked this, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. Mou lightly coughed as his expression gradually became solemn. "Since the Emperor Garden is now above your noble sect is naturally close to it. I wonder if, on the day the Emperor Garden opens, could my Clear Sky sect's people set off from here and enter the Emperor Garden?" Sure enough. It was no different from what Yang Kai had guessed. Now that the Emperor Garden was above High Heaven sect, if one set off from here and entered the Emperor Garden, it would save them at least half a day to a full day's travel time. With such a long head start, they might be able to discover even more good things. It was with this consideration that Mou found it somewhat difficult to ask. After all, his relationship with Yang Kai was not very close, so it was understandable that the other party would not agree. Chapter 1431. Having some misgivings, Mou immediately added, "Of course, if Yang Kai finds this difficult, just pretend this old master didn't say anything." What's so difficult about this? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of indifference on his face. Since Senior Mo is the honored master of Sister Chen and Sister Lu Ying, this junior naturally will not refuse. Not to mention entering the Emperor Garden from here, if Senior Mo wishes, he can stay in my High Heaven sect for a while longer. As soon as this remark came out, the beautiful eyes of Chen Shitao, who had been standing behind Mou, lit up as they directed grateful looks towards Yang Kai. Mou also wore a look of joy, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. He had been considering whether he should ask Chen Shitao and Lu Ying if Yang Kai did not agree, but now there was no need for him to go through such trouble. Mou had a profound understanding of Yang Kai's forthrightness. After all, this kind of thing was not something that could be decided lightly. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was most likely because of Chen Shitao and Lu Ying's face. Although his two disciples' aptitude was not top-notch, their luck was quite good and they had made good friends. Mou was greatly relieved and naturally expressed his thanks. As for Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while, Mou certainly did not take it seriously. Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while was simply empty words. High Heaven sect had only just been established, so there were definitely many trivial matters to deal with. Being able to obtain Yang Kai's promise was already a great matter, so how could Mou shamelessly refuse? Elder Chen, the people from Shadow Moon Hall can also enter the Emperor Garden from my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai turned to look at Qian Tong. Since that's the case, this old master will offer his thanks in advance. Qian Tong smiled politely. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and did not act polite. Since Yang Kai had agreed to let Clear Sky sect enter the Emperor Garden from here, naturally he would not leave out Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong was well aware of this. Sister Dai Yuan, if you are interested, I will also count you in. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Dai Yuan. However, the others from Colored Glass sect can be forgiven. Although Yang Kai was good to his friends, he was not a benevolent person. Allowing these people to enter the Emperor Garden from High Heaven sect was only possible because of their personal friendship. It didn't mean he would allow Colored Glass sect to do the same. After all, he didn't have the slightest bit of friendship with the others from Colored Glass sect and even Yin Su Dai's Yinzas. Dai Yuan's face darkened as she smiled bitterly. Dai Yuan must thank junior brother Yang for his kindness, but I probably won't have a chance to enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Dai Yuan would say this. In Colored Glass sect, Dai Yuan wasn't particularly favored, so if there was a disciple from a younger generation who was qualified to enter the Emperor Garden, it would be Yin Su Dai, not Dai Yuan. After all, the number of spots to enter was far too precious. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, Dai Yuan, don't belittle yourself. If it were before, I don't think you would have had a chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, this old master can't guarantee anything, but there is at least a 70% chance, as long as that old dog Gongxing he hasn't gone senile. Dai Yuan's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Qian Tong in surprise, seemingly not understanding why he would say such a thing. However, she wasn't a brainless woman with big breasts. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent, and with a flash of inspiration, she suddenly understood everything. Indeed, if it were before, she would have had no chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now in the entire Colored Glass sect, only she had a good relationship with Yang Kai. If Colored Glass sect really wanted to rely on Yang Kai, they would not treat Dai Yuan unfairly. Would Colored Glass sect need to rely on Yang Kai for anything? Obviously. Dai Yuan agreed. Without even mentioning the location to enter the Emperor Garden, High Heaven sect was the best place to set off. But the Origin King grade starship was something Colored Glass sect Master Gongxing he couldn't ignore. He was also a peak Third Order Origin Returning Realm Master. He also wanted to break through to the Origin King realm. To break through to the Origin King realm, one must leave Shadowed Star and escape the shackles of its world principles. Taking an Origin King grade starship was the only option. In this way, Gongxing he would definitely want to establish a good relationship with Yang Kai and High Heaven sect, giving Dai Yuan an opportunity to be assigned an Emperor Jade and obtain a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Dai Yuan could not help feeling excited as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai gratefully. Although things had not been confirmed yet, the possibility of her entering the Emperor Garden was all because of the existence of Yang Kai. When a person's ability and resources reached a certain level, they would be able to subtly influence the fate of others, both in visible and invisible places. Dai Yuan had not thought much of this before, But today, after experiencing it firsthand, she discovered just how incredible it was. Dai Yuan instantly understood the crux of the matter. So how could Yang Kai not understand? Grinning, he said, "Lady Dai Yuan, after returning, you might as well tell Senior Gong that if Colored Glass Sect is led by you, this sect master will also allow the others from Colored Glass Sect to set off from the sect and enter the Emperor Garden." As soon as this statement came out, Dai Yuan's tender body immediately trembled as she bit her thin lip, seemingly not knowing what to say, but the gratitude in her eyes was clear to see. Yang Kai's words were tantamount to forcibly snatching a spot from Colored Glass Sect for her. This condition sounded a bit overbearing, but Colored Glass Sect would definitely make a wise choice. After all, Dai Yuan was still a member of Colored Glass Sect. If she could obtain benefits in the Emperor Garden, it would also increase the strength of Colored Glass Sect. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yuan slowly got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Although she did not say anything, this gesture was enough. Qian Tong and the others watched with meaningful smiles. In fact, these old fogies didn't quite understand why a handsome young man like Yang Kai would pay so much attention to a woman like Dai Yuan. This little girl wasn't beautiful at all. Not beautiful was already a euphemism. Dai Yuan's face could only be described as ugly. However, because of this, these old fogies' evaluation of Yang Kai rose even higher. This little brat was obviously not someone who judged people by their appearance, and was instead someone who valued friendship and loyalty. After Dai Yuan sat down with an excited expression, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he thought of a good idea. "Seniors, if possible, I hope you can help this junior with something." Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Little brat, your methods have reached the heavens. What can we possibly help you with? Feel free to tell us. This old master and the others will return this favor." Fei Ji Tu and Mou also nodded in agreement as they stared at him curiously. Yang Kai wore a treacherous smile on his face as he whispered a few words to everyone. When Qian Tong and the others heard this, they all looked at each other and their expressions immediately became complicated. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, "Little brat, you're really full of tricks. If this news were to be released, I'm afraid you would immediately get what you want. Yes, High Heaven Sect now occupies a great geographical advantage, yet you can even take advantage of it. It's a pity you don't go into business." Fei Ji Tu curled his lips fiercely. Relying on the mountain to eat the mountain, relying on the river to eat the river to eat the river, several seniors should not make fun of this junior. Kai Yong quickly waved his hand. "Rest assured, after this old master and the others leave here, we will definitely help you spread the news. And, even if we don't say anything, I'm sure those people outside will ask about it. I'm sure they're already a little impatient." Mou chuckled meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help looking forward to it. The only news he had asked Qian Tong and the others to pass on was that High Heaven Sect intended to open the Lu Yen Sandfields barrier and sell several prime locations so that the various sects on Shadowed Star could enter the Emperor Garden in advance when it opened. However, there were only 3 spots available. As for how much it would cost, Yang Kai didn't say. It all depended on which great force offered the highest price. Depending on the location, the price would be different. The best location and the worst location were at least 3 to 4 hours away from the Emperor Garden. If someone could come up with an Emperor Jade, it wouldn't be impossible for their sect's disciples to set off from High Heaven Sect's front temple. Yang Kai only had 2 Emperor Jades in his hands right now, but according to his previous estimates, High Heaven Sect would need at least 3 Emperor Jades to meet this demand. He and Yang Yen would definitely enter the Emperor Garden, but Yi Shi Yun would not be left behind. She was the strongest here, so with her by his side, Yang Kai's safety would be greatly increased. Without an Emperor Jade, Yang Kai had been in a bit of a dilemma, but now that he had an idea, he should be able to solve this problem. The temptation of setting off from High Heaven Sect's front temple to enter the Emperor Garden was not small, so losing an Emperor Jade was not unacceptable. Qian Tong and the others praised this proposal, but they also reminded Yang Kai to be careful not to give others an opportunity to take advantage of. Yang Kai naturally nodded. Since he had made such a decision, there would definitely be no mistakes. When the time came, he would have Yang Yen arrange spirit arrays in the designated locations to prevent others from moving around at will and monitor them. If anyone dared to stray from the designated locations, they would be killed without mercy. This problem wasn't difficult to solve. Afterwards, Yang Kai politely asked Qian Tong and the others about various matters related to breaking through to the origin returning realm. Qian Tong and the others naturally explained everything they knew, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. In particular, the opinions of Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were of particular benefit to Yang Kai. These two had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago. So many things and experiences were still new to them. Although their experiences and insights were not as good as those of Chen Tong and the others, they still had their merits. Dai Yuan was also listening attentively to the side. Like Yang Kai, she was also a third-order Saint King, so after returning this time, she would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. The origin condensing pill Yang Kai had refined for her was still in good condition. After half a day, Yang Kai got up and escorted everyone out of the reception hall. Outside, Wu Yi controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to escort them out of the Lu Yen desert. Sitting in the reception hall, Yang Kai pondered for a while before taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and calling out a few times. A moment later, Yang Yen arrived. Yang Kai told her about his idea to sell the locations, to which Yang Yen nodded approvingly and immediately decided to make preparations. After all, once this news spread out, it would definitely cause countless great forces to compete for them. Chapter 1432. As for who would end up in the end, Yang Kai believed that Wu Yi, Yang Inflammation, and the others would handle it properly. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about any of this. His most important task now was to break through to the origin returning realm. After briefly explaining a few things to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai immediately returned to First Heavenly Palace and began his retreat. Judging from the size of the protective shield formed by the Emperor Jade, it would likely take half a year for the Emperor Garden to open. Breaking through to the origin returning realm in half a year was a bit of a rush, but it didn't matter. This was the first time Yang Kai had broken through for the sake of breaking through. In the past, his breakthroughs had always come naturally and he had never deliberately tried to force them. But this time's trip to the Emperor Garden was of great importance and he happened to be stuck at the threshold of the Third-Order Saint King realm, so naturally he had to try and break through to the next realm. Breaking through for the sake of breaking through was somewhat contrary to the essence of cultivation, but this wasn't a big problem. Yang Kai had been stuck in the Third-Order Saint King realm for a long time now and had experienced several great battles, so he had already gained a thorough understanding of this realm. There was no need to worry about the density and purity of his Saint Qi, as he had long since reached the standard for breaking through. All he lacked now was an opportunity to break through. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, not in a hurry to meditate or accumulate strength. Instead, he calmly took out a number of herbs from his space ring and summoned his alchemy furnace. He was preparing to refine pills. Alchemy was also a part of his cultivation. Through alchemy, he could stabilize his state of mind and temper his Saint Qi and spiritual energy, which would be of great help to his future breakthroughs. Very few people knew he was an alchemist, except for Dai Yuan, who had asked him for help once. Perhaps only Yang Inflammation knew. Even Wu Yi was confused. Yang Kai had told her once before, but unfortunately, Wu Yi had not believed him. After all, a cultivator being able to reach the Third-Order Saint King realm at Yang Kai's age was already amazing. So how could he have the energy to study alchemy? She thought that Yang Kai was joking with her. However, Yang Kai was indeed an alchemist, and an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist at that, so he could easily refine origin-grade mid-rank pills. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, he could even refine origin-grade high-rank pills. If this identity was leaked out, Yang Kai's status would immediately rise. He would be roped in by countless forces. An origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Even in other parts of the Star Territory, they would be considered extraordinary existences, let alone in a special place like Shadowed Star. However, this was relative to their status. It would definitely attract the covetous eyes of countless experts. Yang Kai only refined pills for the sake of cultivation. He did not intend to devote all his energy into alchemy. How could he leak such sensitive information and invite trouble for himself? Conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. Yang Kai methodically threw one herb after another into the cauldron, refining it with his pure conflagrated spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, inside First Heavenly Palace, in front of Yang Kai, large and small bottles were filled with pills of different grades. Many of these pills had mysterious patterns on them, similar to the mysterious meridians of the human body. Pill veins. These were special marks that could double the value of a pill. The existence of pill veins not only ensured that a pill's medicinal efficacies would never deteriorate over time, but also demonstrated that the medicinal efficacies of these pills were twice that of ordinary pills. Pill veins were something that could only be encountered by chance. Countless alchemists had spent their entire lives trying to figure out how to make pills form pill veins, but they had never been able to find a way. Xueqi had found a new way, using different kinds of spirit arrays to refine pills, allowing the pills he refined to have a terrifying 30% to 40% chance of forming pill veins. Back on Rainfall Star, Alchemy Grandmaster Xueqi had shocked Xueqi. One had to know that at that time, Xueqi was just a Saint King grade alchemist while Xueqi was already an Origin grade high-rank alchemist. Something that even Xueqi could not accomplish was easily solved by Xueqi. So how could Xueqi not be shocked? Although the two of them had made a deal and Xueqi had taught him the method, Xueqi could only sigh. Because he did not have Xueqi's conflagrated spiritual energy, he could not easily use his divine sense to perform alchemy or inscribe spirit arrays. However, Xueqi had not come out empty-handed. After so many years, Xueqi did not know if he had broken through to the Origin King grade Alchemy Grandmaster realm. If he succeeded, he would become the peak master of the entire star territory and be revered by the world. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Xueqi's eyes swept over the fruits of his labor this past month. 3 Purities pills, Jade Spirit pills, Saint King pills, Chi Recovery pills. There were all kinds of different types, including all kinds of elixirs. The spirit grass that he had on hand had almost been completely consumed. Flicking his wrist, a light blue pill appeared between Xueqi's index and middle fingers, releasing a refreshing fragrance. This pill was only the size of a longan fruit and was densely covered in veined patterns. It was a spirit pill that had also formed pill veins. An origin condensing pill. This was a supplementary pill that could increase the chances of breaking through from the Saint King realm to the Origin returning realm. Dai Yuan had gone to Dragon Cave Mountain last time to ask Xueqi to help her refine an origin condensing pill, but Xueqi had casually refined it at that time, so that origin condensing pill did not form pill veins. Its value was incomparable to the one in her hand. Looking at this pill, Xueqi revealed a look of contemplation. After a long time, he put it away again. This was a safeguard he had prepared for himself, a safeguard for breaking through to the Origin returning realm. If he could not break through secluded cultivation, before the Emperor Garden opened, he could only rely on the medicinal efficacies of this origin condensing pill to try. It was not impossible to break through the shackles of one's realm with the help of a pill. Many cultivators had done so before, and it could be said that 90% of cultivators had done so, but this method caused the cultivator to lack a trace of comprehension when breaking through, resulting in an imperfect breakthrough. No one could say for sure whether this pill had any drawbacks, or what kind of effect it would have on the person who took it. Perhaps there would be no effect, or perhaps it would affect the cultivator's future cultivation. Of course, even if there was an effect, it would be minimal. Xueqi had never once used a pill to break through since he began cultivating, so he did not want any flaws to appear in his cultivation path. Of course, this was just a thought. When it came down to it, Xueqi would not stick to such trifles. This origin condensing pill with pill veins was just a safeguard. Now that the pill had been refined, Xueqi took a deep breath and took out a fist-sized round white crystal from his space ring. Saint Crystal Source. The stone puppet was created by swallowing saint crystals and was an existence that surpassed high-rank saint crystal. It contained an extremely pure and rich energy, so it was perfect for Xueqi to use when he was in secluded retreat. There was also a spirit spring below First Heavenly Palace, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Coupled with this saint crystal source, one's cultivation speed could be described as leaps and bounds. With a 5-month buffer period, Xueqi was confident he could break through to the origin returning realm. Just as he was about to concentrate on his cultivation, Xueqi suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked up. The barrier around First Heavenly Palace had actually reacted, causing Xueqi to frown. Before he entered retreat, he had informed Yang Yen not to disturb him until the Emperor Garden opened. So why had someone come to First Heavenly Palace after only a month? Had something happened to High Heaven Sect? Considering all this, Xueqi quickly got up, walked out of his retreat, and sent out a few wisps of Saint Qi to close the barrier. Not long after, he arrived outside First Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Qianyu was waiting outside. Seeing him come out, Qianyu quickly bowed. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked while observing Qian Yu's expression and found that there was no trace of nervousness on her face. Obviously, High Heaven Sect had not encountered any difficulties, which was strange. High Heaven Sect was fine, so why would he be disturbed? Young Lady Yang Yan wants to see you, Qian Yu replied softly. Young Lady Yang Yan? Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that it really was this woman. In all of High Heaven Sect, besides her, no one dared to disturb him while he was in retreat. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did she say what she wanted me to do?" Qian Yu slowly shook her head and smiled. Young Lady Yang Yan just said she wanted to show you something good. Something good? Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted. This woman's skin is itchy, disturbing me at such a critical moment and actually wanting me to see her in person. If she doesn't show me something good, just wait and see how I'll deal with her. Saying so, Yang Kai flew forward. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found the location of Yang Yan. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun lived, was shrouded in a mysterious barrier that made it seem like spring all year round. All kinds of rare flowers bloomed here, making it a beautiful place. It was more than a dozen kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, but with Yang Kai's current speed, that distance was only a matter of time. Soon, he arrived at 100 Flowers Peak. After passing through the flower beds, Yang Kai found Yang Yan in a pavilion. At this moment, she was sitting on a stone chair with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping a fragrant tea. Yi Shiyun stood behind her like a maidservant, her expression respectful and humble. The stone mongoose was also here, squatting on a stone table in front of Yang Yan, a blank expression on her face, like a statue. Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Yang Yan called out happily. What good thing did you find? Quickly show it to me. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of her, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with her. Time was of the essence right now, so how could he have the time to chat with Yang Yan? What's the hurry? Yang Yan curled her lips, but despite her words, she did not delay, reaching out to her space ring and taking out what looked like an oar. This oar was about the size of a wash basin and had a bumpy surface. It was bronze in color and had an irregular shape. Looking at this oar, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this oar was definitely of high grade and extremely rare, but he could not identify what kind of oar it was. Chapter 1433. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize it. Although Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a great deal, he still couldn't identify all the materials in this world. However, since Yang inflammation had disturbed him at such a sensitive time and had even taken out such a piece of ore, its value was definitely not trivial. On top of that, it was very likely to be of great help to him. Otherwise, Yang inflammation wouldn't have done this. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't notice the slightest abnormality, as if the ore in front of him was just an ordinary stone. Try pouring your Saint Qi into it. Yang inflammation urged from the side. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to cover the ore, pouring his Saint Qi into it. The next moment though, his face suddenly changed and he quickly withdrew his hand, calling out in horror, "Swallowing Saint Qi?" It wasn't that Yang Kai was making a fuss, but that this ore was simply too strange. Even with his strength, pouring his Saint Qi into it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no reaction at all. It was as if this ore was a bottomless pit that could swallow up all his Saint Qi. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before. This ore was really something amazing. What is this? Yang Kai looked up and asked excitedly. Divine Nullification Stone. Divine Nullification Stone? Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of such a thing before. Even Yi Shiyun, who was standing behind Yang Inflammation, frowned, obviously hearing about it for the first time. What kind of magical effect does it have? Didn't you just try it out? Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. Swallowing energy is the most important characteristic of Divine Nullification Stone. It itself is an Origin King grade artifact refining material, so if it is refined into an artifact, what do you think will happen when you fight with others? Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If this was the case, then an artifact refined from Divine Nullification Stone could nemesis all martial skills because martial skills were released by a cultivator using their Saint Qi, but this Divine Nullification Stone could swallow them. It was likely that an enemy's martial skill would be swallowed up by this artifact before it could even get close. Good. It's really good stuff. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. On top of that, since it was an Origin King grade artifact refining material, the artifacts refined from it would likely also be Origin King grade. Such artifacts were extremely rare on Shadowed Star. The bone-incinerating flame lamp in Yi Shiyun's hand was an Origin King grade artifact and was extremely famous. After praising him, Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange. But what does this have to do with me? He didn't believe that Yang Yen had called him out just to show off an Origin King grade artifact refining material. Yang Inflammation was not that boring. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. The Divine Nullification Stone indeed has nothing to do with you, but the things inside are useful to you. Yang Yen Yun mysteriously smiled. There's something else inside? Yang Kai was surprised. That's right, the Divine Nullification Stone is a very special mineral. It can devour energy, even the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This piece of Divine Nullification Stone was given to us by a mid-sized family. According to the patriarch of that family, this Divine Nullification Stone was obtained by their family from an ancient ruin several thousand years ago. From this, it can be inferred that this ore's history is extremely long. Why would a mid-sized family give us this kind of thing? Yang Kai was even more confused. Wasn't it because you said you wanted to sell a few prime locations? Now, the great forces outside are all trying to snatch those spots to enter the Emperor Garden ahead of time. We've already fought so hard over them that we've even gotten a piece of Emperor Jade. Not to mention the other things. This Divine Nullification Stone was the bargaining chip that family offered. So that's how it is. It seems that the people from that family aren't very knowledgeable. Yang Kai grinned, a gloating look on his face. An Origin King grade material was really too precious on Shadowed Star, so he naturally believed that if the other party knew what it was, they would not be willing to take it out as a bargaining chip. You're wrong. Yang Yen slowly shook his head. Although that family is now in decline and is not very strong, it still produced many masters several thousand years ago. They may not be able to recognize this Divine Nullification Stone, but they definitely know it is an Origin King grade material. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated. Then why? It is precisely because they know it is an Origin King grade material that they took out this Divine Nullification Stone in order to impress us. Do you think something of such low value would be enough to compete with the countless great forces on Shadowed Star to snatch one of the few prime locations from my High Heaven sect? Yang Yen smiled. That family's luck was good and they obtained an Emperor Jade, but their strongest master is only a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If they want to find something good in the Emperor Garden, they can only ask us to enter it ahead of time. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding flashing across his face. An Origin King grade material was indeed not a small price to pay, but no matter how precious it was still slightly inferior to the temptation of entering the Emperor Garden ahead of time. That was because no one on Shadowed Star could refine an Origin King grade material, so this Divine Nullification Stone was nothing more than a chicken rib in the hands of that family. It was better to take it out as a bargaining chip to compete for one of the prime locations. Their luck was indeed good, encountering Yang Yen who was able to recognize the value of this Divine Nullification Stone at a glance. Otherwise, whether or not they could have succeeded was uncertain. After obtaining a large number of Saint Crystals and this piece of Divine Nullification Stone from that family, High Heaven Sect had reached an agreement with them and sold them a certain piece of land. Once the Emperor Garden opened, they would be able to enter High Heaven Sect, a mutually satisfactory transaction. You just said that the things inside are of great use to me. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked. Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you, otherwise, why would I call you out? Weren't you looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure? Yang Kai nodded, suddenly showing a look of joy as he stared at her in surprise. Could it be? Yang Yen smiled. Although this Divine Nullification Stone itself is not of the Earth Attribute, the Divine Nullification Sand contained inside is undoubtedly an Earth Attribute treasure, more than enough to meet your requirements. Divine Nullification Sand. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This Divine Nullification Stone is constantly swallowing the aura of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and if enough time passes, it will produce grains of sand inside it, known as Divine Nullification Sand. As for the Divine Nullification Stone itself, it is of no use to you, but I can use it to refine an artifact. Good. Yang Kai grinned, overjoyed. He was looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure in order to cultivate the body-tempering secret art 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This five elements indestructible sword tempering art was something he had found in the ancient Yang sect's ruins. According to the description of this secret art, once one cultivated it to the extreme, one's body would be immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had coveted this secret art for a long time. Unfortunately, the conditions for cultivating this secret art were extremely harsh. Not only did it require one's own soul and physical strength, but it also required one to gather supreme treasures of the five elements. Of the five elements, Yang Kai already possessed thunder wood, sun's true essence, profound sunflower water, and even 10,000-year ice jade. Last time at the treasure trove pavilion auction, Yang Kai had obtained a metal attribute supreme treasure, causing him to become enemies with Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng. Now, all he lacked was an earth attribute material. If the divine nullification sand was really as Yang Yan said, then he would be able to gather enough of the five elements and immediately begin cultivating the five elements indestructible sword tempering art. The benefits of a powerful physique were self-evident. Not to mention gaining an advantage in a fight, Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was so great that every time he tore space and crossed 1,000 kilometers, he would need to have a powerful physique to protect himself. Otherwise, the tearing force of the Tao of space alone could easily destroy him. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space increased, the requirements for his physique would also increase. This was why when he saw the five elements indestructible sword tempering art, he had been so excited and had not hesitated to spend so much time collecting materials. After a moment of excitement, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take out the divine nullification sand." Yang Yan couldn't help glaring at him. "Do you think it's so easy to take it out? The divine nullification stone can swallow energy, and with my current means, I can't refine it." "Ah." Yang Kai's expression stiffened in an instant, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his previous excitement and joy immediately disappearing. Yang Yan pursed her lips and snickered. "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai was furious. Seeing her like this, how could he not know that she already had a card up her sleeve? If she really couldn't extract the divine nullification sand, why would she call him here? "I haven't finished yet." Yang Yan wore a proud expression and no longer tried to keep him in suspense, solemnly saying, "Yes, with my current means, I can't refine the divine nullification stone and extract the divine nullification sand from it, but this one can." Saying so, Yang Yan pointed to the stone mongoose sitting on the table. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the onlooker cannot see clearly. He had actually forgotten about the stone mongoose's innate divine technique of devouring mineral essence and purifying it. The divine nullification stone was indeed of a very high grade, but it couldn't resist the stone mongoose's ability to swallow and refine it. After all, the stone mongoose could even freely enter a place like Thousand Illusion-colored Glass Mountain, so how could a mere divine nullification stone hinder it? But I have to tell you first, although the divine nullification stone will definitely produce divine nullification sand, depending on the age, the amount of divine nullification sand produced will also vary. Maybe there will only be 2 to 3 grains of divine nullification sand in a single divine nullification stone, which won't be enough to satisfy your requirements, or maybe there will be more. It all depends on your choice, so I had Chen Yu call you out. Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what Yang Yan said. The older the stone, the more divine nullification sand it would produce. This was a matter of course. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How long does it take for a grain of divine nullification sand to be born?" "Hee, this kind of thing takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years to be born. If you want to wait for a while, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a very, very long time." Yang Kai's expression became resolute. He turned to the stone mongoose and gave it an order in his mind. "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it now." Chapter 1434. After receiving Yang Kai's order, the stone mongoose immediately got up, patted its chest with both fists, and rushed over to the divine nullification stone, picked it up with both hands, and stuffed it into its mouth. In all fairness, the stone mongoose's mouth wasn't that big, but strangely enough, the wash basin-sized divine nullification stone was swallowed by it, leaving Yi Shiyun dumbfounded. An hour later, inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a happy expression on his face. In front of him were a total of 6 kinds of materials. One of them was a tree full of vitality that flickered with lightning, its green leaves seemingly pulsing with lightning arcs. This was the thunderwood that Yang Kai had preserved for a long time. This Thunderwood was the condensation of the 10th order monster beast Thunderlwan's physique and monster core after it died. In terms of value, it was far more valuable than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Although it contained lightning, its essence was still a wood attribute material. There was a palm-sized piece of profound gold that he had bought at an auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion for 70 million saint crystals. The gold chi it gave off was sharp and almost tangible, causing Yang Kai's skin to ache. There was also a bottle of milky white liquid that exuded a cold chill. It was the profound sunflower water that Yang Kai had not used up before, and from the looks of it, there were at least a dozen drops. There was also a huge ice jade pedestal that looked pure and unremarkable, but if one were to sweep it with their divine sense, the chill it contained was enough to freeze one's divine sense. On top of the ice jade pedestal was a piece of fiery red metal the size of a baby's head. Looking at it with the naked eye, one wouldn't be able to see anything special about it, but the scorching heat it contained was shocking. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the sun's true essence. In addition, there was a small pile of gravel. There were over 100 of these things, and although they looked no different from ordinary gravel, they were actually the divine nullification sand that the stone mongoose had extracted from the divine nullification stone. The fact that this piece of divine nullification stone had actually produced so many divine nullification stones not only made Yang Kai overjoyed, but even Yang Yen was secretly amazed. She had thought it would be good if there were 20 to 30 divine nullification stones, but the final number was actually several times what she had expected. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There was even an additional type of water elemental supreme treasure. 6 kinds of materials, each one of them was invaluable and extremely difficult to find. But at this moment, all of them were placed in front of Kai Yang. How could he not be happy? With them, he would be able to practice the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Of these materials, in terms of pure value, the Thunderwood and Profound Gold were undoubtedly slightly inferior. But the most valuable of them all was the sun's true essence the size of a baby's head. After all, sun's true essence was the product of a legendary master refining stars. If the energy contained in such a small piece of sun's true essence were to erupt, it could easily destroy all of Shadowed Star. Looking at these materials in front of him, Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically for tempering one's physique. It had been a long time since Yang Kai obtained it, so he had naturally studied it thoroughly. Strictly speaking, this secret art wasn't very profound. On the contrary, it was simple and easy to understand. The only difficult part was gathering the materials and cultivating it. Moreover, using different materials to cultivate the secret art would result in different results. This was one of the most flexible aspects of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. In other words, the higher the grade of the materials, the better the effects of cultivation. Without mentioning anything else, the sun's true essence could be considered one of the best materials available. Profound sunflower water and divine nullification sand were both nearly extinct, and although the Thunderwood and Profound Gold were slightly inferior, their grade was definitely not low. By using these materials to cultivate, Yang Kai's starting point was definitely very high. Yang Kai believed that even if a cultivator elsewhere in the star territory obtained the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they would not necessarily have the same advantage. Feeling excited, Yang Kai began to carve a spirit array on the spot. If one wanted to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they needed to use a special spirit array. Regarding this, the secret art clearly explained how to carve a spirit array and how to activate it. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, after being together with Yang Yen for so long, he had developed a basic understanding of them, so it wasn't difficult for him to carve a spirit array. Pieces of saint crystal sources were placed in an orderly manner while the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materials were also arranged according to the requirements. 2 days later, Yang Kai looked at the 5 elements indestructible array he had painstakingly arranged with satisfaction. After carefully inspecting it to make sure there were no mistakes, Yang Kai leapt to the center of the spirit array and sat down cross-legged. Casually wiping his space ring, Yang Kai took out a few spirit pills and placed them on the tip of his tongue before closing his eyes and circulating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Pushing his Saint Chi violently, with the place where Yang Kai was sitting as the center, the ground around him suddenly flashed as a series of complex and mysterious runes appeared. These runes were both large and small, giving off an unfathomable aura. *Wang. A trembling sound echoed as the Saint crystal sources placed in the center of the five elements' indestructible array bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. The pure energy contained within them poured out and began to flow along the runes. After being supplemented by the energy from the Saint crystal sources, the five elements' indestructible array arranged by Yang Kai was instantly activated. An indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's body as a simple and desolate aura filled the entire First Heavenly Palace. It was as if at this moment, Yang Kai had returned to an ancient era. With a swishing sound, the profound gold, thunderwood, profoundine sunflower water, sun's true essence, divine nullification sand, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world treasures seemed to be supported by an invisible force at this moment as pure energy was extracted from them and converged towards the center of the five elements' indestructible array. This center was where Yang Kai was. The whole Tianyi Palace became colorful in an instant. The cyan thunderwood essence, the golden profound gold essence, the white profoundine sunflower water essence, the red sun's true essence, the yellow divine nullification sand essence. All of them seemed to possess spirituality as they drilled into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, Yang Kai began to tremble as his closed eyes widened. A low roar involuntarily escaped his throat, like a wounded beast frantically licking its wounds. Intense pain, an unimaginable pain spread throughout his body at this moment, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he was about to be crushed to pieces. This kind of pain was not something that could be compared to being injured in battle. It was a kind of fear that penetrated deep into his soul. In an instant, Yang Kai understood why the five elements' indestructible sword tempering art had such harsh requirements for a cultivator. If one's physique was not strong enough, once the five supreme treasures' world essence invaded their body, they would immediately explode and die. What was the point of talking about cultivation? If one's spiritual energy was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand this kind of pain. Sooner or later, they would be driven mad by the pain and eventually become the demon race. Kai Yang felt that he had already met the requirements, but when he really started cultivating, he discovered that he had taken it for granted. The perseverance that he had always been proud of, in the face of this soul-sucking torment, was simply not worth mentioning, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the materials he had chosen were too high quality. If he had replaced them with thunderwood, it would not have been so painful. However, this also stimulated Yang Kai's nerves. Since embarking on the road of cultivation, how many times had he wandered between life and death? How many times had he suffered heavy losses and faced desperate situations, but step by step, he had overcome them. If he failed here, then all his years of hard work would have been for naught. Not to mention anything else, when he first obtained the wordless black book in High Heaven Pavilion, he had relied on his own perseverance to successfully make it recognize him as its master and open it, allowing him to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton. Unyielding pride was also a mysterious martial skill he had comprehended in a desperate situation. Although it had gradually lost its usefulness as he grew stronger, it was still a martial skill he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton. It was his own martial skill. The birth of this martial skill also had a great deal to do with Su Yan. It was she who had used a method to freeze him for several days before he was able to comprehend it. With all kinds of distracting thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai subconsciously used unyielding pride. To his surprise, the pain he felt actually weakened a little. Although it was not worth mentioning, it had indeed weakened. Yang Kai's brow furrowed and he immediately sent his soul avatar back into his knowledge sea to stabilize it, no longer paying attention to the changes in his body and the outside world. A series of popping sounds rang out. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's skin began to crack inch by inch as pale golden blood seeped out, soaking his clothes in an instant. Not only was his physique wriggling and his skin bursting, even his meridians were unable to withstand the destructive power of the five elements world treasure and began to break. The powerful restorative ability of golden blood was vividly displayed at this moment. His cracked skin, torn muscles, and shattered meridians were completely repaired in an extremely short amount of time, and then they cracked and exploded once more. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed as if it would never stop. As time passed and this process continued, Yang Kai's body gradually grew stronger to an obvious degree. Not only that, but the Saint Qi in his body also seemed to become purer and more vigorous while even his spiritual energy was tempered to a certain extent. Although the five elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically used to temper one's physique, during the process of cultivating it, it was inevitable that one's Saint Qi and spiritual energy would be strengthened, which was a side benefit. Miserable roars rang out from First Heavenly Palace, but fortunately, there were layers upon layers of barriers protecting this place, so no sound would leak out, otherwise, it would definitely have attracted the attention of all the people from High Heaven's sect. Time passed slowly as all of Shadowed Star prepared to enter the Emperor Garden. 1 Emperor Jade was equivalent to 1 entry slot. None of the great forces had obtained many Emperor Jades, so it was difficult for them to decide who would enter the Emperor Garden. For this reason, many great forces began to select talents from within to compete for a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. High Heaven's sect was also very busy. High Heaven's sect only had 3 Emperor Jades, so there was no need for them to select a spot, but they still needed to make a lot of preparations. Only Yang Kai in First Heavenly Palace had not appeared since that day he entered retreat.